Ooh, okay. Just wait till I see I got myself live. Cleaning my glasses while I'm doing this. There you go. I'm live. Hey there, Twitch, and hello there, YouTube. Today, we are continuing some Great Ace Attorney. And technically back on schedule. Today is a Thursday. So, today would be the first half of episode 4, which should be Investigation, Part 1 Trial. Then, the next half should be in Part 2 Trial. And then Part 2 Investigation. And then it ends the episode like that. So, I'm assuming there's going to be something critical that happens at the end of that, and it's like, this is what it all became to be, you know? But, I am set up and ready. So, go to a mess but perfect. Mariam. I didn't even set up the game. That's on me, but it's okay. Not hack. Where's Great Ace Attorney? I should really organize where my games are. You can see the future games on that row there, like Zenkai Hour and all that stuff. I preferred everything but like whatchamacallit, my controller and setup stuff. Okay. I'm gonna try to just plug it in, right? Yes, perfect, okay. Alright, load game. And we're off to episode 4. Yes. You know, let me just check in case this is playing audio. Because I know it's last time I played it was here. It was indeed a most bizarre incident born of a curious advertisement and commonplace killing at the same time. Well, whatever.
パイプを手に窓の外に広がる濃い霧を見下ろ
Okay,
し
we're
てい
good
た。
where I am.
この霧の底には一体いくつの事件が隠れているのだろうね。不思議な新聞広告から始まる奇想天外な事件。魔剣が闇をかける連続殺人事件に夜の墓場でよみがえる死刑囚の事件。そして誰も知らない町外れの小部屋のありふれた殺人事件。どんな事件もその裏側には誰も知らない物語が潜んでいる。僕を事件現場へと駆り立てるのはその物語なのだよ、ワトソン。早く帽子を取りたまえ。行こうじゃないか、相棒。僕たちの冒険は終わらない。さあ、ゲームの始まりだ。
The game was afoot. Game. Japanese is an interesting language. 8 days after that earth-shattering trial and Cosmo regaining his memory. We were in the foyer of one of London's most luxurious hotels, the Great Waterloo Hotel. Okay. Alright. 1st November, 10:24 a.m., Great Waterloo Hotel foyer. Mr. Mikotoba is due to arrive at any moment. Yes, I'm so glad we got here in time. Susato-san hasn't been the same since what happened. Not that I'm surprised. Hear about Kazuma-sama's father. Do you suppose my father knew that he was actually the mass murderer, the professor, you mean? I knew that's what she was thinking about. There's a good chance, I'd say. I mean, they did come here to London together 16 years ago, didn't they? Yes, that's true. But you probably found out, like, at the end. Come to think of it, didn't you say that Professor Mikotoba knew about Kazuma going missing in Hong Kong as well? That's right. But for some reason, he wasn't at liberty to talk to me about it. That probably means he knows it about Kazuma showing up here in London with amnesia and that he's regained his memory now. Ah, there she is. Oh, yo, that is a spiffy ass outfit for this man. Oh, father. Hello, Susato. How are you? I'm very well, thank you. We're delighted you arrived safe and sound. Nah, the judge's fit is nice. You saw that judge's full fit, bro? I was like, oh, fuck. Hello, Mr. Naruhodo. Very kind of you to take the trouble to meet us here. Oh, no, not at all. It's my pleasure. We've heard all about your extraordinary exploits here in London, you know. The news has crossed the seas. It has. I always looked forward to reading the monthly reports that arrive with the steamships from Britain. Oh, I see. Well, thank you very much. Who is this man, and why do I feel as though I've seen him before? I take it from your expression that you can't quite place me. In that case, how about a little reminder, Seishiro? Firm tap should do it. Yes. Firm tap, what? Here we go, then. I hereby pronounce the defendant, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, guilty. Oh! You're... The court will now hear the trial of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Your Excellency! Hello, Judge Jigoku. How are you? It's been a long time. I read Jigoku on something else before. I just can't remember what it was. Good, you remembered. You remember now. That really did the trick. Not from this game, I should say. Just something else that I remember reading it from. Only I was declared not guilty, wasn't I? And there was no laughing at the time. So, London again after all this time. Hard to believe it's been 10 years. To be honest, I never thought I'd be back. Neither did I. Didn't imagine Japan would ever be invited to an international symposium like this. Though really, I doubt anyone did, to be honest. It's all thanks to you, isn't it, Shishido? What are you talking about, Eugene? Of course, Judge Jigoku, he must complete the set. He's the other man who 16 years ago came to London with Kazuma's father and Professor Mikotoba. He's the third visiting scholar. Well, all those passport checks and luggage searches at the border took rather a lot of time. Must say I'm very envious of your ministerial status. You didn't have to go through any of that, did you? I knew you were jealous. Sorry, ministerial status. Yes, did you know Shishido here is also Japan's Minister of Foreign Affairs? It was his personal insistence that allowed you to take Kazuma's place here on the study tour. Guilty as charged. Oh, well, thank you very much. He's really every bit as important as he looks. Yes now, Naruhodo. I received a telegram from Lord Strongheart yesterday. Oh, you did? It appears that some things came to light in the trial you were involved with 8 days ago. About what happened 10 years ago. That tragedy. The fact that she's quiet. Sorry. Yes, could you tell us more about it? Alright, here we are. Talk to them, and then just the 4 things. Alright. So, how was the voyage here? Well, 50 days at sea is a long time by anyone's standards. But it wasn't as bad as when we first came 16 years ago. No, that's true. Then I truly wondered if we wouldn't be drifting in a vast ocean for the rest of our lives. This time we followed the same route as you, so we were able to relax and enjoy the experience. Ah, So you stopped in France's beautiful capital, Paris. We did, yes. Though only for one night. And yesterday evening, we left the port of Dunkirk for Dover. Just in time for the symposium, in fact. It starts tomorrow. It's wonderful that you were invited to attend such an important international event. I'm very proud of you, Father. Thanks to Seishiro here. 16 years ago, he managed to irritate himself with British's Attorney General. I'm sure that's why he was invited, and I suppose you could say I'm something of an appendage by default. Speak for yourself, Eugen. You were close friends with the professor of forensic science at a major hospital. Yes, well, I'd rather not dredge all that up, really. No, there's been a lot of water under the bridge since then, but it doesn't bring him back. Cosmo's father, I suppose. Oh, so was he a forensic scientist? The professor, the killer who took the lives of 5 members of the British aristocracy, was actually Cosmo's father, wasn't he? That's correct. Genshin Asogi. His name is Genshin? Like Genshin Impact? What the fuck? Whatever. Genshin. You knew, I presume, Father. Yes, he was a close friend at the time. Genshin came to Brain as a police detective. He was studying investigative techniques at Scotland Yard. Never understood what drove the man to commit such heinous acts. It was a closed trial, so the public never knew the truth, and he was executed with little ado. To this day, very few people know what really happened even in our homeland. But what about Kazuma? Did he know? Did he know the truth about his father? Excuse me. No, of course not. He was told his father passed from sickness. However, I suspect he may have had his doubts. Oh, why? As you know, I tried to guide Cosmo growing up as if he were my own son. And one day he came to my office at the university and said, I've decided I want to travel to Great Britain and study there. Do you think he wanted to come here to investigate his father's death? I don't know. But when I looked into his eyes, I did know that there was no way I'd be able to stop him. He probably would have gone on his own accord. Something else came to light in the trial the other day, actually. Oh, what? Well, having disappeared in Hong Kong and been missing for almost a year, Cosmo has since turned up here in London, working as the apprentice of Lord Van Zieks. What? What? That's news to us. So, Lord Strongheart's telegram neglected to mention that part then. As you know, we both thought Cosmo had died on the steamship during our voyage to Great Britain in January. But he didn't die. He's alive, as you knew, didn't you, Father? In actual fact, no. What I did know is that when your ship docked in Hong Kong, he mysteriously vanished. We sent a team of investigators to Hong Kong to try to ascertain what had happened, but to no avail. Oh, you know what would be crazy? You know how they mention Hong Kong a lot? What if what was it called? The Legion Fang or some shit like that, right? The group that this man was in Miles Edgeworth's games. I forgot what the fuck. Like, I forgot the character. I forgot, like, the group they were in. Like, they, like, come in. That would definitely be, like, a cool little, like, oh shit, they're also in this game. But he's still alive and here in London, you say. I never dared even to dream it. Why on earth did the young man not make contact? The government and the police have been chasing clues fruitlessly for months now. Well, it seems that he was suffering from amnesia. What? Amnesia? When we first came across him again here in London, he didn't know who either of us were. I see. He only regained his memory 8 days ago. This is unbelievable. Yes, it's quite miraculous. Wonder why Lord Strongheart didn't let us know. I must speak with him urgently. I wonder how Kazuma's been these past few days. Would it be wrong for of us to go and visit him? Alright, last but not least, your time in Britain. That began 16 years ago now. It's a distant memory, really. It was Yujin here, Genshin Asogi, and myself. We were the original three. The first traditional scholars from Japan to travel overseas to study. Ocean voyages were not what they are today, I can tell you that. 16 years ago, things were tough for their generation. Her father was an exceptionally fine medical student at Yume University at the time, you know, young lady? Yes, grandmother told me. He went to do research at a great London hospital to study autopsy, practically unheard of in Japan. Yes, it was in an eerie place, sandwiched between the back of a prison and a burial ground. Not more talk of graves. Very often there's no one willing to deal with bodies following autopsy work. So you see, autopsy labs have something of an unavoidable relationship with the graveyards and prisons. Not my cup of tea at all. You remember the Scottish prison governor, Caden, his name was. He was a good man. Yes, but then of course in our sixth year here, everything changed with the dreadful case. When Genshin was arrested for a series of the most gruesome murders. A symbol couldn't believe it. I simply couldn't believe it. I'd known the man for years. I was a witness I was a witness at the secret hearing, and I tried to speak in his defense, but you went a little too far and ended up facing charges yourself, didn't you? Well, suffice to say that after that trial, we were sent back to Japan. There's nothing more we could do to save Genshin. He was a lost cause, sadly. Well, if you'll excuse us now. Yes, I'd like to get this trunk up to my room as soon as possible. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I shouldn't have held you up here for so long. I'll call for the porter then. Just wait here. Sato-san's gone off at a run. I'd like to stay and talk more, but I do have various preparations to make for tomorrow. Yes, of course. It must be a big responsibility representing our entire country. I wish you the best of luck. Naruhodo. I hope you'll keep an eye on Susato for me. Keep looking after her as you obviously have been. Oh no, I mean, if everyone's looking after anyone, it's her looking after me. Well, I do appreciate you being there for her, after all. I've been a miserable father to her. I've thoroughly let her down. Sorry? What do you mean? Well, it was 16 years ago that I started my long study tour here in Britain, as you know. The very year Susato was born. Yes, I heard. The birth of my daughter was the most joyous event of my life, but... well, sadly, it was accompanied by the most tragic event of my life, too. Oh yes, Susato-san hinted at something like that. It was a rather turbulent time at home. Anyway, I won't bore you with the details. The point is, I became rather less dependable than befits a grown man. It was then that Seishiro offered me the opportunity to study here in Great Britain. I was too worried about you to leave you behind, so perhaps I was a little heavy-handed when it came to persuading you to accompany me to London. So that's what happened in a nutshell. And that's also the reason why I now feel compelled to give my daughter as many opportunities as I dare. Though the world does not readily afford young women such things, I must say. I completely understand, Professor. Ah, one other thing, Naruhodo. If I may be so bold, I have a favor to ask you. Oh, really? Of course. What can I do for you? Well, the thing is, I'm so sorry that it took so long. Susato! Now then, allow us to take your bags. Allow me to take your bags. One moment, if you please, porter. Of course, sir. That machine around your neck. It's a camera, I believe. Quite right, sir. Just 5 shillings for a lovely photograph to commemorate a wonderful stay at the hotel, sir. Well, I think given the occasion, we could justify the expense. Yes, yes, of course. Oh, that's a good photo. I'd like to thank you for coming with me, Mr. Naruto. Really made Father very happy, I think. Oh, well, I'm pleased then. But we were interrupted before. Professor Mikotobo was about to ask me something. So return to Baker Street then. I expect Iris will have some delicious tea waiting for us. Yes, let's go. Oh, interesting. We don't go to there. We go to somewhere else. I'm getting more and more anxious about Cosmo, though. Perhaps I'll try to meet with Lord Strongheart later and ask after. I mean, you could go right now, though, I think. What our grandplate's father certainly seems to be enjoying relaxing in the luxuriant atmosphere. You know, playing through this, right? This game kind of started making me think of Gintama, and I'm like, damn, I really got to do a quick rewatch. At least for like the serious arcs I want to rewatch a lot. So, I might do that myself whenever I get the chance. Alright. Hold up. Am I streaming? Oh, my thing is bugged. It just looked weird. It said I was offline, but it was still live, but it showed my screen the entire time. Here's the final draft of the opening address for tomorrow's proceedings. I've supplemented your original with the figures you asked for from the yard. I see. Excellent work. Thank you. You're welcome, my lord. What's Lord Van Zieks doing here? My, there seems to be an awful lot of tension in the air. What do you say? This place is stifling enough as it is. We really don't need any more tension. Yeah, hello. Ah! Sorry for that mic hit. My apologies, I didn't notice you come in. Your small stature and dark dress make you all but invisible to me. Oh, no, it's entirely my fault for wearing black, I'm sure. From now on, you must dress in white from head to toe whenever you come here. Now then, Mr. Naruto. Yes, my lord. I'm right here. Kill me now. Is something wrong? Perhaps it's a little too hot in here for you. Oh, no, not at all. I mean, I've never experienced a room at such a perfect temperature. If you're sure that the beads of sweat carving their way down your face seem to suggest otherwise, because the daggers you're staring at me with, mainly. As you're no doubt aware, my International Forensic Science Symposium begins tomorrow. In fact, your father arrived in London earlier today, I hear, madame. Oh, yes, that's right, my lord. He's extremely honored to have been invited. I'll leave the remaining preparation for the meeting room in your capable hands then, Lord Van Zieks. I will attend at once. What's up? How you doing, Chief? He gave you a very cool stare as he left, didn't he? I know, but I haven't done anything. Have I? These past few days, my feet have barely touched the ground, I must say. My dedicated right hand of many years was recently put out of action in spectacular fashion. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Is your left hand still out of service? No, hold on, he's talking about Dr. Sith. Ah, of course. I'm terribly sorry about that. I was just fear not, you've done nothing wrong. Dr. Sith's own wrongdoing precipitated the situation. You need to concern yourself with it any further. That would be a lot easier to do if it weren't for the piercing stare you're giving me. Lord Van Zieks is doing an admirable job of holding the fort. Though, disturbingly, his apprentice has been missing since yesterday. Oh, missing. What's become of Cosmo-sama now? Converse. Not long ago, visitor numbers of the Great Exhibition exceeded 30 million. 30 million. Are there even that many people in the world? Yes, Naruhodo. There's at least, as of today's, 8 billion people in the world. I believe. Yes. As a comparison, Mr. Naruhodo, the population of the imperial capital Tokyo is 2 million. I will be opening the International Forensic Science Symposium in the exhibit's main auditorium. This event has been 2 years in the making, 2 years of preparations and negotiations with other countries. Sounds like a tremendous achievement. Congratulations. The 20th century will see the wholesale adoption of forensic investigation techniques, and cooperation between policing organizations around the globe will be essential. Which is why this landmark first symposium had to be hosted here at the heart of the Great British Empire, in order that Scotland Yard can become the leading investigative organization in the New World. He's the same as ever, I see. That passion of his is quite something. Every bit as passionate in your own way, I'm sure, Mr. Naruhodo. I'm the only person in this country who truly cares about a future that embraces forensic science. It was my intention to become Her Majesty's Attorney General and reform the Yard from the ground up. So the disgrace of the forensic investigation team has been a bitter blow to my ambitions. Take a swig. First established a forensic investigation team a year ago, experimentally to start with. With Dr. Seth at the helm, it was steadily occurring an impressive record of achievement. I was on the verge of changing its name and elevating its status to a full-blown forensic investigation department. And can you not do that now? Obviously, nobody wants to hear anything about it at the moment. Even I can't keep this story out of the papers. 6 million Londoners will be cursing forensic science now. This incident will set back our country's advancement in the field by a good 10 years, I'd say. Unintended repercussions of our trial. We simply couldn't have overlooked what had happened, though. Of course not. We should all be grateful to you both. Anyway, I'm still reform this country's policing when I become Attorney General. This might delay my plans, but it won't alter them. Nothing will stand in my way. Alright, he at least has dedication, no matter what. About Lord Van Ziek's apprentice. Ah, yes, that came as a surprise to me, I must say, that you and he are old friends. How did he become an apprentice to Lord Van Ziek's in the first place? It came about 3 months ago. An unidentified Asian man was apprehended by border police. They found him hiding aboard a large goods vessel. Oh my. So he stowed away to get here. He had no papers to identify him, no passport, and he was suffering from amnesia too. Other than the fact he was clearly of Eastern descent, there were no clues as to who he was. So I decided to assign him to Lord Van Ziek's, that way I could keep an eye on him. But then, why the mask? I didn't want to burden Lord Van Ziek's with tiresome explanations about why he had an Eastern apprentice, because it would be so much easier to explain why he was wearing a mask. He's proven to be a great help to Lord Van Ziek's. I have high hopes for his future. By the way, do you know where he's gone? No idea. But I believe he's left London for the time being. Oh. I take it you also didn't know that the man's father was one of the country's most infamous criminals, Genshin Asogi. What we learned from the trial 8 days ago was a huge shock, finding out my friend's father was... Ah yes, Genshin Asogi. The professor case 10 years ago caused a great stir here in Britain. They were such awful murders and unprecedented using a ferocious dog as a murder weapon. And no one would have believed the culprit was a foreign student invited to study here by the government. So the true identity of the killer couldn't be made public then, and can't be made public now. Nobody in your country knows it was him, and neither do the citizens of London. The main motivation was to avoid aggravating relations between the two nations at the time, I understand. Correct. However, it has to be noted that there were some supporters of the professor's apparent cause. What? Supporters of a mass murder? The majority of the man's victims were a blight on the aristocracy of the day. Somewhat ironically, their deaths actually benefited society as a whole. Or so a fair few thinkers of London believed anyway. Right, I see. But it was still murder, wasn't it? It seems very similar, doesn't it? To the idea of the Reaper of the Bailey. Alright. We got everything we could talk to Strongheart about, so let's move on to the Shome Suite. Literally, we can only talk to him about 4 things, and that was it. Okay. I don't even know how to... Wee wee? What was that? A man screaming in the most unflattering way. Do you think... Could it have been Mr. Shomes? Oh my, I do hope not. Oh. I don't... I don't do it anymore. Mon ami, mon ami. Such this disgraceful display, eh? Who are these people? Look at their hair and it's bright red. I think they must be clients of Mr. Shomes. Right, you two. You're coming with me now down to the clink. No, not to prison. It's a dark and damp and I don't like it. I don't. Well, the darkness, it is my friend. I am not scared. Oui. But you are always scared of the dark. Shut your mouth, you idiot. I will sit quietly in the dark and plan out next daring heist. I don't like this. I don't like it. Well, tough. We'll finish this down the yard. Now get moving. Bye then, Genie. Have fun. Oh yeah, thanks, Iris. Yeah, thanks. You're a great detective. I love her. Gina makes a fine detective herself, doesn't she? Oh, Cici and Runo. Hello, Iris. We're home. Well, did you find your daddy? Yes, we arrived at the hotel just before he and his friend. Oh, well, that's great news. I hope I'll get to see my daddy again soon. Ah, yes, of course. When will we tell Iris? Dr. John H. Wilson. So, Iris, all that remains now is that greatest of problems known to man. Why do you have red hair? But before we concern ourselves with that, I believe some tea is in order, don't you, my dear fellows? There's something wrong, Mr. Naruhodo. Do I have a crumb or such like on my face? Not so much on your face as on your head, I'd say. Come along then, everyone. I brewed a lovely special blend. Time for tea. Whatever is going on here today. Sorry, I'm like burping. In that case, let us sit and drink now. For I am, in fact, expecting a guest later today. Alright. Before we converse, let's look at the newspaper. Sorry, I'm just... Okay. This looks like last week's edition. What's this article circled in red ink there? It's an advertisement column. It says... To the Red-Headed League. The Red-Headed League? What's that? I don't know. I've never heard of it before, but... There's something on my face. Clearly this has something to do with that lively hair. Alright. Then we present it to our good friend Shomes. Looks as though someone circled an advertisement in this paper, Mr. Sholmes. To the Red-Headed League. Does that strike you in some way? I was thinking that just maybe it might be related to your bright red hair. So at last you've learned to apply my methods, Mr. Naruhodo. Sorry? In the first instance, and quite indispensable observation. Believe me, I could have seen that hair with my eyes shut. So then, allow me to regale you with the details of my latest exploits. Regale or boast. Or boost. Alright, that's added to the list. Mr. Sholmes, who were the two gentlemen that were here before? Oh, just a pair of petty criminals, nothing of significance. Of course, they have to make a living somehow. And when the mood takes me, I'm willing to turn a blind eye to all manners of infractions. When the mood takes you. All manner of infractions. But when such fellows set their sights on Mr. Herlock Sholmes, well, that's when their luck runs out. Oh my, you were the target of a crime, Mr. Sholmes. But I quickly devised a plan to entrap them and deliver them to our young detective ally. You should have asked Greg C to come too. We could have had an arresting tea party. I did send word, but no answer was forthcoming. The man is consummately in the wrong place at the wrong time. There's a word for it, I'm sure. Aha, I have it. A bungler, that's the word. It's a good job he's not here to hear you say that. So those redheads have been up to no good. I wonder what the men did. The greatest problem. What was that about the greatest problems known to man that you mentioned before? Is it another fiendishly, intricate case, Mr. Sholmes? How should I best explain it? Are you aware of the theory of evolution by natural selection, perchance? Well, I think I've heard talk of it somewhere. Possibly. It's a revolutionary scientific theory that was newly proposed 40 years ago now. According to its author, Mr. Darwin, we humans were once apes who lived in the treetops. Wait, what? We were apes? Indeed, and from the very moment those apes ascended from the canopy to live as humans, it has been a lot to be at the mercy of our greatest problem known to man. Our lot. What is this great problem, Mr. Sholmes? Why, is it not obvious, my dear madame? The problem of rent! But, did you not receive a rather large sum of money from Madame Tuspells only the other day? Pshaw! A large sum! One potted herb for Iris and a new motor car for me later. And all of it has quite disappeared, I assure you. Honestly, Hurley, you know how you squandered it. Yes, well anyway, 2 days ago, I discovered the answer to man's greatest problem for the coming month at least. And what was that? Or what was the answer? Why, there's a substantial clue before your very eyes. Don't tell me, let me see. Humans are sorry creatures unable to see what is in front of their noses. Ah, where the fuck does this mask come from? Like, he just looks down, he's like, oh my god! Let me give you some assistance. Don't look, but observe me very closely. There is one particular feature about my person that has changed. You should notice it in the end, I think. In the end. You've been stabbing me in both eyes right from the very beginning of our conversation. I think I might need another clue before we uncover the full answer, Mr. Naruhodo. Thanks for the hint, but I'll be tearing my hair out if this charade goes on much longer. Hold up, let me just see something. Oh, but it'll keep updating the conversation. Oh, maybe I should do, this first, because it's like one of the first top ones. So what is the Red-Headed League, which seems to be the subject of the advertisement you're circled? You've noticed it in the paper, then. That, my dear fellow, was going to be the source of this month's rent payment. It was? How? According to the advertisement, the Red-Headed League is a distinguished institution of fellows of specified governance. In fact, the only condition for becoming a member is having red hair. That doesn't entirely surprise me. But listen to what the lucky redheads receive once they join. An unconditional salary of £4 a week. Oh my, £4 a week? But why? What are they paying people for? That I don't know. No details are given in the advertisement. But surely every red-headed person in the country would be flocking to join in that case. You're right, Susie. There's no time to lose. I'll put in my application at once. So will I, just on the off chance. I might be stretching a point, I think. The trouble is, they have a fixed number of members, you see. Oh, I see. So once a certain number of people have joined, no one else can. But as luck would have it, one member recently passed away. It wasn't particularly lucky for the redhead in question, I feel, Mr. Sholmes. So you decided to try to join in his place? Correct. I mean, look at me. Have you ever seen such a red-headed fellow? No. So why? Why did it have to go so wrong? What on earth happened? A blunder, Mr. Nodohodo, though it pains me to admit it. There you go. Your blunder. Okay, we got the two visitors out the way from the conversation. Then we have the lie you told. Sorry, I'm just my eyes like being annoying. I'm like cleaning whatever I have on it. I washed my face earlier, but probably some of it still stayed on. I just didn't thoroughly wash it. What did you actually do to your hair, Mr. Sholmes? I'm glad you asked, Mr. Sato. What you see on top of my head is neither dye nor a hairpiece. I changed the color of my hair overnight. By the wonders of chemistry. Chemistry? I was conducting some research into a method of rejuvenating spent tea leaves. And in the course of my work, I stumbled upon a potion that, when taken, turns one's hair a flame-like red. Would you like to try it? It will make every hair on your body perfectly crimson. I think I'll pass. But Mr. Sholmes, is it quite safe to drink? Surely it's bad for you, isn't it? Amateurs are always hampered by such fears. Oh, I should never have doubted you, Mr. Sholmes. You mean to say? But of course! To earn £4 per week, one must be prepared to turn a blind eye to little danger. That degree of red signals more than just a little danger, surely. So anyway, Hurley left full of confidence yesterday with his new red hair. For the park on Lime Street, where the Red-Headed League were interviewing prospective new members. So I went wrong. The whole park was choked with red-headed folk like a coaster's orange barrow. I queued for 8 hours solid before at last I reached the front. But when the panel of interviewers saw me, they immediately said, "Ah, Mr. Herlock Sholmes, are you in disguise to conduct an investigation?" So naturally, I had no choice but to reply, "Shh, don't give me away." After which I could do little else but turn and leave. Then this morning when I looked into the mirror, irritation stirred within me. So I turned that pair into the police. Oh dear, what a disaster. For Hurley and those two redheads. The lie you told. Did he say anything about the lie he told? Mr. Sholmes, isn't it about time you told us the truth? Just over a week ago, you said to us, "I will now tell you something of the first importance, my dear fellow. Great detectives Great detectives are wont to lie. It will serve you well to remember that. That case abroad the SS Bureau in January. Cosmo wasn't killed, and you knew he wasn't dead at the time. What was really going on? The fellow was unconscious for a very long time. If he hadn't regained consciousness when he did, his life would have been in more peril. Of course, a side effect of the prolonged comatose state was amnesia, as you now know. It was a simple enough task to silence the crew, but how? After they carried him out of the cabin, I assembled them in the lobby area. Then I made them swear to leave him unconscious and have him unlaid from the ship in Hong Kong as a murdered corpse. Oh, how horrible. It was necessary to find some material with which to persuade the crewmen to keep their word, of course. But why? Why do it in the first place? I will be at liberty to elaborate in due course. But for the time being, I would like to reassure you. I didn't foresee subsequent events. What events? His disappearance in Hong Kong. Oh. I believe I may have made a gross error of judgment. Mr. Sholmes? Ding-a-ling-a-ling. Aha! Here's my guest now. My latest client with money to spend. Oh, I do hope it's an exciting case, Hurley. Remember, Iris, we are at present gripped by the greatest problem known to man. I must be willing to accept any case, no matter how unstimulating. Save locating a runaway, of course. Don't spare anyone's feelings, will you? Oh dear. I'm afraid that Hurley can lack a little tact, especially just before the rent is due. Thwack. Oh, it's, she was in the jury, for the last trial. Mr. Sholmes, Mr. Herlock Sholmes, please, oh please. Please find my husband, he's run away. So about that runaway case. You upset me. I beg your pardon. Never mind. A personal matter. My apologies. What exactly are you trying to say, Mr. Naruhodo? I didn't say a word. Come, my dear madame. Be seated. Iris, some tea, if you please. Of course. What's the matter, Mr. Sato? Oh, it's just that gentlewoman. I feel sure I've seen her somewhere before. Very recently. Yes, now that you come to mention it. I just realized a mask is on the table right there. Alright. As I explained earlier, my name is Evie? Or Evie. Evie Vigil. Evie Vigil. Yeah, okay. Sorry, I was trying to see if there was like a thing there and I just couldn't put my finger on it. I implore you to take the case, sir. Money is no object. Simply name your figure. Money or wealth of a little consequence to me, madame. Being offered a case to solve is a reward enough. Oh, Mr. Sholmes, you are a picture of benevolence. I will of course make a mental note of your offer, however, for contingent reasons. I trust you will remember your words also. If I might inquire, sir. This gentleman and lady would be... Oh, me. What am I about to tell you? I should like to communicate in the strictest confidence, you understand? Ah, these are my friends. I assure you, you may say before this pair anything which you may say to me. Ah, I see. I can vouch for the gentleman personally, after all. He's hard of hearing. Why did I ever get my hopes up? Alright, converse. Mrs. Vigil. Forgive me for asking, Mrs. Vigil, but have we met somewhere before? Quite recently, perhaps? Oh my. Pshaw, my dear fellow. What is your intention? Clearly you have no ability to differentiate the facial features of the English. Give me a second. Sorry, I thought I heard a knock on my door. Anyways, where was I? Minimize this real quick. Okay. If you wish to invite the lady to tea, you must do so in a more gentlemanly fashion. Is it possible that you're the nice young lawyer from the trial I attended last week? Ah, I knew I recognized her. I didn't quite recognize her because she's acting so differently now. It must be very difficult for you, you as a lawyer being hard of hearing, I mean. Pardon? Oh dear, I'm so sorry. Don't worry if you can't hear. It's a flippery... It was flippery, really. Nothing more. Now look what you started, Mr. Sholmes. Thank you very much. I believe it would be prudent for you to sit quietly in the corner. Yes. Mr. Vigil. Tell us about your husband, madame. Mr. Vigil, my daily vigil is 40 years of age. I have a photograph here. He's 40? This man looks like he's in his late 20s, early 30s. Apparently yeah, sorry, I was laughing at that. An entirely unremarkable gentleman, by appearance at least. How long have you been married? It will be 15 years this year. We have a cordial relationship and my husband's income is more than adequate, so we live quite comfortably. As it would appear, I need only look at you to know these things. Oh gosh. Your dress is the latest style, your hair clearly regularly groomed, and your eyes are animated. In short, you have no inkling as to why your husband might have disappeared, correct? That's right, he's a kind man with a strong sense of loyalty, and he rather dotes on me, which would point to the possibility that he has been embroiled in some incident or other. Oh, that is exactly what I fear must have happened, Mr. Sholmes. It's quite beside myself. My husband's employment is somewhat unusual, you see. What if he's incurred some miscreant's ill will? What exactly is your husband's line of work? He's a warder at the prison. A guard. That is somewhat unusual. Prison warder. So, your husband is a prison warder? That's right, yes. Well, in actual fact, he's the chief warder. Indeed, I see. Well, chief prison warder certainly qualifies as something of a specialist occupation. Yes, it does indeed. My poor husband must prepare those dreadful punishments and see that they're carried out. Dreadful punishment? Does she mean capital punishments? And at such times, he must occasionally spend a night or two in the prison dormitory. But for the extra responsibility, he is remunerated more handsomely than the other warders. Of course, we make no mention of my husband's work to the neighbors. Yes, I believe your prudence is justified. Tell me, at what prison is your husband engaged? Barclay Prison, Mr. Sholmes, because what other prison exists in this fucking world? Really? Barclay? Oh, a fine establishment. If I'm not mistaken, there's a large cemetery just behind it. Yes, that's correct. Lowgate Cemetery. No. It has returned. Lowgate Cemetery, the very place we were discussing in court. That's unbelievable. Unbelievable, my dear fellow, and yet undeniable. Sorry, Mr. Sholmes, I'm afraid you've lost me. Ah, pay no heed, madame. Pay no heed. A private matter. This can't really be a coincidence, can it? Alright, last but not least, your husband's disappearance. And then Sholmes agrees to take the case, and the photograph of Mr. Vigil is entered to the court record. Okay. So, to the matter of your husband's disappearance, when did you realize he was missing? Please try not to laugh. It was yesterday. I'm sorry, yesterday? That really is recent, laughable, so... The truth is, my husband does at times have occasion to spend the night away for his work. It's not at all out of the ordinary for him to not return home at night, but this is different. For him not to make any contact for a whole day, that has certainly never happened before. Oh, my dear Daly, whatever can have happened? My dear Mrs. Vigil, please calm yourself. Now then, have you contacted the police? Why, naturally, but sadly, they refuse to listen to my pleas as my husband has only been missing for 1 day. I was asked to wait patiently at home. In truth, Mrs. Vigil, I concur with the police. However, let us not be hasty. I see no reason why we should not engage by my deductive powers to track your husband down anyway. Oh, thank you, Mr. Sholmes. And furthermore, let me reassure you, a chance to solve the greatest problem known to man for another month has no bearing on my decision. I seek only to put a sweet smile on another Londoner's face. That's really all there is to it. You have my eternal gratitude. I shall pay any sum you care to mention. You seek only to put this sweet's rent in your landlady's purse. That's all there is to it. Thank you for everything you have shared. Thank you for everything you have shared with us, Mrs. Vigil. I believe I have all the information I need to begin my investigation. Oh, please report to me soon with good news, sir. Fear not, madame. In a day or two, I shall be contacting you with a hardening report. I'm quite sure. So soon? Ah, how splendid, Mr. Sholmes. Good news should be delivered early, I always say. If you would be so kind as to leave this photograph of your husband in my possession. Thank you. Now, allow me to show you to the door. Can't thank you enough, Mr. Sholmes. You've been simply marvelous. She was pretty. You know, I think it's every time, Hurley. But how do you come out with such nonsense? Good news in a day or two? Are you sure? I can't be sure, of course. But then I didn't swear on it. I merely gave the good woman some hope. I hope to be able to give her good news, one might say. After all, the rent must be paid by the end of the day, tomorrow. If by the time I have successfully located Mr. Vigil, we shall be mutually relieved. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Naruhodo? Don't look at me with those pleading eyes. Well, my dear fellow, did you hear the details of the case? Yeah, my hearing is surprisingly good. My hearing is surprisingly good, actually. Excellent. And what did you make of it? Well, I was surprised to learn where her husband worked. At Barclay Prison, I mean. Ah, so you noted that. Of course, especially with the mention of the Lowgate Cemetery. The same cemetery. Cemetery is at the rear of Barclay Prison. So it was renowned among us students at the university for being haunted by the ghosts of condemned convicts. Barclay Prison is where the notorious man was incarcerated, the professor. And now a warder from the prison was mysteriously disappeared, it would seem. It's all very peculiar. Indeed, but nothing you can't handle, I'm quite certain, Mr. Naruhodo. Sorry? Run along to the prison and see what you can glean, would you? It's the prison governor you want. No doubt the man is equally worried. But aren't you going to go yourself? Surely you needed to ask! I can't possibly be seen out with this hair! But didn't you go to Lime Street with that hair? That was quite different, madam. So I leave it in your capable hands now. Hands. Now, if you excuse me, I'm rather busy. Trying to fix my hair to being blonde again. Of course you are. Alright. We go to prisoner's governor's office. We have to go here first for some reason. Barclay Prison is on the outskirts of London, backing onto a lonely burial ground. Its 4 high outer walls loomed quietly before us fog. Give me a second here. I'll be right back, guys. My bad. Was busy. Well, not busy, but they were asking me questions. Alright, back to this. I've been streaming for an hour already. Having requested a meeting, we were shown to the governor's office in the watchtower. That's not a discernment clock at all. Okay. This place is full of hardened criminals. Can I remember the last time a civilian was doing here? And you deny want to talk to an inmate, but to me. You keen who I am? I'm the Governor Barry Caden. Hey, how he talks. Oh, yes, it's a pleasure, Mr. Ryunosuke. I'm Ryunosuke Naruhodo, defense lawyer. And an Easterner, I see. Does that mean? Yes, I'm the visiting student of law from the Empire of Japan. Japan? Did you say Japan? He has a kind of, I'm now thinking of it's like a country accent. Yes? Well, there's no any of your kind in here, laddie. Oh no, it's laddie. Well, there's no any of your kind in here, laddie. Maybe you should try the prison next door. Can't really make a good voice for him. I was giving him a country one, but then after I read laddie, I was like, okay. I'll try to read the way he speaks. Didn't notice another prison next door, sir. Anyway, we came to ask. I deny like to be so direct, but I have no intention of speaking with the likes of you, suspicious-looking Easterners. Now get out of my hair. So as soon as he finds out that we're from Japan, he reacts like this. That surely means. I think it's because of the professor case. I think so too. 10 years ago, Genshin Osogi, also known as the Professor, was incarcerated at this prison. And then after his execution, he apparently re-emerged from his grave in the cemetery behind the prison. I might have known. You're sniffing around about that case, aren't you? You're agents, eh? Part of the Professor's great web, no doubt. No, not at all. We're just... Get going with ya, before I punch your lights out. We're going. Clearly the ghost of the killer still haunts this place. We're not going to get anywhere here. Unless we can somehow prove to this man that there's nothing suspicious about us. Governor Caden. What are you trying to, what are you thinking, Mr. Sato? I feel sure that name came up in conversation recently somewhere. I was wondering if whoever mentioned him might have some ideas to help us. Come to think of it, I have the same feeling. Alright. Go to the Great Waterloo Hotel. Oops. The D-pad does the movement of left and right. That's Professor Mikotoba over there. Ah, hello you two. I was just taking a moment to catch up on the world now that I'm unpacked. Where's Judge Jigoku? Yes, he's not the relaxing sort. He's taking himself off to pay his respects to all the legal bigwigs. Having only just arrived in the country today, goodness, he is full of energy. Professor, you mentioned something before about how you know the prison governor at Barclay Prison. Oh, Governor Caden. Barry Caden. Yeah. You mean, so it is the same man. Father, we must speak with the governor. But he refused to talk to us. He said we were suspicious Easterners. Well, I'm sure if I accompanied you, it would be a very different story. Oh, would you? That would be wonderful if you have the time now. Sadly, as you can see, I'm very busy at the moment. Busy drinking coffee on the comfortable CT. Now, I have rather a lot to prepare for tomorrow, you know. Oh, sorry. Didn't say that out loud, did I? You Mikotobas are alarmingly good at reading people's thoughts. Or could it be that you Naruhodos are alarmingly bad at hiding your thoughts? Let's not fall out now. I have an idea. What's he writing on the piece of paper? Here's a letter of introduction for you. Hopefully when he sees my name, he will change his tune. Ah, thank you. Good luck then. Presents. If you just cast your eyes over this Governor Caden. What's this now? You cannot pull the wool over my eyes, you good-for-nothing Japanese student. Mikotoba. That young jock from the forensics laboratory. That Mikotoba. Yes, exactly, him. Oh dear, perhaps I should have said something sooner. I'm Yuji Mikotoba's daughter, Susato. Jinx! Jinx? You're the young man's daughter! And you didn't think to mention that before? I do apologize. Alright, well, you'd best take the seat then. Can I offer you a cup of tea, perhaps? And I did not forget to try one of these wee handcuffed biscuits. Your father's influence is nothing short of amazing. I'm bitterly regretting not announcing who I was from the outset now. So then, what can I do for you then? Well, we're currently investigating a case. It's one of your wardens, or warders, you see, he's gone missing. That's right, I'm sure, it's surely been reported to you as well, being the prison governor. I haven't heard nothing of the sort. There's no missing persons in my prison. Oh? But how can that be? It's Mr. Daily Vigil, your chief warder. Vigil? That's right. His wife came to us and asked us to investigate his disappearance. Let's skip the part about him only going missing yesterday for now. Clearly that means something to him. Would you be so kind as to tell us what you know, sir? Aye, of course. Chief Warder Vigil. We understand that Mr. Vigil is the chief warder here at the prison. Aye, that he was. Strong sense of responsibility and dedicated to the job, no doubt about it. I don't know what accent you have. Like, I am seeing 3 different things. You had a country accent, a Scottish accent, then it changed to kind of like a different dialect of English, then a boots, and I'm like, now you're part French, like French Canadian? I don't even know anymore what he is. He was a fine warder. Somehow I fucked my controller up? There you go. Sorry, did you say was? Aye. He does not work here no more, he left the job. Oh my. When was that? When was this exactly? Styling himself with a comb. There's a question. When was it a boots? Cannot have been much less than 10 years ago now. What? 10 years ago? He stopped working here 10 years ago. Aye. As I minded, do you ken? I haven't not heard the fella's name in all that time. That's a worry if he's gone missing though. But Mrs. Vigil made no mention of it. I think perhaps Mr. Naruhodo, that his wife simply doesn't know. I think she's unaware that he no longer works here. Governor Caden, can you tell us what happened? Why did Mr. Vigil give up his job here? That's important, is it? Yes, I believe it may be. What are you thinking, Mr. Naruhodo? I can't help wondering, given that it was 10 years ago. Ah, which was exactly when the professor was being held at this prison. 10 years ago. So Mr. Vigil actually resigned from the position of chief warder 10 years ago, you're telling us. What happened to make him leave the job? In actual fact, he did not leave the job willingly. He had no choice in the matter. You mean he was dismissed? It was after a particular walk. Sorry, a walk. Aye, that's our word for it in here, a walk to the gallows. An execution. The job of the chief warder to prepare the gallows tree and oversee any executions you see. Only, Vigil did something unthinkable on the last walk he was manning. What did he do? I'm sorry, but I cannot reveal that information. But I can tell you that it's very rare for a chief warder to be relieved of his post. But why would Mrs. Vigil know about it? She appears to be under the impression that her husband still works here. I wouldn't keen anything about that, I'm afraid. Can you perhaps answer one more question about the circumstances of his dismissal? And what would that be, hen? The last execution that Mr. Vigil was responsible for overseeing, was it by any chance the professor's? My thoughts exactly. I'm sorry, I really am, but I'm no at liberty to answer that. I dislike how you said that, but I'm at no liberty. Why is it backwards? Why? I hate this. I hate this. I hate this. I see. Okay, Professor Mikotoba. Let's see here. Okay, we'll get that after that. He's Scottish? Bro, he has like 4 different dialects that I'm like not even sure what he is. If you say he's Scottish, but I got nothing on how to do a Scottish accent. My father came to Britain all those years ago in order to study forensic medicine. But you seem to have been all acquainted. The dead room, the prison, and the cemetery have a lot to do with one another. Like, I see the Scottish part, but then it puts in like other shit that I'm like, I did not like how you speak. When this, like, in the way how it's all mixed. After all, they need fresh corpses for forensic research. Are you keen? Keen. I'm not even sure if I'm saying that right, if it's supposed to be Scottish then. Yes, I can imagine. The advancement of medical science isn't always particularly palatable. Your father worked in the laboratory just on the far side of the graveyard. In the basement of St. Sinners, it's still in use today. St. Sinners. It's come up before, I'm sure. Yes, that's right. We've been there. Many times. Mikotoba and I have used the ride in the carriage together and negotiate terms. For more fresh material, I suppose. Aye, and we used to sit in here for hours and gab on about this dissection and all sorts. Och. It takes me back. New word. That is definitely Scottish. Probably. A boot, to me, is like French Canadian, like a boot, you know? Or a pot of tea and a plate of cup biscuits, of course. How charming. He was a good fellow, your father, reliable and dead set on his work. But I'm afraid I'll never understand you Japanese. Because of Genshin Asogi, I suppose. Well. Cannot tell you anything else. Thank you so much for your time, Governor. Oh, one more for you're away, hen. I'm sure I have it here somewhere. Ah, found it. Here, take this as a wee souvenir of your visit to the prison. What is it? Sorry, I'm trying to burp. There you go. Alright. As Vigil's Missile Notice. It's 10 years old now, of course. Oh my, are you sure? Aye, it's no trouble at all. It's no the original mind. Vigil's Missile Notice has been added. Thank you very much, Governor Kaden. While in return, do me a favor and never come back here. That case is closed. You got it, buddy. Well, I think we ought to return to Baker Street for the time being. Yes, I agree. We need to report back to Mr. Sholmes with what we found out about Mr. Vigil. What will we, what will he tell Mrs. Vigil, I wonder? That's me. That's me. This is me going. Can't read for shit. We're back. Hello, you two. I thought you'd be back before long, so I baked some scones for us all. Ah, so that... What happened to your hair? Greetings, my dear fellows. You returned a good deal sooner than I was anticipating. Hello, Mr. Sholmes. Hello, Mr. Sholmes? Say nothing, your thoughts are written all over your faces in any case. It turns out that it may have been advisable to test my hair color restoration tonic before application. Oh my. Pray tell me, what are your, friend? Have you garnered some new information? Oh, yes, something very surprising in fact, though it's not a patch on your hair to be honest. It most certainly isn't, but still, we discovered that Sholmes! Oh my god. Drop everything, Sholmes, this is more important. Gina. I can't Adam and Eve it. Wait, huh? So fucking... I read that without even realizing. I can't Adam and have it. Oh no, it is Adam and Eve it. What the fuck? What's happened? Clearly a very grave matter indeed. But Miss Lestrade makes no mention of my hair whatsoever. It's the boss. What do you mean, Inspector Gregson? The boss is... He's dead. No shot Gregson is dead. What? They just found his body shot with a pistol. What? But, Inspector Gregson, he was murdered? No, not Gregsy. Come in, my dear girl, tell us the whole story. first. Inspector Zeph. No way Gregson is dead. There's no shot. He's been a fucking prominent character since like the first game. Are you serious, Gina? Inspector Gregson was... He was really shot? I don't know much about what happened myself yet. They're still there investigating the scene. When did this take place? A little rented room in a building full of flats on Fresno Street. Fresno? The outskirts of town, nowhere near his home. It was perhaps investigating a case then. Thing is, no one at the yard knows nothing about no case around there. Oh, how strange. The boss was... He was good to me. I know I ain't up to too much yet, but one day I was gonna show him. I had become a proper detective. Aw. I feel like Gregson kind of adopted her, and was really like trying to, you know, take care of her. Oh, Jeannie, because he was also gonna bring her to France. I think is where he was going next. The culprit. So who did this? Do you have any idea who the culprit is? They got him already. Already? They caught the shooter so soon. The witness reported something was going on, and the boys got straight down there and took care of him. What awful person did this? I still can't believe it myself. Gina? It was the Reaper. Wait a minute. You don't mean they've arrested Lord Van Zieks for it? That's right. The Reaper's that Reaper bloke's gone and shot the boss. No, Lord Van Zieks. Are you quite sure, Miss Lestrade? It's Baruch Van Zieks the police have arrested. I saw it with my own eyes in the interview room at the yard. I don't believe it. But there were witnesses and they're all saying it was him. So you mean there were actually multiple witnesses? They heard the gunshot apparently. And when our lot got to the scene, there was only the boss and the Reaper bloke in the room. But there's no way Lord Van Zieks would have taken Gregson's life. I just don't believe it. I don't believe it either. Thank you for informing us, Miss Lestrade. This really is most terrible news. I'm dreadfully sorry. What are you saying sorry for? You didn't do nothing. I think I gotten used to how Gina speaks. I'm not gonna lie. Well, anyway, I'm taking the cab over to the scene right now. Please come, and please come in all, and soon as you can. You gotta help. I know she doesn't say the H in some of her words, so. The detective's law to appear wherever some sinister plot has unfolded. Little wonder we all look haggard. Sometimes these things are almost too much for the nerves. Mr. Sholmes. What use is there in being a great detective if I fail to see something like this coming? How could I let this happen to Gregson? To Gregson! I do like that Sholmes does actually kind of like care for Gregson at times. Or you can see that he does like consider him a friend. But like Gregson doesn't really see it that way in his own right. But he like, you know, kind of does look out for Sholmes at times. And he's like, I don't trust Sholmes. But deep down he's like, I kind of trust him. Mr. Netherholder, I shall leave at once to begin my investigation. Of course, yes. We will too. It would be helpful if you could talk to Mr. Reaper and see what you can glean. I'm sure you were intending to do so anyway. Until later then. Alright, now we're at the prison part. Inspector Gregson dead and Lord Van Zieks arrested. Wait, no, Susie. I called you a handsome. It's waiting outside. Thanks, Iris. Shall we, Mr. Sato? Yes. To the prison. That's not where I wanted to go. I went to the wrong place. I am not here. We'll read what has to come up. This really is an out-of-the-way part of London. I doubt many people find their way down this back street. This dust-ridden rented old room is where it happened then. So this is where poor Inspector Gregson lost his life. Yes, and the police are already hard at work investigating his seams. I don't see Mr. Sholmes anywhere, though. Perhaps his investigation have taken him elsewhere. Oi, what do you think you're doing there? Every one of them drawers has got to be taken right out so you can look underneath and underneath and all. I want the space above this ceiling checked, and don't forget to look inside the chimney stack too. Blimey, ain't you lot never gone over a house looking for dough when the owners are out of town? Gina's obviously got some unique investigating techniques she wants everyone to adopt. Oh, so you've turned up at last. Mind you, I ain't been here long in myself. Hello again, Gina. Sholmes only just left. You're lucky you missed that. Went prancing around in here pointing at stuff and flicking that hat of his at the... and then just scampered. Oh, he's finished investigating already, you mean? Yeah, he didn't stop to say nothing to no one, not even me. Gina, would you mind if we investigated too? Listen, Otto. You're a lawyer, right? Yes. Why? Well, you're not thinking of trying to help the Reaper bloke, are you? Oh, poor Gina. She's never going to forget, is she? That trial will haunt her forever. Gina, if you don't mind me saying, if Lord Van Zieks really is responsible for his crime, he will be duly and fairly judged in court. I suppose you're right, yeah. Go on then, Otto. Go get investigating. I want to know the truth about what really happened here. Thank you, Gina. I'll be back, though. I meant to go to the prison. This man is just chilling. There he is, Lord Van Zieks behind bars. So it's true, he really was arrested. He's sitting with his back onto to the wall, reading something. I don't think he's noticed. Lord Van Zieks. Fancy meeting you here. The last place on Earth I'd like to be, with the last person on Earth I'd like to see. Couldn't very well not come. We heard what happened, that Inspector Gregson was... Go home. This has nothing to do with you. But... Forgive me, Lord Van Zieks, but I must disagree. Inspector Gregson was very helpful to us on a number of occasions. We're indebted to him. At the very least, we owe it to him to find out the truth about his death. You must help us with our investigation, please. There's really nothing I could tell you. What were you just reading at the back of the cell there? Was it something related to the case? This. The Yard isn't quite so cavalier with its information as to share case details with the suspect. This is a letter from an old acquaintance. Oh, who might that be? Someone you know as it happens. Albert Harebrain. Of course, yes. I keep forgetting they went to the same university. And I would like to read my correspondence in peace, so let's get this over with, shall we? What is it you want to know? Strange. I mean, let's face it, Lord Van Zieks never minces his words. But they seem to have less bite than usual somehow. What happened? Can you at least tell us your side of the story, Lord Van Zieks? What happened? How much do you already know? We know that the inspector was shot dead in a small rented room on Fresno Street, and that you were found there by the police when they arrived on the scene and immediately arrested. We were told that there was nobody else in the room and that some witnesses heard the gunshot. Then you're well informed. And there's really nothing I can add. The truth is, I don't know what happened myself. But the gunshot, obviously you didn't fire the gun, did you? I'm not in the habit of shooting the people I work alongside. I also heard that, the noise, however. Before I had the chance to investigate, I was apprehended by the arriving officers. So he doesn't actually know what happened. If I might ask, what were you doing in that place to begin with? I don't need to answer that. Oh? After all, you're not representing me. He is going to need a lawyer, though. Good defense. Who is going to be representing you in court, Lord Van Zieks? Anyone other than you, I should imagine. Huh. Would I be right in assuming that you have no representation as yet? Defense lawyers shy away from any trial involving the Reaper, as I'm sure you know. But this is different. In my career, all the defendants I prosecuted, only 19 have ever been acquitted. Of them, 16 subsequently died in mysterious circumstances. Questions will be asked now. Surely not. I assure you, no defense lawyer will want to touch me with the end of the barge pole. But you didn't actually have anything to do with those people's death, did you? It's been 10 years now that I've been known as the Reaper of the Bailey. Believe me, nobody wants to know the true identity of the killer more than I. However, it seems things may come to a head before I have the chance to uncover the truth about that. What does he mean by that? Professor Harebrain's letter. After the trial, Professor Harebrain was supposed to go straight back to Germany, I thought. It's a letter to inform me of his safe arrival at home. I arranged his passage by sea and rail. It's a relief, I must say. He should now be beyond the reaches of the Reaper. Because the Reaper doesn't follow people abroad, you mean? Yes, so it seems. Your stooped little Nipponese friend, for example. You told me he was keeping well in Japan when I inquired the other day. Yes, that's right. He's an Arthur now, happily working in Tokyo. So Professor Harebrain is safely back in Germany now. He is. That's good. Now we go to Fresno straight after this one. Ooh, we're gonna have a lot of information. So it appears our conversation has run dry. There was a 2-second silence, that's all. Well, in any event, if you'll excuse me now, I wouldn't like to detain you. I was wondering, Lord Van Zieks, if you'd like, I'd be happy to advocate for you. You trust me. You trust me, do you? Yes. I've heard you speak many times in court, I've seen how you treat people, so I'm quite sure that you would never have taken another's life. It's just, my feelings can't be used as evidence in a court of law, sadly. It's a very gracious offer, however. I trust no one. What? Not the police, not the judiciary, and not you Nipponese. But please! I have no intention of engaging your services. The chasm between us is just too wide and too deep, it seems. I'd appreciate it if you don't visit again. Then neither of us will waste any more time. And there he goes, back to reading. Perhaps we need to dig a little deeper and find out more about Lord Van Zieks and what happened to Inspector Gregson. Mind you, we still have the case of the missing warder, in quotes. So there's him. Alright, let's see. Pan right. Let's do examine. Pan right to examine the rope. This? It is rope. So I suppose this is where the victim... That's right. The rope is laid out around the body to show exactly how it was found. Poor Inspector Gregson himself was already been taken away, and would probably be under Dr. Siv's scalpel by now if not for whatever happened last week. In the shape of the rope, it would appear that the inspector was curled up in a ball. Are you feeling alright, Mr. Naruhodo? You look like you've just seen a ghost. I know it's just a rope, but, well, it conjures up quite a terrifying image, that's all. Especially with the bloodstain next to it. Oh, I do understand. In some ways, what we picture in our minds can be even worse than reality. Sada-san is so strong, though, she's taken this far better than I am. Okay, we got the rope part. Examine the red wig. Ever since we came in here, I can't take my eyes off this thing. Oh, funnily enough, neither can I. It's a hairpiece, isn't it? It is. A bright red hairpiece. And I suppose the fact that it's right there next to where the body was found means we have to accept that Inspector Gregson wore wigs, does he? Does it? And it's such a flame-colored red, too. Yes, that's a color that's a color we've come across very recently elsewhere, isn't it? Exactly. It is a vital clue, I'm sure of it. The red hairpiece was found. Alright. Examine red hairpiece, red hair, examine the gun. It's presumably the murder weapon then. Oh my. It is real, I suppose. I think so. Guns are so rare in Japan, I really know very little about them. There's one way to know for sure, Mr. Naruhodo. Fire a shot. No. If I did that, I'd be looking for a skilled lawyer to represent me in court. Slightly safer just to ask someone who might know, I think. Okay. Get that out the way. We examine the toy to the right. Oh, what's this? It would appear to be a little model policeman. It's rather charming, isn't it, in a way? Seeing as it's on the floor here, do you think it belonged to Inspector Gregson? It's a little hard to imagine Lord Van Zieks playing with something like this. It's only about 8 centimeters tall. It could have fallen out of someone's pocket, I suppose. I think we should record it as evidence, just in case. Yes, I agree. It is rather delightful, after all, in a way. Okay, and then there's the candle, the broken candle and stuff. The top of one of the candles in this candle holder has been completely blown off. Yes, there's wax splattered on the wall behind. Look, as though the bullet had hit it. Suppose it does seem likely that the bullet hit the candle, having first passed through the inspector's body. Now that wax on the floor. Now that wax on the wall looks like blood to me. The candelabrum, I don't know if I'm saying that right, has been entered into the court record. Where is the candle stain that they're talking about? Here? I don't know, that's it right there. I think this is like part of the wall. Let's see. Pan left. Examine the board. This looks like some sort of notice board or something. And it's absolutely covered in scraps of paper. Ah, Mr. Naruhodo, look! This you mean, it's an autopsy report. It's an autopsy report, isn't it? And these are case notes here and details of prison inmates. Yes, in fact, they're all sort of documents that only a detective could normally acquire. What on earth went on in this room? Some old newspaper cuttings. Ah, and this one here. Oh yes, an advertisement. You mean to the Red-Headed League? But why? What's it doing here? Whoever occupied this room was clearly interested in for some reason. Okay, we got the board. Then we go for the examine the frame on the table. All this. Oh, it's a photograph stand. I suppose it must be a picture of one of the Inspector Gregson's family members. Ah! Give me a second. My bad. Everyone wants to interrupt me today. I got fries though, so that's not good. Alright. What was I? What's the matter? Your eyes look like looks like they're about to pop out of your head. They are. Look, Mr. Naruhodo, quickly. Oh shit! Hmm. Nedoholdo has like a terrible memory. Why do I feel like this woman is familiar somehow? Of course she's familiar. We met her only this morning. It's Miss Vigil. Or Miss Vigil. This makes no sense. Why would there be a picture of Mrs. Vigil in here? Oh, these fights are good. What the hell? How do you manage to make that shit work? To be frank, I don't think I've ever been more stumped. Sorry to say, I have no idea either. By the way, me mentioning the random tidbit of these fries are good. I don't know how he managed to do this. It's because my dad made these fries for me, and the factor that our little oven / air fryer was like shutting down if you put it for a certain amount of time or something, you know. So I gotta ask him what he did later, so that way I could also then figure this out. All right, because these fries are good. They're bussin', you know. My lord, these fries are unequivocally fucking bussin'. All right, talk to Gino. Time like this is why I wish sometimes voice acting was already in it. I did do a new Phoenix Wright game. I hope they do full voice acting. It will be a lot. It would be a bigger gigabyte game, or you know, it would have more space needed added to it. But I think it will be worth, and especially it could really prevail like a lot of voice actors' careers for it, because there's only a certain amount of scenes in Great Ace Attorney where there's voicing in it, and even before this game, where in the last Phoenix Wright game, they I don't even think there was like voice acting besides I think in betweener scenes. I don't remember too well, but it would really benefit them, because I think the only voice lines that you would have would be, you know, hold it, objection, all this stuff like the middle in between and stuff like that. I think it would really benefit them more. Sorry, these fries are so good. All right. Do you know what was Inspector Gregson doing here in the first place? Oh, well, I want to know. It's what, half a year since I got out of the clink? That's when I decided to give up on being diving and become a detective instead. Ah yes, Mr. Sholmes twisted the inspector's arm to agree to take you on as an apprentice, didn't he? Something like that, I think. Anyway, the point is, I didn't really know much about the boss till then. But it turns out, he's a bit of a legend at the yard. Goodness, really? So I'm trying to finish these fries. Alright. They say he managed to solve some really tricky case just like that. He did. Yep. And ever since then, he started going out on all sorts of investigations, but always on his own. No one else at the yard even knows what half the cases that he's working on are apparently. That's not how it's supposed to work, is it? So what was the legendary inspector doing in a dingy little room like this? I know he had a lot of respect for the Reaper and all, and look where that landed him. Respect for the Reaper, in what way? I heard him say as much. I take my hat off to that fellow. I take my hat off to that fella. Were his words. Not how the public, the general public feels. Is it? Most people are terrified of the Reaper. Yeah, the boss said that's exactly why he respected the bloke. Didn't realize Dresden held the Reaper in quite such a high regard. It says something else to me and all, that I didn't need to worry about the Reaper, because he only goes after people what are bad. It did kind of set my mind at ease when he said that. Right. Crime scene. Alright, let me finish these fries. I got like 4 more. Good stuff. Alright. What is this place then? Does anyone live here? Apparently it's been being rented by some cove called Hugh Boone. Hugh Boone. It's sort of here today, gone tomorrow name that isn't it? Yeah, he's what we called an unidentified person. We haven't been able to get in touch with him. I see. Well, judging from appearances, I'd have to say this place hasn't been lived in for a long time, if ever. Right, all the lads from the yard piled down to get stuck into the investigation, but there's so little here, no one knew what to do with themselves. I do wonder. Yes, Mr. Sato. Well, could it be that this Hugh Boone is in fact Inspector Gregson himself? What? How could that be? Well, if he was investigating on his own, it's quite possible that this was in fact some kind of secret office of his. I never even considered that. Nice work, Suze. We're actually following a line of inquiry like that ourselves. You are. If you look around the room, you'll see there's a few things that hint at it. You should really investigate the place in detail. Did I get everything? Got the frame, the calabrum, the gun, the toy, the wig. Yeah, I think we got and the rope. Yeah, we got everything from here. Alright, the incident. I see, that's where the board inspector was found, over there. Yeah, that's right. They said it was a single bullet what did him in. Apparently the bullet went right through him and struck the candle tree on the wall. Ah, yes, it's blown one of the candles apart completely. And the gun used is there on the floor. It's the Reaper's, isn't it? No denying it. What? Really? How do you know that? Take it easy. I don't know what to do with myself when you stare at me with them big wide eyes. I'm only saying what I've heard. I don't know much about guns myself. But there's some big-wig lawman or whatever who said so. Why don't you ask him? Big-wig lawman, is it? Anyway, Fresno Street runs along under that window there. There were some street sellers just outside who heard the gunshot. Oh, but I don't recall seeing anybody outside. Yeah, they've all been taken down the yard for questioning. That's why. We're talking about the yards under inspector here after all. They'll be getting a grilling. I think we might be able to speak with those street sellers ourselves. I doubt it. The lads at the yard will just want to know what you're snooping for, and you'll be up for the grilling and all. So we can interview the witnesses then, Shane. What? That is done for this. Is there anything that happens when we're done with the conversation? After examining the scene and speaking with Gina... Okay, so I guess we just move. You made a good time. I took an express train back to London. I can hear Lord Strongheart, can you? Yes, it sounds as though he's talking to someone. Ah. Is everything in place? I had a private compartment on the train so I could check all the paperwork. It's Kazuma-sama. Ah, your timing is impeccable. It is. No doubt you have heard the sickening news About the Reaper's latest devilry. Yes. I'm sure you don't believe it, of course, though, Lord Strongheart. That Lord Van Zieks could have done such a thing to Inspector Gregson. I believe only in the facts. And the facts in this case point to one thing. The unavoidable accusal of Lord Van Zieks for this crime. We must bring charges against the Reaper for taking the life of our legendary detective. Oh no, surely not. In a truly regrettable situation, tomorrow the Forensic Science Symposium finally begins. At the very least, though, we can show the world our justice system's swift and equitable process. So does that mean the trial is tomorrow? Precisely. In fact, this is a fine opportunity for introductions. Kazuma. Ah, but of course, you're already acquainted, aren't you? Mr. Asogi here will be present at tomorrow's proceedings. Leading the prosecution. Wait, what? Kazuma. As I'm sure you're aware, he's a very capable practitioner of law. Kazuma-sama. Oh. Him posing in the background, aura farming. A prosecutor. Kazuma's just fucking aura farming. Look at him. Tomorrow's trial. I'm sure you can imagine that tomorrow's trial will be closely followed all over London. In fact, no, people all over the Empire will be watching closely to see how it unfolds. There's no salvation for anyone in the trial prosecuted by the Reaper of the Bailey, and now, the Reaper himself must stand in the dock. Quite so, the public want answers about the Reaper. Answers about how and why those who escaped conviction subsequently died mysterious deaths. But Lord Van Zieks denies any involvement in such matters. And there have been thorough investigations that have proven him to be innocent. That's certainly true. Or it has been, at least until now. No, tomorrow's trial will mark the start of a new chapter in our country's great jujutsu history. Prosecutor Asogi. So, Kazuma will be prosecuting tomorrow. That's right. But, he's a defense lawyer, Lord Strongheart. Accomplished young law practitioners cannot pick and choose their roles. And imagine what it will mean for the prosecution to know the strategies commonly employed by the defense. A devastating combination, wouldn't you say? Wouldn't you agree? Absolutely. I have no doubt that, at all that Kazuma will be razor sharp as a prosecutor. Well, why Kazuma-sama? There are surely many other highly skilled prosecutors in Great Britain. It was a personal request. I asked to be assigned to the trial. You asked for this? But why? It'll all become clear tomorrow. I'm guessing you intend to stand for the defense, don't you? Although, the Reaper appears to be turning down all offers of representation. I'm surprised such a personal request would have been upheld. It seems unprecedented and quite exceptional, in fact. You are quite right, Mr. Mikotoba. Tomorrow's trial will be unprecedented and exceptional in every way. After all, the accused is one of Britain's greatest prosecutors, the pride of the Empire. It would be unwise to give the public a reason to receive it as a judiciary closing ranks. So that's why you're happy to let a foreigner handle the prosecution. Ryunosuke, let's see how your skills have been honed after practicing law in this land for as many months. Kazuma, I don't understand why you're being so hostile to me now. This isn't going to end well, my friend. For me or you. Oh yes, we noticed that there was a gun at the scene of the Inspector Gregson's death. Do you know if it belongs to Lord Van Zieks? It will be a question for the lead detective investigating the scene. Well, the thing is, she wasn't sure, so she told me I should ask somebody higher up who might know. That's right, Mr. Naruhodo, be direct. It's certainly a model that's issued to all personnel involved in law enforcement, yes. Which includes prosecutors, as I'm sure you can imagine. In that case, it could actually have belonged to the victim. No, Gregson had his gun on his person. What about Lord Van Zieks? He claims it's currently not in his possession. What? According to his story, he lost it. In short, it's more than a little suspicious. But just because the gun in question is the same type as the defendant's is no proof that it's actually his. No, of course not. Nevertheless, the situation is grave for Lord Van Zieks. Now we can examine this man here. I'm sorry for all the worry I've caused you, but it'll be alright now. Has your memory completely returned? Yes, completely. I remember everything. Including what I was coming here to do. Right. Kazuma-sama, I can't tell you how happy I am to see you alive and well like this. But, how did you come to be here in London when you were suffering from amnesia? It was the voice. This past year, I've been hearing it in my head constantly, saying the same thing over and over. Go to London, that's where your destiny awaits. Yo, Kazuma's kind of brolic. You see the suit he's wearing and the fucking, like, the muscles popping out? It was the voice that guided me here to London. I'm sorry for what happened. Anyway, my memory might have returned to me, but there's something that won't return to the way it was before, huh? What do you mean? I'm a prosecutor now, so I'm sure our paths will cross again very soon. Doesn't look like we're going to glean much more here. Alright. Well, thank you very much, Lord Strongheart. Remember, tomorrow's trial will go down in the Empire's history. There's much you could learn from the public gallery. Sorry to have taken up so much of your time. Well, we'll see ourselves out. Oh, this is Hold It. Before you go, Ryunosuke. Oh, what is it, Kazuma? I just wanted to thank you. Kazuma-sama, what? You took my determination to heart and brought it with you over the ocean to my steed. And you carried out my role into perfection. You always were intent on studying British law in order to change our own justice system. It was your dream, and Mr. Naruhodo didn't want that to die with you. Yes, but I had another purpose for coming here. Oh? I actually have a favor to ask, which is, the trial I'll be prosecuting tomorrow. I'd like you to be there to see how it ends. Right in front of me, as the defense counsel. Why? What's all this about? I know you have what it takes. But Lord Van Zieks would never put his faith in my hand. On the contrary, he recognizes your talent. He does. Not easy to see behind the facade sometimes. Here, have a look at this. That's Lord Van Zieks and Inspector Gregson. In the photograph that must have been taken some time ago by the look of it. And who's the third person? That's his brother, probably. It was displayed very prominently in the detective's office. In Gregson's office, you mean? Yes. What I'm trying to say is, if you really think you can trust the Reaper, you might find that some straight talking makes him take a different view. Take it. Alright. I don't understand. Why are you giving me this? Just hurry, Ryunosuke. Visiting hours at the prison are almost over. What are you doing, Kazuma? Alright, move. Alright, the last part of this section, and then we'll go into the trial right after. Lord Van Zieks is still reading that letter. We've been gone quite some time, though. Either he's an incredibly slow reader, or it's an incredibly long letter. Might even be able to read English faster than he can. I was intending to ignore you entirely. But I can't turn a deaf ear to such an insulting Nipponese. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't think you'd hear that. Had the case notes brought to me in secret. I was reading them to pass the time. Yes, we heard that your trial is set for tomorrow. Which is none of your business. So, have you found a lawyer? How many times must I reiterate the same thing? This has nothing to do with you. In other words, no. We were just talking to Lord Strongheart, and the prosecutor for your trial has been decided. I expect nothing less. No, I have no idea who it is. It's going to be Kazuma Asogi. Asogi? That made the color drain from his face. Hi Ren, I haven't been able to be here because of school. Oh, good. I hope school is doing. I hope you're doing good in school. As you can see, I'm still stuttering, but hopefully everything's going well for you. And and it's okay. You can drop by anytime. It's not like I'm demanding you to be here. Any type of support, I appreciate in any way. I made the color drain from his face. Well then. It seems I'm going to have to engage in conversation with you again after all. Yeah, but before we do, I have a photo to give you. Lord Venzix, we came by this old photograph. Where did you get that? It was taken when I became it was taken when I became qualified prosecutor. It's almost unbelievable. I assumed it was long lost. Is the man on the left there? Yes, that's my brother, Clint. The details of Gregson's photograph have been updated to the court record. It had to be, really. Okay, after this, it's just conversation all the way with whatever he has on his terms. Alright. Apparently, this picture was prominently displayed in Gregson's office. He had a deep respect for you, you know. Were you aware of that? Respect? That's nonsense. No, we heard someone attest to it very clearly. Inspector Gina Lestrade, no less. Well, maybe once, yes. There was a time things were like that. We were brothers in arms, jovially discussing the future of justice and other such lofty subject matter. That was a nice glimpse of the past, I thank you. I feel as though I got a nice glimpse of the past then too. It was a glimmer of light in his eyes, a brief twinkle. An insight into the true nature of the man known to all as the Stone Cold Reaper of the Bailey. Alright. Now we can converse with him. 10 years ago, my older brother, who was the director of prosecution at the time, was murdered. And the killer, as you know, was a visiting student from the Far East. Not a single day goes by when I don't curse the name Asogi. Genshin Asogi was Kazuma-sama's father. So what cruel twist of fate is this now, 10 years later? The man's son is to crucify me in some kangaroo court. Still don't understand why Lord Strongheart apprenticed Kazuma to you. It's what he does. No doubt he knew the young man's true identity from the outset. What could he have been hoping to achieve? And let's not forget that it was only 8 days ago that Kazuma recovered from his amnesia. Why would Lord Strongheart assign this trial to somebody like that? Sogi. That name is the very epitome of my bane. The bane that is your Nipponese. Right, your hatred of all Japanese. Of all us Japanese. The Nipponese bane. I'd only just been appointed as a prosecutor when it happened 10 years ago. My brother Clint, the director of prosecution, was hunting down a mass murderer. The so-called professor. Assigned to the investigation as his partner was a certain visiting student dispatched from Scotland Yard. And that was Genshin Asogi. Exactly. I developed a deep respect for the man. He seemed noble-minded and chivalrous in the extreme to me, but none of us saw the true nature of the man. So I lost everything when it happened. My esteemed brother, the people I believed in, and any semblance of right prevailing over wrong. Oh, how awful. To avenge my brother, I prosecuted Asogi's trial. It wouldn't ordinarily have been allowed, but I belanguered the ascribed prosecutor until they consented. What do you mean by the ascribed prosecutor? The man in charge of the Professor Case inquiry, Lord Mael Strongheart. Wait, what? Lord Strongheart? He was a highly accomplished prosecutor, but he agreed to relinquish the trial to me and act as my advisor instead. Since that time, he's the one person to whom I felt indebted. I'm sure he must have seen your zeal for the case and recognized your potential as a prosecutor. Anyway, time passed, but then earlier this year, who should arrive in London but you? Ah, and of all things, as a lawyer. I felt your animosity the first time I've ever faced you in the courtroom. Your obvious deep loathing of us Japanese. I kept telling myself it was illogical. But for so many years, that hatred has festered inside me. I could no longer control it. And I can understand why, now I know the history. But in the same way that I've long felt the Nipponese to be the bane of my life, to Kazuma Sogi I am the bane of his, the reaper who sent his father to the gallows. He's looking for revenge, and he intends to take it in court tomorrow. I wouldn't agree with that. I don't know if you were there when he cut the wax in half. Just saying. Gregson's transfer to the Paris police prefecture had finally been arranged for the coming month, but he'll never make it to France now. It's a tragedy. Oh yes. Come to think of it, he did mention something about that, didn't he? I wonder, does it happen often? Being transferred internationally, I mean. It's the first time I've ever encountered it. Oh. The Paris police welcoming an English detective is almost inconceivable. I can't imagine what kind of magic Gregson must have worked to put that arrangement in place. Sounds like that mystery has even the Reaper perplexed. I'm afraid to say that we were very ignorant about Inspector Gregson's standing. We hear that he was considered something of a legend at Scotland Yard. Again, it was 10 years ago that he first made a name for himself, by uncovering a decisive piece of evidence that exposed the professor's identity. If it wasn't for Gregson's singular approach to the case, the discovery would never have been made. What sort of approach? After my brother's life was taken, the inspector pushed for a full autopsy. Oh my, 10 years ago. Why is that so surprising? Autopsy was considered this discretion of the body, at the time and rarely performed. And my brother was of course noble. That made the idea of even more unthinkable. But something Gregson had dug up in his investigation made him determined it was necessary. His powerful conviction somehow influenced the House of Lords, and as a result, I could avenge my brother's death. But you must have had great confidence in the inspector's abilities then. And it's even more inconceivable that you would have taken his life. Inspector Gregson. Your gun. About the gun you used to shoot the inspector that was found at the scene. Ah yes, that's not mine. Really? Because common opinion seems to be that it is. What do you expect me to say to that? Lord Strongheart informs us that you claim to have misplaced your firearm. As embarrassing as that is, I'm afraid it's true. When did you lose it then? That, I don't know. Oh. I was issued with the revolver when I first became a prosecutor 10 years ago. I must have stored it somewhere, I suppose, or left it somewhere perhaps. You have something in common with Lord Van Zieks after all. Mr. Naruhodo, a talent for misplacing things. No. This has nothing to do with me. Don't drag me into it. Don't make the mistake of associating me with this Nipponese. Oh dear. The rift is very wide, isn't it? There's not decisive evidence clearly, but it doesn't look good, that's for sure. Alright, that's the last conversation log for this whole thing. That was like 2 hours of this whole thing. Even with interruptions, I think I would still be like 2 hours in. Mr. Naruhodo? Oh? That's the first time he's ever used my actual name. I lost all confidence in my country's justice system. I don't trust the police, the judiciary of lawyers, or lawyers. But there's still one thing I'm willing to believe in. What's that? That which you see in the eyes of another across a courtroom. A simple determination to know the truth. Lord Van Zieks. From the very first time we clashed in the Bailey almost a year ago now, I couldn't deny it, even though I dearly wish I could. Here's a loathsome Nymphonese who has absolute integrity as a lawyer. Or, I think I was wrong. No, it was integrity, okay. There are only 2 other men I've known with the same look in their eyes. My brother, Clint, and Genshin Osogi. The man he idolized and the man who betrayed his trust in the most hideous way. When you showed me that photograph just now, it reminded me. You mean this photograph? Back then I was able to laugh. I was free of the shackles of mistrust and that plague me now. I looked to the future with hope. Since then, I protected myself against betrayal by refusing to trust anyone. But at times, the mire in which I've sunk. Into which I've sunk myself, it's almost impossible to breathe. I'm so sorry. So, Mr. Naruhodo, I want to believe in that look in your eyes. I need to believe in it. In tomorrow's trial, will you advocate for me? Of course I will. I would be my honor. I'm so pleased, Mr. Naruhodo. Then my life is in your hands. Alright. For Lord Van Zieks, that must have been an incredibly hard thing to ask, which is why I simply cannot let the man down. Tomorrow, in the Old Bailey, against my old friend Kazuma. We're jumping right into that. To be continued. Now! As long as I'm still on schedule to how I want to organize this whole thing, yeah. Yes, please. This part might be an hour. We'll see. There's the old familiar feeling again. The crushing pressure of the historic courthouse. Actually, oops. Actually, no, it's a little different today. There's an even more menacing tension in the air. There's a menacing tension in the air here today, isn't there, I suppose? Yes, I think so. It can only be the result of the menacing appearance of the defendant. A little more courtesy, if you please. Oh my, I do apologize. However, you're certainly not mistaken that this trial is far from ordinary. What do you mean? I'm not privy to the details, however. I understand that no jury has been selected. A trial without a jury? Well, that's just like a trial of the professor 10 years ago. A closed court. Good morning, my dear fellows. Mr. Sholmes. Have you made note of my hair, Mr. Naruhodo? An outright victory for science, you must agree. To be perfectly honest, so much happened yesterday that, well, I completely forgot about your little hair problem. What to one man is a little hair problem, is to another of a day of drinking dubious potion after dubious potion. You have no idea how my stomach ails me this morning. Oh dear, how awful for you. I'm afraid you only have yourself to blame, Mr. Sholmes. And good morning to you, Mr. Reaper. I'm delighted to see you looking so full of vim. And you. I see London's celebrated great detective is as active as ever. Oh, you exaggerate, my dear fellow, compared to my paltry engagements with a few trivial cases. The Reaper's overbearing presence is as far greater deterrent to the black roots of crime in our capital. And whilst I may not agree with your methods, there is at least one point on which I would readily commend you. What an honor, and that would be? Your eye for a good lawyer, sir. Mr. Sholmes. After all, behind this lawyer there's a very great mind. My own. What are you trying to say? I wish only to say that you should be prepared for quite a trial, Mr. Reaper. Sorry to barge in. Gina? What's that on her arm? It's a mourning band, I suppose. Father, shouldn't you be at the symposium? It's been postponed, so I have some free time. Decided to come along with the police inspector to see our country's up-and-coming student in action. I should be very interested to see the fruits of your studies over the past year. Well, it's an honor to have you here. Let's hope there are some fruits to see. Odo? Oh, yes, Gina. Why do you agree to this, eh? Why do you take him on? This Reaper bloke, everyone says it was him. What? What killed the boss? I'm sorry, Gina, but I just don't believe that. Well, if it weren't him, who was it? I don't know that yet. I don't care who calls him what. The Reaper's just a name. He's just a person at the end of the day. And if it turns out it was him who killed the boss, then God help him. Fiery eyes indeed. Yes, the culprit deserves every ounce of your loathing. Eh? At least that may be some solace to the deceased. Please, Odo. Get whoever did this for the boss. Oh, Gina. I hate feeling this useless, but there's nothing I can do. So you gotta find who done this and make the wretch pay. I will try, Gina. Counsel of defense and the defendant. Court will be in session shortly. May your way into the courtroom at once, please. Alright then, here we go. It's time, Mr. Naruhodo. Lord Van Zieks. One who lost his treasured brother to mass murder. Oh, you know what I forgot to do? Well, I mean, we're not there yet, but still, it'll be the perfect time to do it. One who lost his treasured father in a foreign court of law. And one who lost the man who helped her escape this situation. Oh my god. All the misfortune, all that pain, all course to collide headlong in this trial. It's time to shine a light on all these dark events. And whatever truth is unrevealed, we're going to have to look it straight in the eye. My table. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare the court to be in session. We are here to conduct a fair and just trial of the defendant, Baruch Van Zieks. Counsel of Defense and Prosecution, are you ready to begin? The defense is ready, my lord. The prosecution is more than ready. Oh, Kazuma-sama. I've been wishing to see you in court again for so long. It feels, but I never pictured it happening like this. I never thought I'd be facing you behind the prosecution bench. The so-called Reaper of the Bailey has been a Scrooge like no other, undermining Her Majesty's justice system. Today, we must uncover the truth behind whatever. In other words, this trial is going to be a lot more far-reaching than Inspector Gregson's murder. Truth revealed by these proceedings may have unprecedented repercussions throughout the judiciary. Accordingly, they are to be conducted as a closed trial with no members of the public present, by Her Majesty's direct orders. How would that work, my lord? The burden of all arbitration and adjudication falls onto my shoulders. Therefore, as you will see, the jurors' bench shall remain vacant today. If no members of the public are present, might I ask who is currently occupying the gallery, my lord? They are members of the judiciary, here to witness proceedings and ensure the equitable trial. Members of the judiciary. Oh my, there's very unusual trials already. There is of course another unprecedented aspect of these proceedings on which I must elaborate. The counsels for the prosecution and the defense are both aliens of Great Britain. I believe it takes an outsider to see the truth sometimes. And as I stand here in this courtroom now, I'm quite certain. This is the reason why I had to come to Britain. Kazuma. Very well, let us commence proceedings. Prosecutor Asogi, your opening statement if you please. Certainly, my lord. Certainly, my lord. The incident took place on 1st November at just after 5 o'clock in the afternoon. The location was a building of flats on Fresno Street on the outskirts of the city. The victim's body was discovered there in an old single-room rental property. Yes, Inspector Tobias Gregson. A name known very well indeed into this court. Not least for his miraculous resolution of one of this country's grimmest cases 10 years ago. The professor case. How sure are you about the time of the incident? Several witnesses on the street outside heard the gunshot and all have reported the same time. Yes, that's what Gina told us too. There were a number of witnesses. I have here a plan of the room. The victim was found curled up in one corner. Believed that he was shot from the front of the point-blank range and died instantly. How was the range been determined? There were scorch marks around the entry room. Such marks are caused by the gunpowder used to fire the bullet. But powder hot enough to leave scorch marks is only injected a few inches beyond the end of the barrel. In other words, it only happens when the target is at point-blank range. I see, yes. Thank you for the detailed explanation, Counsel. The murder weapon was found lying beside the victim. Have you managed to ascertain the owner of this firearm? No, my lord. Not conclusively. Bravo, Kazuma-sama, for not trying to use the gun as evidence when its provenance can't be proven. Furthermore, my lord, as I've explained, the revolver was fired at an extremely close range. The bullet passed through the victim and struck the wall behind him. There was a candelabrum mounted on the wall, and the tip of one of the candles in it was found to have been blown up by the projectile. We noticed that too, didn't we? Yes, that's right. Thank you for the thought report, Counsel. The setting of this crime is clear to me. You will submit the plan of your crime scene as evidence, please. As you wish, my lord. Is this Fresno Street room Inspector Gregson's private abode? No, my lord. The room is rented to a Mr. Hugh Boone. But there is a precious little furniture. There's precious little furniture inside, and it is generally in a poor state of repair. So what on earth was Gregson even doing there? Presumably he was investigating some case or other. When a policeman was informed of the gunshot from witnesses and rushed to the scene, he found only the deceased inspector and the accused standing alongside holding the revolver. The attending officer arrested the accused on the spot. You know what this kind of sounds familiar to? The case with Edgeworth. The D10? No, forgot what it was called. D9? Or D12? I forgot what it was called. But, that case pretty much where he just picks up the gun after the guy shot and was like, what? So the details of the case are clear. In that case, the prosecution would like to call its first witness. A name, please, counsel. Naturally, the accused himself. Lord Van Zeeks! As a prosecutor, he believes in the oath of office he's taken and will be compelled to tell the truth. Very well, let the defendant take the witness stand. So, witness, state your name and occupation for the court. Baruch Van Zeeks, Old Bailey prosecutor. I presume, Lord Van Zeeks, that you heard Prosecutor Asogi's opening whatever. I did. It is alleged that you were found at the scene of the crime, and that you were arrested by the arriving police officer. Can you confirm this? Yes, my lord. Then I'm sure the court would like to hear you explain some things away. Namely, why you were there in the room on Fresno Street at the time in question, and what exactly took place. I intend to explain away nothing. I will simply tell the truth. I must say, Lord Van Zeeks, I never imagined this day would come, or rather, I didn't want to imagine it would come, but since you became known as the Reaper, a part of me has been dreading it. Your formal testimony, then, witness. I was investigating Gregson, and my inquiries had led me to that address. When I first entered the room that day, it was dark inside and I saw no one. A moment later, I heard the gunshot. I spun around and saw the revolver on the floor. Just as I picked up the firearm up to examine it, the door flew open and I heard a man scream. It was only then that the body of Inspector Gregson appeared before me. Wait, it wasn't there? That testimony, the whole truth. It was. So, you heard the shot being fired in a room with no living occupants, and moments later a corpse somehow appeared before your eyes. Is that it? You're right, you haven't explained away anything. In fact, that would barely qualify as an excuse. Thought you were my mute apprentice. Yet it turns out you have a way with words, Prosecutor Asogi. It appeared to be a singular tale indeed. Singular isn't the word, it's laughable. What's got into Kazuma? He's not behaving like himself at all. Very well then. Counsel, you may begin your cross-examination. Yes, my lord. Alright, we're gonna pop up everything we can. You were investigating the inspector. What on earth for? I'm not at liberty to say. Sorry? I'd identified a distinct possibility that Gregson was involved in a case I was investigating. Regrettably, though, he was killed before I could secure the proof I needed. It is the court to understand, then, that on the day in question you followed the victim to the scene. No, I was privy to his movements in advance. How? I stole into his office in the yard and consulted his diary. The address on Fresno Street was noted in the 5 p.m. entry. You illegally entered a man's office. In Japan, that alone would constitute a very serious offense. As it does in Great Britain, I assure you. Is that not the case, Lord Van Zeeks? I was aware of the possible consequences. So, in summary, you were investigating the victim, and yet, you refused to tell the court why. I didn't realize British prosecutors enjoyed such freedom to choose what to divulge under oath. Why did I ever think I could defend this man? Had you ever been to the address before? No, never. I only learned of the place as a result of my investigations into Gregson's activities. There was no light inside when I entered, so it was all but impossible to make out anything. But at 5 p.m. the sun would only just have gone down. It would still have been reasonably light outside. The room has a window, but it was boarded shut. Very little light found its way in the room from outside, so it was extremely murky inside. I wouldn't have noticed if the victim was already lying on the floor. There was no artificial light in the room, you say. You're quite sure? I'm quite sure that the part of the room where the body was found was very dark. I have a feeling there was a small oil lamp burning on the desk, though I couldn't say for certain. Look, Mr. Naruhodo. It's right there. There's a small desk in the room just here. Yes, I remember, and there was an oil lamp on it, as well as the framed photograph. When I entered the room, I closed the door behind me. I started towards the desk to investigate. And what did you find? Nothing. I never actually reached the desk. So, who fired the gun? I have no idea. I didn't see anybody else in the room. But you say it was very dark in there. Yes, that's right. All I can tell you is, I didn't sense another's presence. Aha, then could it be that the gunshot actually originated from somewhere outside the room? No, that's out of the question. Oh? Without a doubt, the sound emanated from inside the room. I could smell the gunpowder. This is going from bad to worse. And you say that's the point at which you noticed the revolver on the floor. Correct. And I foolishly picked it up. That was carelessness on my part. Presumably then, the gunshot you heard came from the firearm that someone hastily took in your arms. Or hands. In point of fact, my lord, I believe it did not. What? The barrel of the revolver I picked up was cold, and there was no smell of spent powder. But then, where on earth is the gun that was fired? Whilst I would like to oblige you with an answer, I'm afraid I can't. I too would dearly like to know that. Ugh. Man, you say? One of the witnesses, I presume. That's right. One of the street merchants working on the Fresno Street. Who are these merchants? A number of them had set up their stalls directly beneath the boarded window of the crime scene. A matchseller, a newsmonger, and a peddler. They've all given statements saying they heard the gunshot, and without a thought of danger, they ran inside to see what had happened. Yes, Gina told us about that yesterday, didn't she? They burst through the door with some force, it would seem. They did, and almost gave me a heart attack in the process. We were supposed to be the Reaper. The first man to come in immediately noticed a revolver in my hand and fled. Policeman patrolling the Fresno Street heard the commotion, and was able to arrest the accused shortly after the incident occurred. Anyway, the man's scream drew my attention in that direction. What do you mean by that? What do you mean by that? In what way did the body appear? I honestly can't explain it, but it's the truth. As far as I was concerned, the body hadn't. Oh my god. As far as I'm concerned, the body hadn't been there until that point, and then suddenly there it was. Did you perhaps hear the sound of the victim falling to the ground just beforehand? Yeah, at that moment, what I heard was the sound of the door flying open and the scream of a man who came inside first, nothing more. I see. After the man fled, I examined the body. I was stunned to find that it was Gregson. Most curious circumstances indeed. How the inspector was killed or how his body seemed to appear out of nowhere, I have no idea. Surely the court has heard enough. My lord, the cross-examination has clearly revealed that the accused Baruch Van Zeeks is lying on multiple fronts. What is that supposed to mean? Good gracious, counsel. The defendant is lying, you say? In his testimony just now, he claims that he failed to notice the victim's body because the room was dark. That's correct. No, that's impossible. As proven by the candelabrum, how does that prove anything? If you examine the tip of the long candle, you can see it had been blown off by a powerful impact. One would assume that the projectile from the firearm passed through the victim and struck the candle. The problem comes when you consider the other two candles, which are clearly on a different length. Yes, I can see that only the candle that appears to have been struck by the bullet is long. We could reasonably expect someone to have lit all three candles together, which begs the question of why only one has ended up longer than the others. That must be because the particular candle was extinguished when the others were still burning. That's right. When the candle was hit by the bullet, it obviously went out. But the other two candles would still have been burning, so the fact is, the victim's body would have been illuminated by the light still thrown by the candelabrum. And the accuser's claim that he couldn't see the body clearly contradicts those facts. now to the next lie. There's more. The accused claims never to have visited the scene of the crime before. That's the truth. In that almost empty room, the police discovered something very unusual. A board covered from top to bottom in police documents and newspaper cuttings. Yes, that's right, we saw it too. It goes without saying that the contents of the police documents cannot be divulged. However, they included a number of reports from various historical cases, the oldest of which was from 10 years ago. 10 years ago, this is starting to sound familiar. And there is a common thread linking all of the documents on the board. Indeed, what is the common thread, Counsel? They all relate to cases prosecuted in court by Baruch Van Zieks. All of them. And furthermore, all those cases are ones in which the defendant was acquitted. Good lord. Interestingly, none of those defendants are alive today, because all of them have been sent to their graves by the Reaper. Oh no. In short, that dingy little room, is a Reaper's secret hideout and his base of operations. The Reaper's hideout? And yet the Reaper would claim never to have been to his own secret hideout. No one would believe that. No, the truth is, we've been looking at this backwards. Backwards, explain, Counsel. Inspector Gregson was investigating the identity of the Reaper. When he discovered the location of the man's secret hideout, he was killed. As I'm sure everyone can imagine, by the Reaper's hands. What? What? Order. Very well, I hereby state the current opinion of the court. Baruch Van Zieks is an outstanding prosecutor who has rendered great service to his country. However, it is with deep regret that I must concur the prosecutor Soge's connection? Is that what he said? Contention. That the defendant's testimony exhibits a number of stark inconsistencies with the known facts. All I have done is state the truth as I know it. Kazuma's done a brilliant job as ever. He's drawing on his experience as a defense attorney to build his prosecution case, and it's formidable. Counsel, you will submit the board that you just showed the court as evidence. I believe it will be fundamentally in establishing the facts surrounding the Reaper's existence. Thank you, my lord. And now the prosecution would like to call new witnesses to the stand. Witnesses who saw events unfold on the day in question. They were mentioned in the previous testimony too, if you remember. Yes, the street sellers who heard the gunshot and went running into the room. Very well, let the witnesses in. The defendant may step down from the witness's stand. Certainly, my lord. So, witnesses, state your names and occupations for the court. Names? We don't use names. Far too fancy for the likes of us. She's pretty. We're just free and easy. Sell what we like, live where we want to live. I give them all a vacant stare as they walk down Fresno and spin a few words into the verse for them. Would I be right in assuming that all three of you make your living by selling wares on the street? Hehe, everyone calls me gossip. I sell jaunty little tidbits to passerbys, you know? Jaunty little tidbits. Got an absolute smasher for you, sir. Right up your guinea? Your guinea? It is. 6 pence is the price and not a penny less. Wait, you're actually trying to sell it to me now? Oh, come on, sir. Don't tell me you're not interested. Try the man. Give him the money and see what it is. Pay the man, counsel. Alright. 6 pence it is. You won't regret it, sir. Now got you listening ears on. Just between us, a young couple on Slate Street have just had twins. Is that it? No, that's not it. It's gossip, in it. It wants to spread, but that's that bit's up to you and your mouth, of course. I got more, you know. Want another juicy one? 6 pence a piece it is, if you're curious. I am curious, yes, about what's going on just under the fat lip, bottom lip of yours. Namely, the unusual bruise or whatever it is that's poking out from under your collar. What about the next witness then? What name do you go by and what do you sew? Me, I'm Venus. That's what everyone calls me. Funny, isn't it? I sell these lovely little fireworks to all the local shop kids, or school kids. Alright, she got it like that. 6 pence a pop, what do you say? You weren't exaggerating with little, do they actually sell? Oh yeah, the second years can't get enough of my Venus firecrackers. Especially when I tell them that if they get 100, they could blow up the school. Oh my god. In game. Not the most savory of ideas, young lady. What do you say then, eh? Want to part with 6 pence for a pop? Wait, what? You want me to buy one? Tell you what, I'll let you in on a little secret. If you get 100 of them, you could blow up the whole courtroom. How about we don't? Try the woman. Give her the money and see if she's right. Pay the woman, counsel. Alright. I'll buy one. Lovely stuff. Right then. This is something a bit extra just for you. The Venus special. Only 600 pence. 600! It's 100 of your, my regular fireworks. Nothing little about that, is there? And there's nothing little about the punishment if I blow up the Old Bailey either. And the last one is, what name do you go by and what do you sell? I'm the thinker, me. Think all sorts of thoughts, I think, therefore I am. I am, therefore I think. Because I stand there on the streets, watching the world go on about me, they call me the observer. Is being scammed? Oh, for sure. Get out of it, old man. Everyone calls you Sandwich, and you know it. So, you don't actually sell anything. A problem shared is a problem halved. As they say, I give advice, I do, and I think what it means. I don't actually sell anything, no, come to think of it. Pity. No more purchases today, please. Well, we have quite a cast here, it seems. They conduct their business on Fresno Street from morning until night, my lord. And always in the same place directly adjacent to the crime scene. I see, and thus they heard the gunshot, I suppose. Not only that, but they very bravely run inside to see what is going on and witness the crime. Bravely is the understatement. I'll be badgered. Well, I'll be beggared. I don't know how to pronounce this. I thought just between us. Minas de Milo, what am I to do? What a terrible thing I saw. What I think is, if all what we see is light and shadow playing with our eyes, and is it any of it real? My nose is being an atrocious mess right now that it's like continuously itching. Very well, the court will hear the formal testimony of these 3 witnesses now. You will describe in detail what you witnessed and heard at the time of the incident. No wonder this part is fucking long. It's because these guys are yapping. We saw the whole thing from the start to finish. We did everything from the moment they went into the building. It was less than a minute after the Reaper had gone inside that we all heard a big bang. Seems to me that quick to talk is quick to walk. Gossip couldn't wait to go and see what had happened. I ran into the room and there he was, the Reaper, gun in hand, standing over the dead body. I was scared half to death, me, so I ran up to find a copper. If these witnesses were there the whole day and saw everything, who did they see going inside the building? Only the victim, Inspector Gregson, and the accused Berg Van Zeeks. I've seen pictures of that Reaper in the paper. I know what he looks like. Just between us, folk love stories like this. I've made myself a titty sum already. But wait, the room was just one of several flats in the building. Someone from another flat could have done it. All those flats on Fresno Street are unoccupied. Of course they are. They're small, damp, dirty, and expensive to boot. The room in which the inspector was found is the only property in the building that's currently leased. And we know the leaseholder's name, don't we? It's Hugh Boone. The testimony to the court has just heard would appear to leave little room for doubt. It's becoming increasingly difficult to see how anyone other than the defendant could have committed the crime. No. Thank you for the condor, my lord. Condor, my lord. Counsel to the defense, you may proceed to cross-examine the witness. Yes, my lord. In a closed court like this without a jury, the judge is the only person whose opinion matters. I have to break down the testimony somehow. Easy. Alright, press first statement. When you say they, who do you mean exactly? Inspector Gregson and the defendant, Lord Van Zieks. I suppose so. The like of us don't know the names of the high and mighty. But I'll tell you one thing. It was the old Reaper and that went in last. That's for sure and certain. Just behind Inspector Gregson, did they arrive at the same time as each other? No, not at all. The first fellow must have gone inside a good 15 minutes before we heard the gunshot. The victim arrived 15 minutes before. Are you sure about that? I am sure. Does it seem likely that I have forgotten a fellow with bright red hair like that, does it? Yeah, his hair really were red, weren't it? Redder than my flaming fireworks even. That the fiery red mop still burns on the inside of my eyelids, it is. Wait a minute, you're saying the man was a redhead? Weren't you listening, chum? Aye, he was a redhead and he had a big trunk with him as well. But Inspector Gregson's hair isn't red, not by any stretch of the imagination. Seems likely that the person you saw wasn't in fact Inspector Gregson at all, but some other third party. No, I hate to break it to you, but the witnesses are correct. What? You have, just have a look at this photograph of the victim taken at the scene. Yes, that's Inspector Gregson, right? And a red hairpiece. Ah, of course, we saw one on the floor when we investigated the scene, didn't we? I still refuse to believe Inspector Gregson wore a hairpiece, though. So then why on earth would he have been wearing something like that? The color does seem to suit the man, one might say. The photograph will be submitted as evidence, please, counsel. And what became of the trunk the red-headed victim was supposedly carrying? I was informed that no trunk was found at the scene. So it just disappeared. What? Do you expect us to have been watching the building every second, do you? Definitely saw him in the dock going in, though. No question about that. Alright. So then, you were the first person to arrive on the scene, is that right? That I was, kicked the door open like a professional, I did, and yelled out, "What's going on off here?" Lord Van Zieks claims that he heard a man scream, though. And was it dark inside the room? No, not dark at all. There were candles burning on the wall. Really? And there was a fellow collapsed on the floor. Just between us, it's the first thing I noticed when I got inside. Ah, I see. Even though Lord Van Zieks claims not to have seen any such lights on the wall. The next thing I noticed was someone standing right beside the body. The accused, Lord Van Zieks. That's right, the pale-faced Reaper himself. I was a little shocked, I won't deny it, but I'm no lily-livered coward. I stood my ground and gave the Reaper a cold, hard stare myself. Do you have something to add, Mr. Sandwich? There's really nothing to me. Empty in the head, I am. Just 2 slices with no middle. So I don't know what you could want with me. I think that maybe you just remembered something, having heard Mr. Gossip's last statement, I mean. What I think is, we're all nothings, really. We try to just dress ourselves up as something else, but at the end of the day, we're all just street sellers. That's enough out of you, Sandwich. Keep your trap shut now. Unless you want us to make you into a real sandwich. When he saw the Reaper, he fell clean over on his backside. That's it? Oh, you rotten badger. I told you to keep that a secret. He screamed, he did. Screamed and scrambled off all on fours. That's all I wanted to say. Mr. Gossip, is that true? The floor was dead slippery, that's why. Planted by, my hand on the filthy floor of blood, didn't I? Yuck. What? A pool of blood? But listen here, even when I was sprawled on the floor, I still kept giving the Reaper a cold hard stare, and don't you forget it. Let's just go back a little. Did you say you got blood on your hand? I did, happens to the best of us at times, doesn't it? So I was scared, so I slipped over, We can't keep it just between us, can't we? No, Mr. Gossip, I'm going to have to ask you to add that information to your formal testimony. Oh, if I must. The witness will amend his testimony to include the aforementioned details at once. Alright, let's see. Now we examine the notice board. Ah, there's a bloodstain here. Oh, what's this? It's another Hulda, look! Oh yes, it's a smudge of some kind, in fact. It looks like... It looks just like a handprint. And the color, that's blood, isn't it? Oh dear, how disturbing. Okay. So we do this, present the notice board. Whoops. Igiari! So you wiped the blood from your hand on the floor of the room. Are you quite sure about that? Well, that's what, well, what else do you expect me to have done, eh? Does it really matter? The police found no such handprint on the floor during their investigations. What exactly is the offense? If you listen, you'll find out, Prosecutor Sogi. Certainly there was no bloody handprint found on the floor. What are you trying to say? There was a handprint in blood left very clearly at the scene. On the back of the notice board. Yes, indeed. Indisputably, a handprint is in the distinctive color of blood. You're dead right. That's my right hand. I know it anywhere. What is this? The back say? I didn't read the back of his sign. The witness very definitely testified that he wiped his hand on the floor. Any handprints on the back of a board are irrelevant. Not if the board itself had fallen over onto the floor. In that case, it's quite possible for the witness's handprint to have ended up there. Just look at the floor plan of the room. The notice board was in the opposite corner of the room into the victim, and it in an upright position. Even if it had, sorry, I'm like constantly burping. Even if it had somehow been toppled and was lying on the floor at the time, it would have been a considerable distance from the body. I fell over when I came across the body, so I was basically right next to the corpse, not on the other side of the room. In other words, the defense's assertion is contradictory. Yes, it is. There's a very definite contradiction here, for which there must be a reason. I take it that you're formulated a proper hypothesis, counsel, regarding this apparent discrepancy between the witness's account and the handprint found at the scene. I have, my lord. This discrepancy between the witness's account and the location of the handprint is explained by the board moving. The real contradiction here is that the handprint itself, not where it was found. As the court can see, it's upside down. Good gracious, so it is. If the witness had put his hand against the board, the fingers should be pointing upwards. What? What does that tell us? It tells one simple fact. When the handprint was made, the board must have been lying on the floor as it previously suggested, which means that after the incident, it must have been moved. What? Ha actual hero. That's what the back of his sign says. You're claiming that somebody moved the notice board after the shooting. Then tell the court who. I don't know that yet, but the point is, when you considered all the testimony we've heard so far, we can now be very clear on one point, and that would be the position of the notice board at the time of the incident, my lord. So, counsel, I must ask you to clarify your recitation of the court. At the time of the incident, where do you maintain the notice board it was situated? Do I just put like the right side right here? Point out the spot to the right of the doorway. This is the only possible location. Immediately adjacent to the doorway. If the court could think back to the testimony given by the defendant earlier, he said that when he entered the room, it was dark and he couldn't see the body. Biek. If the notice board had been here, the body would have been completely hidden from view, and the light from the candles would have been blocked, making the room appear darker. But the accused also claims that the victim's body simply appeared before him. That's true. Or in his precise words, just as I picked up the firearm up to examine it, the door flew open and I heard a man scream. Oh, and that's when he saw the body. I don't know about calling it a scream, but he was talking about me, and no mistaken. Because it was me that kicked the door open. If you look again at the floor plan, consider what would happen if the door to the room was thrown open with force. That can't. The door struck by the notice board, knocking it over and making the victim's body visible. Good gracious. My client has told nothing but the truth. He has simply described what he saw. Ugh. This guy in the middle get up. Counsel, how has this not come to light before now? After the incident, someone must have righted the board and moved it into a position where the police, myself and my colleagues saw it when investigating the room. Witness, what have you to say for yourself? What? Me, my lord? You and your fellows were there at the scene before anybody else. It goes without saying that you must know something about the position of the notice board. Who's in the stand will testify again. You will each explain exactly what you did upon arriving at the scene of the crime. But stop looking over your glasses at me. I get the message. Okay. Last little tidbit, I think. Yep, this is the last tidbit, and we'll call it a stream. A 3-hour stream. Or up. I don't know anything about the I don't know anything about that there notice board. I just wiped my hand on it, that's all. Well, don't look at me. I haven't got a clue about it. I was doing business with some second years at the time. I don't know anything about anything. I'm just a bystander, me, just a sign at the crossroads of life. It was the Reaper, I bet. He's got a face that screams bored. I can't see how that changes anything anyway. The detective still died when we heard the gunshot. So none of you can elaborate further. Shaken by the crime they witnessed, and with only the light of few candles and an oil lamp by which to see. We can't expect the witnesses to be able to give a more precise account of what happened. That's right, yeah. If it don't pay to expect too much. The man's endless quest for knowledge, that's destroying the world. That's what I think. Do you really? In any case, as this testimony shows, even the notice board was moved by somebody following the incident. It makes no difference. When the gunshot rang out, the accused was the only person at the scene. In short, the only person who could possibly have committed this crime is Baruch Van Zieks. None of this wrangling over the board changes that simple fact. Quite so, quite so. Does the defense still wish to cross-examine the witnesses despite the circumstances? Most certainly, my lord. Alright. Very well, then you may proceed, counsel. Alright. When you say you were doing business with them, you mean you were selling them fireworks. Yep, what else? There's a priory school just round the corner. See, those cheeky little so's and so's have got a plan to blow their school to kingdom come. Huh. So I've been telling on them, letting their teachers know what they're up to. Oh, you have. Yeah, I wouldn't want anyone to go to get her. So I let the school know the kids are playing with dodgy toys. Then, praise the Lord, the teachers take all the fireworks off of them. And then, praise the Lord again, the kids will come back to buy more. Everyone's happy, see? What a racket. Of course, and sometimes the teachers give me a little bonus to thank me for letting them know. There's a busy old life selling explosive. Venus is a guileful goddess indeed. Well, telling barefaced lies is kind of my thing, really. I'm ever so good at it. This dude's gonna rat everyone out. Something wrong, Mr. Sandwich. If I said it was, could we just leave it at that? Would that be the end of it? No. This Miss Venus' statement just now brings something to mind, perhaps. Philosophical thoughts, deep philosophical thoughts. Let's say there was a great liar, and that great liar said, without batting an eye, telling barefaced lies is kind of my thing. I'm ever so good at it. Would those words of hers be a lie too, or the truth? In which case, she's not a liar. Oh, it's a hellish paradox, that one, don't you think? I'm not entirely sure, to be honest. But, it seems to me you're suggesting Miss Venus has been lying, are you? What are you on about, old man? Trying to cause trouble, are you? Keep on like that, and I'll wrap your whole body in fireworks and set them off. That'll give you something to be tremble about. You have a startling, disturbing mind behind that sweet and innocent face, young lady. So, Miss Venus has lied in her testimony. Is that what you're saying, Mr. Sandwich? Well, if it means I'll be burning in hellfire for the rest of my day, so be it. Yes, that's what I'm saying. Can you elaborate, please, sir? Old Blabbermouth here headed for the room where the gunshot seemed to come from. But there was someone else who crept up the stairs behind him, too. That's right. That rotten liar over there. Hehe. Do you mean to say that you did in fact betake yourself to the scene of the crime after all? What is your skirt made out of? What did I tell you, eh? I said I was good at telling barefaced lies, didn't I? Yes, you mentioned it. Well, that revelation rocked the whole courtroom, didn't it? Who knew firecrackers packed such a punch? So you did indeed visit the scene of the crime, did you, young lady? Good grief. Well, now you come to mention it. I suppose perhaps. I do clearly remember climbing the stairs to the room, yeah. Either you clearly remember it, or you don't. Well, I should consider a fitting punishment for this prejudice act later. For the time being, you will immediately amend your testimony to reflect the truth. Oh yes, my lord, of course. Then we have to press this again. You make a habit of lying, do you, Miss Venus? Well, I suppose so. I don't really know, to be fair. If you want my advice, though, I take everything I say with a pinch of salt. Alright, but you did in fact go to the room where the victim was killed on the day in question, didn't you? Oh please, as if I would. I can't think of anything more terrifying. The truth, please. Well, alright, just a bit then. I mean, a girl my age is curious about stuff, you know? Did you touch anything at the scene? Oh please, as if I would. I mean, there was a dead body on the floor. The truth, please. Well, alright, just a bit then. I had a look to see if there was anything I could sell. So, I did give the place a once-over, but it was nothing to write home about. Right, now I hesitate to ask, but you didn't move the notice board by any chance, did you? Oh, please, as if I would touch anything like that. Just a few bits of loose changes is all I had. The truth, please. Well, alright then. I thought there might be something worth having underneath it. So I blasted the flipping things. Sorry, flipped the blasted thing. You're telling us that you did move the board. I think that did slip out, didn't it? What? You daft brampot. I didn't believe it. The girl doesn't think. So, did you find anything something that you might have taken perhaps to sell? Oh, please, I should be so... The truth, now! I might have found this old pocket watch under the notice board, I suppose. But a bit of junk like this can't be worth... So it was you, was it? You're the one who what took it. Gina. Young lady, may I remind you where you are? That watch there. That was the present to Inspector Gregson from the yard for a big case I solved 10 years ago. The professor case, no doubt. The boss used to wind it up every evening without fail when he was waiting for his grub to come to at the pub. I see. I swiped it off him once and blimey, was he upset. He gave me a right earful. Said he hadn't missed a day in the last 10 years polishing it and winding it. It meant the world to him, that watch did. Possibly not the best thing to go diving for then. It's not all that though. I took it to Jabez that night to ask how much it was worth, but the old dealer wouldn't touch it. Wouldn't give me a penny for it. Said it wasn't working, knocked about and worthless, he called it. I knew I should have lifted it. That watch must be submitted as evidence at once. Oh please, just so long as you promise to give it back when we're done. Not a chance. I'll swipe it from you if you try to get your grubby mitts on it again. That's enough. Hand the watch to the bailiff forthwith. Now, children, watch your manners. Good lord. The glass appears to be broken. More than likely it shattered when the inspector was shot. Doesn't take any more either. Which is why Jabez didn't want it. What a waste. Yes, indeed, it appears to have stopped at the hour of 5. Exactly when the gunshot was heard then. Which supports the prosecution's claim, of course. Well, it would appear that the mystery of the moving notice board has been solved. And as predicted, it had very little bearing on the case. Now then, continue with the cross-examination, please, counsel. Will do. Ah, there's a tiny little keyhole here. Can you see? Oh yes, it's probably the winder used to wind up the mechanism. It looks a little unusual, don't you think? Yes, you need just the right key to wind it, I imagine. Why do I feel as though I've seen something a bit like a key that's about the right size to fit in this hole? It would be wonderful if we had the key. Let's check carefully over what we've already found. So, examine the key on the bottom of Gregson's watch. For your next realize Can't find anything. Oh. The helmet of the charming policeman appears to be a little worse for wear. I'm not convinced about the charming part, but yes, you're right. The head part looks like it's been fairly heavily manhandled. Almost as if somebody has enjoyed twisting it around and around for fun. Shall we try twisting it around and around for fun? Ah, what's that? It appears to be some sort of key. But it's tiny though, and it couldn't be a key for a door, not of that size. What is it for? Okay. So, policeman figure examined the key. Mr. Sato, do you think perhaps this key could be the key to for Inspector Gregson's watch? Oh, yes, it could be. Let's try it once. There's not a moment to lose. I knew it, a perfect fit. And look, the inspector's watch has started going again. So it has obviously just not been wound up, that's all. What is it, Mr. Sato? Well, if the watch isn't actually broken after all, I have a feeling it could be profound implications. She's deep in thought, though, now. Perhaps I'd better start thinking deeply, too. Pretty much, this indicates that the watch is not broken and it wasn't caused by the gunshot itself. Okay. So, then we do... present this. The watch, right? Yeah, okay. I'm afraid that's not necessarily the case. Oh? At the scene, we found the key to the winder of the inspector's pocket watch. A key. And having wound the pocket watch, we discovered that it in fact still works. You see, the watch didn't stop because it was broken at all. And that fact completely undermines one of the most fundamental premises on which this entire case has been built. What? We're almost there to the ending of this. But counsel, the watch has stopped at almost exactly 5 o'clock. Yeah, which is just when we heard the gunshot. It is exactly the hour. The time that that was showing on the watch tells us nothing other than when it wound down. It's merely a coincidence that it happened to be at 5 o'clock. Even if that's true, the 3 witnesses here all heard the gunshot at 5 o'clock. So, that's obviously when the crime was committed. No, that doesn't hold. Why not? Recall the Inspector Lestrade said only moments ago. The boss used to wind it up every evening without fail when he was waiting for his grub to come in the pub. Said he hadn't missed a day in the last 10 years polishing it and winding it. It meant the world to him, and the watch did. The victim was in the habit of winding his watch once a day in the evening. We can reasonably assume, therefore, that he wound the timepiece on the evening before he died as well. Yes, that would be entirely reasonable. But if that's the case, you wouldn't expect the watch to have completely wound down by 5 o'clock the following day. Well, in summary, the evening before the day of the incident when the gunshot rang out in that room, the inspector was already unable to wind his watch. You can't mean... What would stop a man winding his watch if he's been in the habit of winding it every single evening for 10 years? The obvious answer is that he was already dead. Counsel, that is the most extraordinary claim. Extraordinary isn't the word, it's absurd. You claim he was already dead the night before. Do you really think the Scotland Yard's coroner would have overlooked something like that? Well, on that subject, there is something rather surprising. There's actually an omission in the coroner's report. The time of death is not noted. That's right. Wait a minute. You're forgetting that my legs went from under me when I kicked the door in. What do you mean? Like I said, I planted my hand on a dirty gray puddle of blood. Yes, so the victim's blood hadn't dried if it was fresh. He catches on fast, doesn't he? But the blood could be explained in any number of ways. It could have been put there afterwards. Some fresh blood. Does my learned friend think the fresh blood is available on every street corner? Well, it needn't necessarily have been human blood, of course. We've been told previously that Scotland Yard has no way to identify blood as human. The problem is currently being researched at present. You are correct, it is beyond our abilities. So then, a chicken's blood could have been used, for example. It's certainly a possibility that it wasn't the inspector's blood at all. But the gunshot was heard at 5 o'clock that afternoon. That's beyond question. It is, though. Is it, though? What? Given that the time of death of the victim has already been called into question, it isn't beyond the realms of possibility that that what these witnesses heard wasn't a gunshot at all. Oh, please, what are you trying to say? Us lot know what we heard, and it was a loud bang that came from their room. Now you listen to me. A street seller's ears are his livelihood. I don't doubt your ears, sir, but all you can state with certainty is that you heard a noise. Eh? Explain yourself, counsel. A noise that sounds like a gunshot wound okay, so first we examine this. What was I supposed to examine? The fuse? Examine the fuse on the Venus firecracker. Have you had an idea, Mr. Naruto? You're staring at the end of the string for a fireworks. Sorry, it's just that it's a Venus special. I was wondering that 600 pence worth of fireworks would sound like. Shall we find out? What? But she said it could blow up the courtroom. All right, that was fairly sizable bang. My ears are still ringing, Mr. Naruto. It sounded almost exactly like it goes off like a shotgun. Or a gunshot. I said shotgun. Something like this. The culprit could have set off one of these fake gunshot. Good gracious, the very fireworks that are sold by the witness. Now hold on a minute. Are you saying I did it? My pretty little fireworks only make a little pop anyway, see? Not 100 of them together. The Venus special that you sell for 600 pennies sounds like this. As the court can now attest, it sounds very much like a gunshot, in fact. You're trying to suggest that somebody set one of those fireworks off at the scene. I'm suggesting that somebody knew the defendant was in the room at 5 that day and sought to implicate him by creating a sound like a gunshot for these peddlers on Fresno Street to hear. But even the accused himself has testified that he saw no one else in the room at the time. Whether it was a gun or a firecracker, the only person present to cause that bang was Baruch Van Zieks. One whiff of a match and my firecrackers go up. See? It's why people like them. I fear for your fingers, young lady. Recently, during my time here in Britain, I've learned of a very useful invention indeed. Something called, a time bomb. Good heavens, a bomb! Yes, a device that allows you to blow up whatever you like whenever you like. Mr. Naruto, I worry that your unfortunate phrasing there may lead to yet another international incident. No, wait. It's the whenever you like part that's important. A time device. Yes, exactly, a time device. Something of that nature could have been planted at the scene. It's about to be 9 o'clock and I'm still playing. Device that was able to produce the sound of gunshot long after the culprit had left. I'm like almost near my normal my schedule before I started doing early schedules. Your surveying claim will have to be with evidence, counsel. What proof do you have to suggest in any way that the time device was employed to create a gunshot sound? The candelabrum, right? If I can find it. Oh, right here. As the court has already discussed, the tip of one of the candles in the candelabrum had been blown off. Indeed, because it was struck by a bullet which presumably passed through the victim. I don't think that's possible, my lord. Not possible. Why? Because of the scorching. There is a gunpowder scorch marks clearly visible on the broken candle. There are. Goodness, yes, but it is not the case that there was also scorching on the victim around the bullet entry wound. That's right, there was. But as we heard earlier, scorching like that only occurs when the target is at very close range, a matter of centimeters from the gun. Which means that the scorching on the candle can't possibly be the result of a gunshot. You're suggesting it came from the fireworks. How can that be? The fact that there's such visible scorching on the candle suggests that the fireworks must have been right next to it when they exploded. Or to put it another way, the candle and fireworks were joined together. The culprit somehow attached the fireworks at a point part way down the candle. I mean, I think that'll be 4 gunshots if it's 4 of them. I think they had 1 tied down, but whatever. If the killer had left the scene, the candles only burned down along with the other 2. Oh, yeah, that is what made that shit fucking burn. Until eventually it ignited the fuse and the firecrackers generating a loud bang. That's smart. Little clever things. And that is how these 3 witnesses came to believe they heard a gunshot at 5 o'clock. Well, what a plot. And this implies that the victim could have died earlier than we've been led to believe, the previous day even. Now, just hold your horses. All us lot here saw the victim going into the building, remember? I couldn't forget that flame-colored hair even if I wanted to. The person you saw entering the building wasn't the victim at all. Consider this. Obviously, anybody can wear a wig. So the person that these witnesses saw entering the building 15 minutes before the incident occurred could easily have been someone else entering entirely wearing the red hairpiece. Someone else? Do you mean to say? It was the same person who contrived the firecracker trick. In other words, Inspector Gregson's killer. Oh, very impressive, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Kazuma. I'm really quite amazed you've come this far. But after all, wasn't I the one who told you that you had all the makings of a great defense lawyer? I also noted the lack of time of death in this report a stark omission. But as far as I'm concerned, this whole country's justice system leaves a lot to be desired. Order. Prosecutor Asogi, what on earth do you mean by that statement? I hear that many of the leading members of Britain's judiciary are present to observe this trial today, so we cannot allow even the slightest doubt to be overlooked. This defense assertion about the time of death based on the victim's stopped watch is just conjecture. But while the possibility exists that my learned friend may be correct, we have the duty to explore it. Well, certainly, I would agree with you. And what immediately comes to mind is, of course, what was Inspector Gregson doing and where did he go on the day before the incident? Do you know? The inspector always carried out his investigation work alone. His movements were treated as confidential within Scotland Yard, even within the yard. However, consider the evidence we've been presented with so far. I say it's fairly apparent what case the man was pursuing. Wouldn't you, my learned friend? I do have a feeling about the case he might have been investigating. Yes, I agree, surely. My lord, the defense believes it can explain to the court the case that was being investigated by Inspector Gregson at the time of his death. Very well, counsel. Present your argument to the court. What evidence suggests the case being investigated by the inspector on the day prior to the incident? I believe this red hairpiece points to the answer. We might assume it was part of the disguise used to carry out an undercover investigation. Surely not. Such a brightly colored hairpiece would only serve to make the inspector more noticeable. Yes, that's quite right, or true. It would appear definitely have made him stand out in the crowd, except this is in a crowd of gentlemen from the Red-Headed League. The Red-Headed League? So, you already worked it out. What on earth is this all about? Is there such an extraordinary league of gentlemen? The Red-Headed League is currently under investigation for a grand deception. A deception of what nature, counsel? They've been targeting red-headed men across all of London and tricking them out of small sums of money. 2 men were arrested for the misdemeanor only yesterday, in fact. My lord, the defense calls for those 2 men to be summoned at once. The 2 redheads. Inspector Gregson clearly infiltrated the Red-Headed League using this hairpiece, though it's very likely that he had direct contact with these criminals. And it's quite possible that such contact led to more serious events. I concur that we cannot, in good conscience, leave this new avenue unexplored. Well done, Mr. Naruhodo. Well, it's another possible line of inquiry for us, at least. Prosecution will make immediate arrangements for the charged men to appear. Bring these 2 Red-Headed League conspirators before me, Inspector Prosecutor Asogi. At once, my lord. Very good. We will have a 30-minute recess. Court is adjourned. That's where we'll call it, too. Whew, boy. That was 4 hours. Alright, you two, we'll see you in a minute. Hold on. I'm still eating, too. Like my breakfast, and quote. I just woke up, so that's why everything's so late. Oh, there you are, Odo. Welcome to you, my dear fellow. Hello, Mr. Sholmes, Gina. You sure about what you said in there? That the boss, you know, actually died the day before. It's pretty hard to swallow. Yes, I was shocked by the revelation too, Gino. As was I, possibly more shocked than both of you. Not a competition, Mr. Sholmes. I was more shocked than all of you to put together. This is the autopsy report in question, is it? Yes, it's strange that there's no time of death noted. Suppose there's a simple explanation, or perhaps it was a deliberate omission. Omission. Oh dear, if it was deliberate, it puts me in mind of the last case we worked on in Dr. Sith. I know, anyway. It seems that on the day before Lord Van Zieks discovered his body, Inspector Gregson was investigating the Red-Headed League, so perhaps something happened with them. Come to think of it, you had trouble with those Leaguemen too, didn't you, Mr. Sholmes? You were taken in by their trick. No. Naturally, I wasn't taken in, as you put it. My sleuth-hound interest was merely piqued slightly by the rare scent of a weekly £4 income. And that scent masked the underlying scent of deception, I suppose. The 2 criminals in question are the pair we saw being arrested yesterday, aren't they? And Mr. Sholmes' suite, I mean. That's right, Suze. And it was me who took them in. Thanks to the tip-off by a good law-abiding citizen. Indeed, yours truly. So it's going to be that pair in the witness stand next, is it? Doesn't quite make sense to me, though. The day before Inspector Gregson was found, you hadn't had trouble with the Red-Headed League yet, had you? Why would the inspector have been investigating them? Well, the likely explanation would be that Gregson's one sleuth-hound interest was piqued by the red scent of the weekly £4 income. Don't tar him with that same brush as you, Sholmes. Yes, well. And there's the whole issue of Inspector Gregson being investigated by Lord Van Zieks for some reason. The Reaper, the Red-Headed League, Inspector Gregson, Lord Van Zieks. And Cosma. Feel as though he knew we'd arrive at this point somehow. Gosh, I think you're right. What's she really trying to achieve here today? All the answers will soon be revealed. Observe the time, by my dear fellow. This recess will be over very shortly. Yes, you're right. Father will determine that he should be one to prosecute this trial, and he will determine that I should take the defense. Because what is it that he's hoping to make me see? I wonder. Got the feeling we're a long way from the end of this trial yet. Hope not, because I don't want to do this for like 3 hours. Well, more than 3 hours, I should say. Are you ready then, Mrs. Saddle? Yes. I could have held this out until Sunday. Or I just said, fuck it, I just want to get it out of the way and have Sunday free. The name of Her Majesty the Queen and I hereby declare this court to be in session again. Resume the closed court hearing to Baruch Van Zieks, here present, who stands accused of murder. Now then, Prosecutor Sogi. My lord. Right. Have you summoned the witness as requested? Yeah, 2 members of the Red-Headed League who planned and carried out the deception. They arrived not long ago before the local prison by police carriage. Very good. Bella, usher the 2 men in the into the courtroom. These 2 men are currently being held by the police on suspicion of attempted extortion. You may omit your occupations, but state your names now for the court. I'm Fabian de Rousseau, the son of the great the Rousseau family from Nice in France. My name is Peppino de Rossi. I am the 3rd son of the great Familia de Rossi, the landowners from Napoli. I think that's how you say it. The 2 men first became accredited at a boarding school for European nobility. Those who graduate from Temsky are the future leaders of Europe. But, do you have any idea how boring it is to be born with noble blood? Allures. I make it my mission to get the better of the world by employing the little grey cells of my brain. That is all I am trying to do. So, that's the only reason for the whole grand deception you've been carrying out? Ooh. I'm sorry. I'm having a baguette. You could say that. Not bad. He has the grand ideals, but the petty plans. The strange combination is a charm. Is the charm of the hilarious brothers. Si capo? Listen to me, Peppino. I have 2 things to say to you. Ecci, are you about to tell me one of your grande anecdotes? Evviva? Firstly, I want you to stop calling me the Scapo. And secondly, we are not the Alorius brothers. This is serious business. Chibello, there it is. The Capo's trumpacard, the furrowed brow. He's kind of speaking in an Italian way, I think. You said Napoli, right? Doesn't that mean he's Napoleon then? Am I bugging? I might be bugging. It is deep. It is a deep a capo. The furrow and the meaning of your words. The court has been led to believe that under the banner of the Red-Headed League, you have conspired to swindle money from unsuspected members of the public. Is this true? Oui, Zizak. I don't even know how to pronounce that. And what exactly was the nature of this deception by which you are planning to defund? Hello there, explain it. No capo. Leave it up to me. I see we both have the vivid red hair, no? At school we were teased for that without pity. The couple here, he was many times behind the school horse crying like the Trevi Fountain. One Daisy will with respect to the redheads. Every night he would bury his bien Pupino. Enough. I will explain the rest. The first step was the newspaper advertisement. I'm gonna start speaking normal with him. About 1 week before the plan was put into operation, we listed the same notice in every paper in London. Yes, we saw that notice. It was this one, I believe, entitled "To the Red-Headed League." Oui, Ziska, I am honored that you have seen it. It states that the only condition for joining the league is having flame-colored hair. And that is if you satisfy the interview panel and are admitted into the league. You could receive a weekly income of £4. Sorry, I'm just like moving shit around. On the day specified, red-headed hopefuls gathered in droves as the park specified into the advertisement, and from each person present, this pair took an application fee of 5 shillings. And with the money to France, it was a plan most elegant, no? No, it was the most dishonorable. But to be frank, I'm stunned anybody was foolish enough to be taken in by such an obvious trick. The park was described by one witness as chocked with red-headed folk like a coaster's orange barrel. Coasters? Whatever. And the day on which all these men gathered to apply was the day before the victim was discovered. Crucially, these 2 men spoke face to face with every single person present that day. Oui, I have seen more red-headed people in one day than I will see in the rest of my life. And now, every time I see the couple's hair, I feel sick to my stomach. Anyway, why have you been summoned here today? Oh, we think you've been murdered, or you're the murderer. What? Excuse me. The day for our trial was not until tomorrow, I was told. Naturally, neither of these men have been told any details about this trial. They've only been shown this photograph. Very good. Wait a second. Alright. So, Mr. DeRosio and Mr. DeRossi, you will now give your formal testimony for the court on the subject of the gentleman pictured in this photograph. Of course. We are always ready to help with the law. Are you, though? Oh. YouTube. I know I'm saying it right now, but welcome back. I had an interruption before starting, and then I completely forgot to go with the YouTube intro when I load up the game. But I got you now. I got you. Man in the photograph. We had more than 1,000 red-headed people assembled to the park on Lime Street that day. But I don't recall a man in this photograph, a couple? No, I don't remember him. Obviously, is dead. He's dead now. But I assure you, he was not in the park. Allora, this victim is nothing to do with us. You have a lot of to answer for, Peppino. It is your fault that we got caught in the first place. There we go. You give me sworn testimony that this man in the photograph was not present. Can you be certain? Oui. I am quite certain we did not interview these men. Alright. Nobody looking like this came to the park. This is I can promise. Must be noted that you have been arrested for a grand deception, however. Accordingly, this court has a little confidence in your assurance. Lufa. With this attitude, we get nowhere now. He's really sulking now. Confidential document was obtained directly from Scotland Yard. It records an entry from the inspector's private diary dated the day before the incident. It reads, Lime Street Red-Headed League undercover. Maybe there was another similar event in the park on the day in question, eh? That is ridiculous. There's no question that Inspector Gregson was investigating the Red-Headed League, which means it's quite possible that's when he was killed. Very well, the defense may proceed with the cross-examination. Ah, yes, my lord. Alright, press statement 3. Alright. But according to what you said, you spoke with 1,000 or more people that day. Oui, that's true. My eyes were burning by the end of the day. Surely then, you can't actually remember every single face. How are you so certain? That this particular man wasn't present. Normally, the redhead is very distinctive, eh? But not when you have 1,000 redheads crowding around. Then it is just an eyesore. But if there was some other information you could give us, maybe then we could recall. That is not the line, Peppino. Remember, we do not remember him. We are sure of that fact, huh? If there was a man with a red hairpiece, but his mustache did not match the color, then I do not think I would have forgotten him. Cosmo said these two had only been shown that photograph, and they'd been told nothing else at all. But what if I fed them just one other detail about the victim, for example? His profession. I can certainly appreciate that just knowing the man had red hair wouldn't help you remember in this situation. But what if I told you that the man in the red hairpiece was actually a detective? Okay. Is the man in the photograph a detective? Yes. It would appear he found your notice in the paper suspicious and decided to investigate incognito. Sorry, but this changes nothing. Mr. Giraffe? Sorry, I'm in the middle of chewing. I'm only adding something. Commercial olive oil, pepper. Parmesan. not. What I mean is, did you not agree with your friend's last remark by any chance? You really got the uhs in there, huh? Sorry, man. Just give me 1 second to finish chewing. This is the last thing I'm eating right now. Alright. Onwards. Eh? What did he just say about the detective? I swear, I think he's Italian. He's lying that he's from Poland? No. Napoleon is a place, right? Like, not a place. Like a language spoken, like Napoleon. No, it'll be Napoleonese. No, that would make no sense. I am now confused. I could look it up, but I'm too lazy right now. Keep the mouth shut, Peppino. You have said enough already. We could tell he's French. De Rossi sounds like he's like Italian. Like the way he speaks, some of the words he says sounds like, you know, like he speaks. And then his name being Peppino. But the why, Capo? What is the problem? There was a man who said, I am an inspector from Scotland Yard. What? Good lord. Give me 1 second. Just grabbing a napkin. Clean my face. Order. Explain this Voltai face in your testimony, witness. It's simple. A man who was at the there was no such man. Madai. What are you saying, couple? Have you forgotten, eh? I have forgotten nothing. Nobody like this came to the park. Basta, capo, basta. You beat me at many things, but not two: the memory and the meals. Like I said, when it's time to eat the pasta, no one is pasta. But you are inferior to me in every other way, so shut up. Tripped hard. The damage is done. Indeed it is, sir. Please, there was a man who came to the park and he said he was an inspector from Scotland Yard. However, he looked nothing like the man in the photograph. He was someone else. How can you be so sure? Because, to start with, his face was completely different. See, it's true. The man who came was younger. His face was clean shaven. His eyes were sadder. His chin was thinner. No resemblance whatsoever then. Anyway, I was not going to be fooled. I took the obvious precaution and said to him, if you are really a detective, show us the proof. See, the couple here, he doesn't take a no-nonsense A. But he was well prepared. He said he had identification. Identification? You mean official police inspector's identification? That is most unconvincing. Sorry, my lord. Counsel, no incognito inspector would offer his identification for inspection. It's quite out of the question. Definitely, why would he expose his true identity? Clearly, the papers were fake. Certo, capo, you are a genius. As we say in Italia. So you are Italian! Nepal. Something's now starting to connect. Okay. It takes a thief to recognize another one, eh? And what happened after he announced that he was a detective? He became very annoying. He said, you are under investigation. So I took his papers from him and chased him out of the park. It was fantastico, and look, here's the identification. So you stole it from the man. He had it coming. He made us very scared. But it was not who he said he was. Indeed, the person described does not appear to have behaved as a true inspector would. However, I believe it would be prudent for these identification papers to be entered into evidence. But I like them. Alright. Now, let us return to the witness's testimony. Yes, sir. Well, I suppose we should see what the inspected identification looks like inside. Alright. Yes, it definitely looks fake, doesn't it? Out of interest, what name is given? Probably just something plucked out of the air. It's Tobias Gregson. Wait, what? This Scotland Yard insignia looks genuine to me. But how? And the department and identification number details are all correct as well. When have you known those? Do you mean to say, I know it seems incredible, but yes, I think this is a genuine identification book issued by Scotland Yard. But that's unbelievable. This is the real thing after all. Alright, present Inspector Gregson on statement 3 or 4. Copy. Iggy. I wonder if I could ask you to examine this identification book very closely, Miss Lestrade. Why Miss Lestrade? What is your intention here, Counsel? Is this really a fake or is it genuine? That's the question which we can't answer ourselves. Don't be ridiculous. No Scotland Yard detective would allow his or her identification to be stolen. This is the boss's, no question about it. It can't be. As I suspected. The undercover detective who attended the Red-Headed League's enrollment on the day in question was the real Inspector Gregson, carrying out an incognito investigation. Loss. Order. But if the boss had his identification stolen, he would have reported it straight away. I mean, he was always on at me about it. If you lose something, report it at once, he said. Could it be then that the inspector was physically unable to report it? Physically? Hey, what are you saying? Unable to... You're not suggesting. Yes, it's quite possible that he was killed before he had the chance to report his identification stolen. No. Defense persists that the victim was killed the day before his body was discovered in a different location. Do you two have anything to say about that? I know nothing. I done nothing. Put yourself together. Mon Dieu, you can behave a little more like a master criminal than that, non? I wish I had returned to Italia. Stop crying, Peppino, please! Otherwise, let me stop your whining and start talking. I know nothing. I done nothing. But you will tell everything or face the worst possible outcome. You will dry your eyes and testify again about these identification papers and the precise circumstances under which you came by them. For crying out loud. The truth is, we took him prisoner and kept him for the night at our secret hideout. Even though I didn't think he was a real detective, I was too scared to let him go that day, just in case. We took the man's identification from him and shut him in the room next to ours. There might have been a little tussle, but we did him no harm, and the next morning we let him go. We spent all night in a nice room. It was nothing like a prison, really. I know I don't. There's like a part of me that's like, don't do an accident, and then I just go into it. Oops. This is outrageous. You imprisoned a man. But no, see, no, it was not like a prison. It was a very comfortable and calm and happy. Hi, couple. It was never part of our plan, I swear it. Oof, so you think it was all of my fault, huh? Just because I got to the date of the ferry wrong by one little day. I do not think it was your fault, Peppino. I know it. No. Por favor, couple. It's not fair. We should have plenty of time for squabbling back at the prison, gentlemen. Ugh, I don't believe this. How could have I been a real detective? Counsel for the defense, proceed with the cross-examination. So on the day before the incident, Gregson spent the night confined in a pair's hideout. I don't think they did it. I think someone else did something to him though. The truth is, we took him prisoner and kept him for the night at our secret hideout. Oh, right. Where is this? Press statement 4. What do you mean by a little tussle exactly? Well, it was nothing, just a minor incident. The false inspector, he was a real piece of work, Capo. What happened? It was a disaster. We gave him a nice room, and what does he do? In the middle of the night, he tries to escape through the ventilator. Can you blame him? We chased him a bunch, sure, and then we caught him again. Can you blame us? Wait, you didn't shoot the man in your haste, did you? Just, who do you think we are? Of course not. I simply caught hold of him again and took him back to the room. Mr. DeRossi, is something wrong? Aye, me. Something Mr. DeRossi, I don't know how to pronounce this part. Let's find it anyway. Just said something to make you, well, it seemed to make you act even more strange than usual. What was all that about? Blah, 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 blah. Cavallo? Yeah, at times like that, you don't want to have to, the couple after you, believe me. And I speak it from personal experience. Personal experience. That's enough, Peppino. There's no need to say more. Truth, but the night up before we put the Red-Headed League plan into action, I was scared. It was not fair to the capo, but I tried to run away. It's a shame you didn't manage it. But the couple here, he came after me like a turban, no? And he dragged me back to the house, kicking and all, screaming. I still have the bruises to prove it, couple. Bruises, you say? You wanna see? You wanna see my fantastical bruises? That is enough now, Peppino. No one wants to look at any part of you. What did I do? I show you, I don't. I show you, and I don't. You do now. Although if everybody wants to see, then I do it. Jesus. Echo, you see? It's still very visible, eh? That red ring around your neck. You got that when you were dragged back to the house. See, the couple sometimes he... I said that's enough. Pino's neck has nothing to do with what we are talking about, eh? You have my word. Yes. What is your opinion, Counsel? About the red ring around Mr. DeRossi's neck, I wonder, does it matter? It's important. Mr. DeRossi, I'm going to have to ask you to amend your testimony with details about the mark on your neck. Hi, couple, you see? Everyone is interested in what I say, huh? Ugh. Very well, you will amend your testimony as requested, Mr. DeRossi. CC, if you really want, I want to know. Alright. So now we present the victim's photo? Wait, who are we presenting? Present the photograph of the victim. Photograph of the victim. Oh wow, it's hard to see, but it's right there. That is way hard to see. Oh, but there's no rings. The day before his body was discovered, Inspector Gregson was taken prisoner while working. No, I was not like that. I was hardly a prison. It was an invitation to stay. It was homely. However you describe it, there's one glaring inconsistency that remains. One inconsistency is this, Counsel. I would ask the court to look closer at this photograph of the victim, Inspector Gregson. He has no ring around it. You will see that there is no red ring visible around his neck. But that's a mistake. But that makes no sense. It was me who took the collar off of the man in the morning. I saw the red bruises on his neck, just like I have. Given that the mark is still clearly visible on the witness's neck, we'd expect to see bruising on the victim, who was put in the collar more recently than Mr. DeRossi. Indeed, that is most peculiar. But what do we tell you, We say this from the beginning many times. Peppino is right. The man is in the photograph is someone different to the man we had captured at night. Okay. It would appear then that on the day of the before the incident, that the man who visited the park at Lime Street posing as the incognito inspector was not Inspector Gregson at all. If that's true, however, how do you explain the inspector's identification? This is a genuine identification book issued by Scotland Yard. It's inconceivable that someone could have stolen such an important item from the inspector. The prosecution made that assertion itself. And we also know that the inspector had made a note about the Red-Headed League in his diary for that day, which surely means we can't divorce the two events completely. The inconsistency noted by the defense is most troubling. If it were the real Inspector Gregson whom these two red-headed gentlemen encountered, the fact that no bruising can be seen around his neck defies explanation. But equally, if they actually encountered an imposter, how did the person come to be in possession of the real Inspector's identification? The defense have some plausible explanation, Counsel. The whole thing defies explanation. It is precisely these occasions that we keep meticulous notes in the court record, Mr. Naruhodo, because those are the facts and the facts cannot lie. No, the facts can't lie. Even when they point to something so incredible, it's almost unbelievable. Oh my lord, the true identity of the person who turned up into the park for the Red-Headed League's enrollment is revealed by information in the court record, I believe. Good gracious. Very tantalizing, Mr. Naruhodo. So why don't you help us all to see whatever truth it is that you're apparently seeing? Who exactly was the inspector that appeared before Mr. DeRossi and Mr. DeRossi? Imposter. Though it seems incredible, I admit the undeniable facts point to only one thing. Since no bruising can be seen in the victim's neck, the person who these two red-headed men took prisoner that day cannot have been Inspector Gregson. In other words, your whole argument up to now has been a waste of time. Objection. On the contrary, I haven't finished. What? There's no bruising on the victim's neck, so the question immediately posed next is, who exactly was the man in the park on Lime Street found to be carrying Inspector Gregson's identification? See, that's alright. We tell the same story every time. Whoever this man was, the couple dragged him from a pillar to a post with a dog collar. Mundo Peppino, I was not so harsh as you say. So who was the Pozo Inspector, who was he? Clearly the defense has an idea about that. But the true identity of the man who these two imprisoned that night. Let's ask the counsel for the defense to elaborate post haste. Who did the witness encounter in the park posing as Inspector Gregson? Who did the witness what? Present gossip. Whoop, my bad. That wasn't gossip. I forgot. He goes by a different name. Oh, he has a red ring around his neck. I just realized. Goodness me, isn't that one of the witnesses who was in the stand in this very courtroom earlier today? A nameless man whose only occupation appears to be peddling hearsay to passerbys. Passersby. Wondering what does a street seller be doing with a police inspector's identification papers? Witnesses, is this the man or not? What has happened to his lip? Huh? See, this is a man, this a man is not for the Red-Headed League, eh? He's looking for the Twisted Lip League, no? Perhaps rather than making such a rash claim next time, you should bite your lip instead. Seems improbable, yes, but one undeniable fact remains. During his testimony earlier, I noticed something around the man's neck, a red ring of bruising. Eh? What? The defense demand that Mr. Gossip be brought back to the stand. Bring the aforementioned witness back into the courtroom immediately. Well, I never. An undeniable ring of bruising indeed. And identical to the witness beside him. Now what's going on here, eh? Always had this. It's a birthmark, isn't it? A birthmark, you say? I assume the reason you've been recalled to the stand has been explained to you. Something about an inspector again. But I'm telling you, you got it all wrong as usual. You're denying all knowledge of it. Well, of course I am. Are you trying to kill me with all this nonsense, eh? Well, at least you'll have more stories to peddle back on Fresno Street, won't you? No way. Oh my god, is that him? Oh my god, now we're going to need you to testify again. And you, Mr. DeRossi and Mr. DeRossi, I'm sure you'll cooperate, won't you? Do we have any choice? We're in the big trouble, eh, Capo? That's quite enough dilatory chatter. Proceed with your testimony. Oh, this man is vigil. This man is delayed vigil. That's crazy. The man who you claim to be an inspector that day was definitely not this man. It's very see, you think we would have forgotten those grand lips, eh? I never leave Fresno CRA. I have no interest in any red-headed league. I'm all alone in the world. I'm all alone in the world. No kinfolk or nothing. Why would I be involved in something like that? Just look at me, eh? Does it look like I could carry off a disguise with a face like this? It would certainly appear that we have the wrong man. What have I been telling you, huh? There was no need for this pointless testimony. Ugh. That's right, I'm just a simple peddler. Remember, Fresno Street's all I know. How would I have come by a police inspector's identification book, eh? Well, yes, that's hard to explain, but... a brief cross-examination, I think, counsel? Very brief. Is there anyone in the courtroom who thinks I might be onto something? I stand steadily fast at your side, as always, Mr. Naruhodo. Press statement 3. So, you've heard of the Red-Headed League, had you? You don't get a name like Gossip for nothing, eh? It's my business to know what's going off in town. I told that tasty tidbit to a fair few redheads that came past me. Just between us, I even got sandwiches to cough up for it. Well, he does have a very red nose, if that counts. Who knows? But as you can see, my own hair's not got a hint of red in it. And in any case, Fresno Street's in my patch. You won't catch me sliding off to some other part of town. No, sir, not likely. Mrs. DeRosa? Oui. Did Mr. Gossip's words just now lead you to remember something relevant, perhaps? It was the other day when I was looking for a place near the park. A small house or something. To be the headquarters of your Red-Headed League, yes. I visited a housing agent on Lime Street, and there I was. Oh, my bad. And there I was, I saw him. This man was paying money to the agent. What? Mr. Gossip, with the housing agent. Oui. He had some kind of contract in his hand, and they were clearly discussing terms. No, you're mistaken, chum. I've never left Fresno Street, like I said before. You're mistaking me for someone else, someone with the same face. No, the capo's right. I remember it too. He was paying the man with the banknotes. With notes. Like I said, that wasn't me. I was curious why this man with the dirty clothes had so much money. So I looked at the name on the papers. And what name was written, Mr. Gossip? No, this man, he lies. He tells you that he has no name. But in fact, his name is Hugh Boone. It's better than Mr. Gossip, I think, see? No! That settles it. He's the one who owns that building. Or that apartment. I'm a peddler of tidbits of information, like I said, on Fresno Street, and that's that. I don't much like folk talking about my personal life. Indeed. And it is not the intention of the court to invade the privacy of witnesses. Very well. I shall respect your wishes, sir. The aforementioned name shall be redacted from all the court records. I'm sorry, my lord, but the defense does object. Because a name just mentioned has a very deep significance to this case. Good gracious, do you similarly object, Prosecutor Asogi? As it happens, my lord, that particular name has already been mentioned during today's proceedings. Well, I never. In what capacity? Hugh Boone, the name of the leaseholder of the room. Let me put this very simply. The victim's body was discovered in your rented room. I suggest, sir, that you start talking. Alright. I suppose that might be the case, eh? So your real name is Hugh Boone. Well, just between us, I don't like to blow me on trumpet, but there's no finer peddler of tidbits in town. So I happen to be able to afford a grubby little room in a falling down backstreet townhouse. You do. And once every 6 months, I go and pay the rent to the agent on Lime Street. And remember now, there were 2 vulgar redheads in there last time. Hey, if either of us is a vulgar, it's not to me. Think again, Mr. Pepino. Why didn't you bring this up before? It's like I told you already. I don't like talking about my personal life. I'm a tidbit peddler as far as as everyone else is concerned. No fuss. You will update your testimony to include this most surprising revelation, Mr. Boone. If I must. The leaseholder Scotland Yard has been looking for since the body was discovered. Has been here under our noses all along. I rent the room where the fellow was found. It's true for the what difference does it make? And then now we present the framed photograph. That would explain a lot. If you have no kinfolk, as you put it, then explain why is it that among this, the sparse furnishings we found this photograph in the room. I presume, as you've been renting the room, that this photograph belongs to you, does it not? Oh, well... Mr. Boone, drop the pretense and tell the court exactly who you really are. I don't know what you mean. I'm a peddler. I keep telling you. You really don't need to bother with me. Please, just leave it alone. As the man says. Leave it alone. Whatever the truth is about this man's life is no bearing on this case. Because it's simply not possible that he impersonated Inspector Gregson. How can you be so sure? Just look at the man. No amount of disguise would ever hide those unmissable features. But what if we were to look at this the other way around? What do you mean? Yes, Counsel, what do you mean? Well, there's no denying that Mr. Boone's lip is very prominent indeed. But consider... This song is going crazy. But consider the possibility that his prominent lip is itself part of an elaborate disguise. Then hiding that prominent feature, in other words, revealing his true face, would make an utterly impenetrable disguise. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Hugh Boone? Someone rip that shit off of him. Good witness. Are you still hiding the truth from this court? If that's a disguise, then underneath it, his true identity must be. Yes, that's right. There's really only one person he could really be. My lord, the defense believes it can reveal Mr. Boone's true identity to the court. No, please, no. Very well done, counsel. What is the true identity of the peddler who goes simply by the name of Gossip on the street? Your real name is actually Mr. Visual, isn't it? Mr. Delay Visual. Or Daily. Delay. I don't recall the name, Counsel. Who is Mr. Visual? It's a name I encountered yesterday, my lord. It has to do with a certain client of Mr. Herlock Sholmes. A young gentlewoman came to the detective asking him to locate her missing husband. The woman in this photograph, in fact, this is Mrs. Visual. What? From what I understand, you haven't returned home since the night before the inspector was found dead. But of course, on that night, you were being held captive by two Red-Headed League men. And last night, you were put up by the prosecution service in preparation for testifying in this trial. Because we have been led to believe that you, Miss Venus, and Mr. Sandwich were all homeless. Being important witnesses in this case, we needed to know where we could find you, of course. And that explains why you've not only been unable to return home, but also unable to contact your wife, who's been beside herself with worry, waiting for you at the Vigil residence. Now, just hold on a minute. What I'm talking about? Really? It's a simple enough matter to confirm my suspicions. All we have to do is pull off that disguise. No, please. Bailiff, bring soap and sponge in a wash bowl at once. Okay, here you go. Mr. DeRossi and Mr. DeRossi, you will restrain the witness. Oui, my lord. Si, my lord. Oh, shit. No, stop. That's crazy. They got the two of them to restrain him. No. Holy shit. Yep. There he is. Well, we are now seeing your true features, I presume. Oh, and your true outfit. Lift your head, sir, so the court can see your face. It would appear that the defense counsel's assertion was entirely correct. This has all been a very elaborate deception. So, witnesses, tell the court, have you seen this man before? I don't believe it, but... See? There's no question. This is the inspector we saw in the park. Extraordinary. He has to have murdered Inspector Gregson then. On the day of the Red-Headed League enrollment, the man claimed to be Inspector Gregson was who appeared before Mr. DeRossi and Mr. Rossi in the park. Was you disguised as the inspector, or rather, was you posing as the inspector in no disguise at all? Mr. Vigil was formerly employed as the chief warder at Barclay Prison. The chief warder? Then your career had promise. Why you would quite possibly have become the future governor of the prison. Whatever. What on earth have you been doing peddling tittle-tattle on Fresno Street? Well, it's been 10 years since Mr. Vigil worked at the prison. 10 years? I'm really dreadfully sorry about all of this. Yes, it's true. I am Daily Vigil. And you were the chief warder at Barclay Prison 10 years ago. So where did Mr. Hugh Boone come from? Boone is the other me. It's a name I invented. Well, evidently there's a great deal under the surface here. I'll explain everything. I'll tell you just how wretched my life has become. As you say, it was 10 years ago now that my employment as Barclay's chief warder came to an end. Having left the prison service, I searched for some new occupation by which to earn a wage. But times were hard in London, and I found no suitable engagements at all. In desperation one day, I turned my hand at selling wares out on Fresno Street. But your wife appears to know nothing of this. She still maintains that you are the chief warder at Barclay Prison. I was utterly determined that my wife should not know of my failings, which is why I never told her. I opened an account at the bank under the name of Hugh Boone, and I rented the cheapest room I could find on Fresno Street. The scene of the very crime we're investigating. Yes, that's right. A place from which I could emerge every morning at 8 as a squalid peddler, and transform myself back every evening at 5 into a well-dressed man about town before returning home. That quickly became my daily routine. I was puzzled by the lack of furniture in the room, but that explains it. But why on earth didn't you just tell us this is in the first place? I have a wife, sir, and 2 sons, and without wishing to sound self-conceited, they regard me with some pride. I couldn't bring myself to disappoint them. So instead, you decided to conceal your occupation from them. Yes. I made such a terrible mess of everything. Still, one thing doesn't add up. No matter how many tidbits of information you could sell to passing gentlemen, even a sixpence apiece, you couldn't hope to match the salary you must have commanded as chief warder at the prison. Very true. To have kept your family in comfort despite 10 years of somewhat misbegotten employment. That was all thanks to Inspector Gregson. What? Inspector Gregson? What on earth? It was some years after I invented Boone and begun my other life as a street seller. He, the inspector that is, recognized me one day. Do you mean to say that the... what? Do you mean to say, wait, hold up. Oh, there you go. Do you mean to say the victim was an acquaintance of yours? I knew him from my time working at the prison. When he saw what I'd become, he was deeply troubled for me and my family, and from the day forward, he visited me on Fresno Street with increasing regularity. Then one day, he asked me if I could carry out a secret assignment for him. A secret? What was it? I was to impersonate the inspector. What? Impersonate him? We always met in that little room so the inspector could brief me. Visit Orxes tomorrow and take a statement from the perpetrators, or whatever. It was always something along those lines. Surveillance work, interviewing people. On those occasions, he would lend me his identification so people would believe who I was. My instructions were to make an impression, to let people know that Inspector Gregson had been at work. And for those services, he compensated me financially. Scotland Yard inspector willingly relinquishes his identification into your care with intent to deceive. That, as I'm sure I need not point out, is a very serious criminal offense. But why? What was the point of your impersonating him? I truthfully do not know. All I can say is that the inspector warned me on numerous occasions. Now remember, Vigil, I need your solemn word. You don't blab about this to anyone, alright? Even if, well, if I end up a croaker. In time, he started to bring papers with him to the room as well. It became something of a second office for him. So, in fact, the person who declared himself to be Inspector Gregson at the park on Lime Street was really... Yes, it was me, acting on the inspector's orders. As usual, I removed my boon disguise, and then went as instructed to the park armed with the inspector identifications book. It had never occurred to me that the bruise on my neck might give me away. Well, it would seem that this confession completely destroys the defense's case. Explain yourself, Prosecutor Asogi. My learned friend's assertion was as follows. The victim was killed at another location on the day before his corpse was discovered, at the hands of these two red-headed league men when they imprisoned the inspector. But no, that can't be. After all, it wasn't the inspector who went to the park that day, it was me. My goodness. Finally, we have clarity. We have nothing to do with the murder of the inspector. And merci, Monsieur de la Défense, for proving it. Well, Order. Indeed, it would appear that we have reached a de facto conclusion of sorts. These witnesses had no involvement in the murder of the victim, as proven somewhat ironically by the defense. An end to the cross-examination. Pardon me, my lord, but with your permission, I would like to pose one further question to the witness. Kazuma. What question, counsel? It concerns the events of 10 years ago. I believe you would have been present at a very significant execution that was carried out at the time, 10 years ago. The execution of the Professor Genshin Asogi. I want to know exactly what your involvement was. Oh, answer me, man. One moment, counsel. Is this related to the current case? Naturally. It is the prosecutor's belief that this case and the events of 10 years ago are excruciably linked. Does the defense concur, counsel? Kazuma, you're not yourself. You're not as calm and collected as usual. Poor Kazuma-sama. No wonder he's acting this way. Mr. Vigil's memories of what happened 10 years ago would tell the tale of Genshin Asogi's last moments to his own father. I know I do understand that, but even so. Kazu, Prosecutor Asogi, do you genuinely believe that this question requires an answer in order to learn the truth behind Inspector Gregson's death? I need you to trust me, please. Very well. The defense has no objection. I see. In that case, you will answer the question, witness. Though the truth is, I remember very little of the time. You've forgotten? I'm sorry to say yes. As I said, I resigned from my role at the prison 10 years ago. But for some peculiar reason, my memory of the events leading up to that moment is extremely hazy. Does that not strike you as strange, Mr. Naruto? Sorry? Well, 10 years is a long time, but to have forgotten the reason why he left such an important job. Yes, you're right. And not only that, Mr. Vigil's claim contradicts what we already know. The human spirit is a fragile thing, it's broken all too easily, which is why we have a tendency to wrap it up for protection. Sorry, the human spirit. I'm afraid I don't understand what you mean. When we experience pain and suffering that we feel unable to bear, we block it out, obliterate it from our memories, seal it away. But it never truly leaves us. The seal is broken, the memories resurface. And when they do, that is a fragile thing. Blah, 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 blah. That fragile spirit may finally be crushed. What? But I really don't. Kazuma-sama. But if it must be crushed, then so be it, because the truth will not stay buried. It's coming out one way or another. Oops. Right. Now I understand. It's clear what his intentions are. He means to expose the truth at any cost. Perhaps if I pointed out the contradiction in what Mr. Vigil claimed earlier, it might cause some crucial memories to return to him. But should I? Should I present the evidence or not? Do it. I have no idea how this is going to go, but this is a court of law and I have a duty to pursue the truth. Mr. Vigil, I'd like you to look at this. Evidence that clearly contradicts your vision of events. Missile notice. Just a few moments ago, you made the following statement. I resigned from my role at the prison 10 years ago. Well, yes. In other words, you claim to have left the post chief warder of your own volition. Well, yes, of course. Why? Tell me. Do you remember seeing this document before? No, I don't. And this is the dismissal notice ordering to the immediate termination of a prison staff member's employment. Dismissal notice. And the name on the notice is yours, Mr. Vigil. What? What? It's mine? So you didn't resign from the prison service at all. For some reason, you were dismissed as chief warder from Barclay. No, there's been some mistake. I'm sure. I'm sure I tendered my resignation. This dismissal notice is nonsense. Isn't it? You were forcibly dismissed. If you were forcibly dismissed, there must have been good reason. Clearly, you said something. Mr. Vigil, it's time to break the seal and have you remember. According to the few remaining records, the final execution that you supervised was the 17th. Supervised was on the 17th June 10, whatever. And on the day, something very serious took place at Barclay Prisons. The 17th of June. What was that? The professor's execution. Professor. As you were the chief warder at the time, it stands to reason that you would have been present throughout the proceedings. It does sound familiar. And yet the execution never took place. The convict ostensibly executed earlier that day later re-emerged from his grave. Oh my god. Sorry, I'm just texting my mom right now. Alright. The convict came back to life. In the cemetery in the middle of the night, there was a witness. However, the witness claims that the moment after he saw the convict clambering over his grave, got shot. Gunshot rang out from his right shoulder, and the bullet pierced the professor's chest, killing him instantly. Those may have been the professor's actual last moments. Yes. Yes. Seeing as you were in charge of overseeing executions at the time, you must know the truth about what really happened, and it's in your head, somewhere deep down. Well, Chief Warder Delay Vigil, I know there are memories in your head that can explain what happened on 17 June 10 years ago. And now it's time for you to drag them out. Or drag them up. Mr. Vigil. Yes. The whole prison, it was complete chaos. The prisoner escaped. He was killed in the cemetery. The shocking news ripped through Barclay like a hurricane. What? What? Order, order, order. Do you mean to say, Mr. Vigil, that your memories of the time have returned? My head, it's like some floodgates have been opened. The images, the screams. Oh my god, we still have so much more to go. Fucking A, bro. Leave it to Phoenix Wright, the Phoenix Wright / Ace Attorney series to just make things long. It's like some floodgates have been opened. The images, the screams. Oh my goodness. The papers. There were reports, articles about a man who's seen a ghost. Yes, Enoch Drebber. But surely those reports were exaggerated. There were traces at the scene. Traces of what? In Logate Cemetery at plot number 139, blood. Lots of blood. That's where the man was buried, of course. Obviously, something terrible had happened there. Depths of conspiracy and the poverty from which this tale is emerging are quite staggering. I reviewed the police records from the time extensively. A thorough investigation was conducted by Scotland Yard to ascertain how the convict managed to escape in the first place, and the conclusion reached by the investigation team was that a member of the prison staff must have been involved. Are you suggesting that a prison warder abetted the man's bid for freedom? Yes, and I was suspected of doing it, of using that mass murder's execution as a way to help him escape. You did what? I remember now. The horror of it all is coming back to me. One evening, a few days after the execution, some detectives came to the prison. I was called to the governor's office at the top of the watchtower. I'm sorry, Daly. This is a serious business. But I cannot help you too. As chief warder, you were responsible for overseeing the execution of 4, eh? Well, it seems the fellows at Scotland Yard want to have a few wee words with you about it. You better pack your things, laddie. You're to attend in prison. As soon as he told me that, my mind just went completely blank, and the next thing I knew, Professor, the most hated killer in our country's history, and I let him escape. I finished. My life is over. Ah! Order bailiff, fetch a doctor at once! Court is adjourned for today with immediate effect.
ミテルモン氏は意識を失い、その日の審理は中断された。またしても呪いのように浮かび上がる殺人鬼の影。バンジークス卿、ミテルモン氏、アソーギ、そしてグレグソン刑事。彼らを縛り付ける重い鎖は過去からの
The fact that the voice acting is becoming like a more prominent, like ending portion.
そこに光をもたらす奇跡は
Trying to cut through the gloom and shine on the tragic events.
もうそこまで迫っていた。
Ooh. Alright. So I made a decision. I'm gonna cut it here. What could this mean? Welcome back, YouTube. Wait a second. Why is the bread so chewy? Alright. Where was I? Still can't quite believe what just happened. And now I inquired with the bailiff at the court session was adjourned. And it seems Mr. Vigil was taken to a hospital to recover. Right. 10 years ago now. Mr. Vigil attempted to commit suicide by jumping out of the window of the prison governor's office. But even since then, he's completely blocked the memory of those events from his mind. Nobody knew his secret, not his family, not even the man himself, but I forced it out into the open. Was it wrong of me to do that? Did I overstep the mark? Or I wonder. Bruno! Oh, Iris. You're miles away. Anyway, I brewed a fresh pot of soothing tea for you. Oh, thank you. You and Susie have had an exhausting day so far, haven't you? Oh. Thank you, Iris. How thoughtful of you. Do you happen to know where Mr. Sholmes is? When we came out of the courtroom back into the defendant's antechamber, he disappeared. Oh my god. Okay. Hopefully, it doesn't get bothered by that. Oh, no, I don't know. He just suddenly sprang to his feet and left. All he said was, "I must leave." Wonder if he's pursuing the mystery of Inspector Gregson's death. Well, you know what Hurley's always saying, don't you? There are mysteries in this world that should perhaps never be solved. For the construction of the solution comes only a... Wait, whoa. For the construction of a solution comes only at the expense of the destruction of something else. What does that mean? He knows very well that when you open someone else's old wounds, you often open your own too. But he just can't say his own advice and leave well alone. Solving mysteries is too important to him. That's so true. But that's what I like about Hurley, after all. I suppose that's not. I suppose that's the lot of a great detective in some ways. So then. Let's have tea, and then I'll give you a hand. Oh, you have time, Alice. Sorry. Yes, I finished this month's manuscript at last. With barely a day to spare before the deadline. I'm so looking forward to it. I have a brand new story to read in the Adventures of Sherlock Holmes. You know, I always hide Hurley's violin in the days before I have a deadline. You do? For Mr. Sholmes. I'm sure that's very wise, Iris. How sensible of you. Now then, my dear fellows, let's make a plan of action before we continue our investigation. Alright. Converse. This morning's trial. So, how did it go in court this morning? Well, we still don't know the truth about what really happened, but one thing's increasingly clear. Lord Van Zieks definitely didn't do it. Oh, giddy. Yes, that's right. We managed to uncover several new facts as well. Oh, really? And there was another development too. Kazuma. Yes, it's quite clear now that Kazuma-sama is not himself. The way he's acting, it's almost as if he's possessed. I know. I mean, at the end of the proceedings earlier, he was like a bloodhound that the way he was chasing down Mr. Vigil's forgotten past. He's not normally so mercilessly persistent. What's going on in his head, I wonder? Really need to sit down with Kazuma and try to understand what he's going through. the Reaper's innocence. If Gregson was really murdered the day before his body was discovered, then Lord Van Zieks has to be innocent, innocent, you see? What? The day before? Well, that should be easy enough to work out just by examining the corpse, surely. Yes, you would expect so, but... Wait, curiously, right? But curiously, no time of death was included in the autopsy report. That is curious. There are still unanswered questions about Lord Van Zieks, though, aren't there? Ah, do you mean... I mean, what was he doing there on Fresno Street that day in the first place? Well, according to the man's testimony, he said he was investigating Inspector Gregson, didn't he? Turns out that little room was actually the Inspector's secret office. Oh, that sounds like it has all the markings of a wonderfully devilish plot. But then, why was that notice board in there covered in all those particular papers? Papers about cases with a link to the Reaper. I'm starting to get a bad feeling about all of this. Oh dear, that sounds more like something horribly devilish. Horribly devilish. I'm gonna start by looking into Inspector Gregson's movements of late. Never imagined I might have to be investigating an inspector's movements. Well, according to the entry in his diary, he was carrying out an incognito investigation of Red-Headed League the day before his death. Oh, you mean he was doing the same as Hurley? Well, Mr. Strom was trying to apply that, whereas the inspector was supposed to be investigating. I do wish it had been the other way around. Anyway, as it turns out, the inspector who went to investigate the Red-Headed League that day wasn't actually Gregson at all. It was Mr. Vigil in possession of Gregson's identification. You know what that sounds like to me? Establishing an alibi. Oh my. Yes, you're absolutely right, Iris. But why would Gregson need an alibi? It would appear that the inspector had something to do that he wished to keep secret. I don't believe it. I always thought he was just a harmless lover of fish and chips. Or perhaps they were seasoned with something a little more potent than salt and vinegar. Haha, haha, Ryu, haha. I almost called him Phoenix, but yeah. I think perhaps we should try to move away from food analogies. Well, anyway, if Lord Van Zieks felt that the need to investigate Gregson, yes, I agree. We must try to find out what he knows. Alright, last but not least, Mr. Vigil's condition. Vigil, you say? Isn't that the name of the lady who came to visit Hurley yesterday? That's right. To ask Mr. Sholmes if he would help her to find her missing husband. Well, Mr. Sholmes completely passed the buck to us. Actually, didn't you say that Mr. Vigil had been taken to the hospital? Do you know which one? Ah, it's St. Sinners. Of course. What other hospital exists in this fucking place? I'm starting to wonder if all the other hospitals in London have closed down. That's amazing, Bruno. You found the lady's husband already. Well, I suppose I have, by accident. And then 10 years ago, while Mr. Vigil was the chief warder at the prison, he was responsible for overseeing the Professor's incarnation. So when the convict escaped, he was held responsible and immediately dismissed. Sometimes I really don't want to grow up. There's more. For 10 years after that, while he was ostensibly working as a peddler, he also had another secret job. He was paid by Gregson to be his stand-in, to impersonate the inspector. To impersonate Gregsy, but why? But why? I have absolutely no idea. Jeannie was right. I'm starting to think all adults are up to no good now, including you, Bruno. I haven't paid anyone to impersonate me. That means he has ties to the professor and to Inspector Gregson, though. So I do think we ought to pay a visit to Mr. Vigil, don't you? Back to St. Sinners, then. Alright. Whoops. What is this? Oh, like they updated this whole thing. Well, I think it's clear that what we need to do, isn't it? Sorry, I'm just organizing. Okay. Let us investigate, my dear fellows. Oh, Iris. You're even more enthusiastic than usual today. If anyone has anything to hide, my special Wilson shooting iron will soon set them straight. That water pistol? It's a full of piping hot, extra special blend of mine that I'm quite sure it will be very effective. I'd better be careful not to hide anything. Well, it feels a little strange that Mr. Sholmes is nowhere to be seen, but still, let's go and see what we can find out. Yes. Alright. We are heading to Lord Chief Justice's office. You know, I don't believe we visited this place for some time. Did you know? Sorry. No arguments, Prosecutor Asogi. You will continue with the trial exactly as I instructed. Is that clear? Perfectly. It's Cosmo-sama. Fine Lord Strongheart, by the sound of it. He never did know when to back down. What's up? On your way now, Asogi. My lord. What's up? Kazuma. He left without saying a word. Yes, what are you doing here? Oh, well, I was just hoping to ask you a few questions, if you wouldn't mind. I wanted Van Ziek's trial concluded today. But Prosecutor Asogi's unwelcome inquiries are going to make it take longer than necessary. Unwelcome inquiries. As a result, I'm losing even more precious time. Currently 2 hours, 55 minutes, and 41 seconds. 42, 43. And we must resolve everything before 3 hours have passed, Mr. Naruhodo. In a miraculous, not even 5 minutes. Anyway, I can't let the man's obvious bad mood put me off. I need information. The Reaper. Does Prosecutor Asogi believe that Lord Van Zieks is the Reaper? I wouldn't know. It was 10 years ago in the fateful closed trial that Lord Van Zieks made a name for himself among the judiciary. But the next trial he fought, he lost. It meant the ringleader of a criminal organization was acquitted, thanks to all the jurors being under duress. But that's awful. The man's freedom was short-lived. He lasted just 3 days. Yes, let me see. He died in a rock slide at his place of work, I believe. Correct. That was the inauguration of the Reaper of the Bailey. I guess when he started. And people believed Lord Van Zieks was responsible. He was brought to trial himself, but it was shown to have been an accident. So he must have had a solid alibi then. Nevertheless, the mysterious deaths continued. In total, 16 persons perished in unusual circumstances, ostensibly at the hand of the Reaper. That's a long run of coincidences. Well, the Reaper's true identity may well be revealed by this trial. And the impact that that revelation would have on the British public cannot be understood. Is that why it's a closed trial? Precisely. Closed trial. This country hasn't seen a closed trial for 10 years. So the last one was the professors, the trial of Genshin Asogi. Correct. Actually, we heard that originally. You were going to prosecute that trial yourself, Lord Strongheart. Van Zieks entreated me to relinquish the prosecution to him, that he might avenge his brother's death. And here we are 10 years later. With the son of the man Van Zieks had condemned, now looking to avenge his father's death in the same way. They do say that what goes around comes around. However, it would seem that the new young prosecutor is harboring some ulterior motive as well. Kazuma is. I like my organization to run smoothly in the exact manner that I prescribe. As with the giant clock in here, I won't tolerate a single cog being out of step with the others. Ah, so that's what all these gears are about in here. If the young man refuses to mesh with the other parts of the great machine, my great machine, I will be forced to take steps. What do you mean? Not something with which you need concern yourself. In any case, all your questions will be answered tomorrow. Now, I shall have to ask you to excuse me. As of this moment, I've been delayed from attending my next meeting by precisely 3 hours. Oh my, that is a long time. And I hold you entirely responsible, even though we miraculously managed to fit everything into not even 5 minutes. I wonder if you might agree to us talking with Prosecutor Asogi. Discussion between the defense and the prosecution outside of the courtroom are generally frowned upon. However, I will make an exception in this case. Now go. You can find him in his office. Oh, thank you. Interesting that he kind of accepted. Let's go to see him at once, Mr. Naruhodo. Will do. Kyle's my best friend in the world, but I'm really not at all sure I know how to talk to him at the moment. Alright. Let's skedaddle. Next place is the prison. Here you go. Oh my god. Yeah, when I go quiet, I'm eating. And also drinking my coffee. Lord Van Jinx is reading, look. He doesn't seem like he wants visitors, does he? But you must have noticed that we're here, surely. He's like, I can't fucking. What do you Nipponese want? That's no way to greet the Lord who's trying his hardest to prove your innocence, is it? Perhaps not. I apologize. So, what can I do for you, Mr. Naruhodo? Lord Van Zieks, speaking earnestly. Oh, the fog will lift over London for the first time in months tomorrow. This does feel very, very strange. I must say I was impressed. Oh, well, thank you. Not by you, by your fellow Nipponese, your prosecutor friend. Oh, I see, yes. It's sardonic, don't you think? For a man such as me, so loathing of the Nipponese, to be entirely at the mercy of the two of you. I suppose it's retribution for having played the part of the Reaper all these years. Played the part. You once told me that you gladly allowed people to believe you were the Reaper, because it helped reduce the amount of serious crime that took place in London. If keeping quiet and playing the part benefits the cause I myself am committed to pursuing, and why would I choose to say anything? But the henchman of the criminal killed by the Reaper attacked you only the other day, and that was just the most recent of many attempts on your life, wasn't it? Someone is clearly profiting from your silence about all this. Someone is using you. Believe me, ever since the Reaper first appeared, I've been doing my utmost to expose him, or rather, expose the organization. Ah, it's a whole organization. It's inconceivable that all those accidents were orchestrated by one man. No, the Reaper always appears to have a very accurate information about the accused in each case, which can only mean that somebody at Scotland Yard is involved. Someone at... You can't mean... It's taken me many years, but I finally identified the central figure in the Reaper organization. Tobias Gregson. No. No! Gregson, the Reaper? Gregson's secret. So, the reason you were investigating Inspector Gregson is because you intended to expose him as the Reaper. As I said, the Reaper of the Bailey is no single person. It's a highly secret organization with close ties to Scotland Yard. But there's no doubt that that Gregson was a key member of the organization. I don't believe it. Are you saying that he was behind all those awful criminal meetings there? Gregson didn't do the dirty work himself. Oh? He was a tactician. His job was to covertly investigate the marks and plot their assassinations. In order to do that without arousing suspicion, he regularly needed a firm alibi, which is where Mr. Vigil came in posing as the inspector. Vigil knows nothing of the Reaper, but the room he rented out on Fresno Street was almost certainly the headquarters of the operation. Gregson would have met the assassin there for briefings. So we don't actually know who carried out the killings then. Actually, I do have a name. What? Well, if you can name the man, you have the true identity of the Reaper already then. Or, if I can name the woman. Oh? She's a young woman by the name of Asa Shin. Wait, what? Shin. Oh! Miss Asa Shin, the true name of the terrifying killer I know only too well. She came to Japan posing as a visiting student and murdered Dr. John H. Wilson. Then, just when it seemed that diplomatic protection would help her escape Japan and conviction, the mysterious woman was herself murdered in a small summer beach hut. And that woman was actually the Reaper of the Bailey. Mr. Navajo, this perhaps isn't the place to discuss. No, of course not. You can't mention it here. Sorry, I'm eating my bread. Throwing away the paper. Okay. The fact that she killed Dr. John H. Wilson because Iris doesn't know and it's very likely that the man was her father. She's like, huh? Asa Shin. I shall let father know at once. Yes, I agree. I realize it's like assassin. Kazuma, isn't it? Kazuma Sogi. You say he's a friend of yours. My best friend. He's the whole reason I got to come to Britain. It was all on his merits. I have nothing but respect for him. Yes, I understand that only the very best students are selected for such opportunities. And I had a fine demonstration of how sharp he is in the proceedings earlier today. He missed nothing. In fact, his flawless performance very much reminded me of his father, Genshin Asogi, the professor. It's true that the aristocracy at the time was the root of numerous grave societal problems. They were abusing their power, playing with the common man as pawns in politics, in economics, and war. In many ways, Asogi was carving out a canker from society that we British couldn't deal with ourselves. I see. But that's precisely why it makes no sense. Clint Van Zieks was a noble and upstanding man. He wasn't corrupt. Why did that damn Nipponese have to go and take my brother's life? So it seems you're still holding a grudge. In spite of having once saved mine. He saved your life? How did that happen? Saving your life. It was 10 years ago on a foggy night. What was to be the professor's final strike had sent a wave of panic through the capital. So Clint Van Zieks had already been killed at this point then. Genshin and I were walking down some back streets at a late hour. Of course, at that point, I had no idea of the true nature of the man at my side. All of a sudden... Don't make a peep, you're coming with us. We were surrounded. All of our assailants were armed with pistols, their faces obscured by scarves. Clint was not only from noble heritage, but he was a brilliant prosecutor as well. The scum of London hated the sight of him, and they had no sympathy for his younger brother either. I had been targeted several times before already. Yeah, it's Van Zieks, alright, we've got him. I could hear them murmuring amongst themselves. I knew they were after me. But just when I thought my time had come, if I let them kill you, Clint would never forgive me. It was Asogi's voice, just a whisper in my ear. After that, I don't remember exactly what happened. Next thing I knew, there was a silence all around. Genshin lay on the cobbled street. Blood was seeping from his left hand. He shielded me. 2 days later, they arrested him. On suspicion of being London's most notorious mass murderer ever, the Professor. I want to know who came up with the name The Professor and why he's called The Professor. I'll offer for you. All at once, I lost a brother I revered at the foreign friend I held in such high regard. I'm so sorry, Lord Van Zieks. That's the end of my miserable tale. I never thought I'd recount it to anyone. Well, thank you for confiding in me. The Professor, the Reaper, and Inspector Gregson. I wonder just how intimately related they all are. I still can't quite believe that Gregson was essentially the Reaper, giving assassination orders to Josiah Brett. Just now to Hodel, let's go and inform my father. I'm sure our government will want to hear about this new information. Oh, that means I get to meet your daddy, Susie. Yeah, that's alright. Let's head back to the Great Waterloo Hotel then. Okay, I was like, hello? Great Waterloo Hotel. The game development reason is likely that it's a reference to Professor Moriarty. Like that's a... Was that like a real oh my god, what's the word? Like a real murderer that was like from ages ago, and that Professor Moriarty is that makes sense. Okay. I thought it yesterday, and I think it again today. This place is so princely. It's a wild guess, but I have a feeling you'll think the same tomorrow too. My tea has a finer fragrance than whatever they're serving in the tea room here, though. What do you say? Ah, look who we have here. It isn't my pleasure, or whatever. Ah, father. This is an unexpected pleasure. There you go. I read that word. Oh, is this your daddy, Susie? How lovely. What a charming young lady, and you are. Oh, really? So you're the author of the Adventures of Sherlock Holmes, are you? That's me, Iris Wilson, at your service, sir. Susie's been such a wonderful friend to me over the last year, you know? Well, Miss Wilson, I must say I read your work regularly and with much interest. Iris actually lives with Mr. Sholmes, you know, Mr. Father. Is that so? Well, perhaps that goes some way to explain that bright look in your eyes. Hehe. You wouldn't be smiling so airily if you knew just how bright she is, believe me. Now then, young Naruhodo, it was a pleasure seeing you in action, Larry. As an invitee, invitee of a symposium, I was allowed to observe from the gallery after I twisted some arms. And I must say, it was a truly exemplary performance. Oh, well, thank you very much. Although I'm fairly sure you omitted my Cosmo on there. No, please don't misunderstand. It was you who impressed me. Really. You didn't miss a step against Asogi, and we all know how capable he is. Really, to have matured into such a fine defense lawyer in less than a year is quite extraordinary. It's very kind of you to say so, and really nice to hear. What I saw in court today confirmed what I've been hoping for. The favor I mentioned yesterday, Naruhodo, I trust you haven't forgotten. Oh, no, you did mention something, didn't you? But first, we have something to report, Father. Of course. Shall we take tea while we discuss matters further? I wonder where Judge Jigoku has gone to, whatever. First, about the Reaper. Father, do you know about the so-called Reaper of the Bailey? I've heard rumors some members of the judiciary explained it all to me yesterday. Of course, when I was a visiting student here in London, the Reaper was yet to emerge. Right, he didn't appear until after the case when the visiting students had already returned home. Lord Van Zieks, who was in the dock today. That was Baruch, the younger brother of Clint Van Zieks, I believe. That's right. He's known throughout London as the Reaper, as you've heard, but the truth is, it wasn't him behind all those mysterious deaths, it was somebody else. I see. So what you're saying is there's been a professional killer at work here. Exactly. Someone by the name of Assassin, in fact. I beg your pardon? Did you say Assassin? You mean that Josiah Brett woman who was responsible for killing my great friend? Oh no, a friend of yours was killed. Professor Mikotoba, I think perhaps we shouldn't discuss this right now. Because the friend of the professor is talking about is Dr. John H. Wilson. And that's not something we want Iris to find out about, not like this anyway. Dr. Wilson's death. Ah! I've just remembered something. Biscuits. This hotel has the most delicious looking biscuits. That was rather out of the blue. She's doing this deliberately. I think I'll go and see if I can purchase some. I wonder, would you like to come too, Iris? Oh, yes. You just try to leave me behind. Alright. So, that young girl is called Iris Wilson, is she? Yes, that's right. And she's the author of all those adventure stories starring the great Detective Sholmes. But the name of the credited author isn't Iris, is it? It's Dr. John H. Wilson. Yes, I know. That's the name of her father, you see. Her father! Dr. John H. Wilson was deeply indebted to the man for all the kindness he showed me during my time in London. That's why I was keen to reciprocate and invite him to the Imperial Yume University 4 years ago. But he was murdered last year by Josiah Brett. Why would the hand of the Reaper stretch all the way to Japan? Iris knows nothing about that case, but it seems very likely that the victim, Dr. Wilson, was her father. Well, can't say that we ever spoke about his family, so I don't know if he had a daughter or not. But I think I can say with some certainty that he was never the great detective's partner. So it could have been another Dr. Wilson, you think? Well, John and Wilson are both common names after all. Still, it's probably best not to mention this to the young lady until we can be sure. That's what we thought, yes. We're back! With cinnamon biscuits. Oh, they smell delicious, Iris. I think cinnamon will go very well with the tea they serve here, don't you, Susie? I don't know why I have a problem saying Susie. Yes, I'm sure you're right, Iris. Judge Shigoku. I haven't seen Judge Shigoku for a while, have you? Guilty. Ah ha 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 ha. But that guilty is still ringing in my ears. Now you mentioned it, I haven't seen him since this morning either. Suppose since the symposium's opening was postponed, he will have gone to explore at the Great Exhibition. It reminds me of something you mentioned yesterday. About Judge Shigoku having once been in the dock himself. Ah yes, it was all tied up with that accursed trial, the close trial of Kazuma's father. Seishiro was trying to mitigate Genshin's guilt, so he took to the stand to testify. But he got a little carried away and actually managed to break the witness stand. Oh my. He also said some contemptuous words about the British Empire, for which he was charged. Oh dear. Although it's worryingly easy to imagine him doing that. Well, it was alright in the end. He was acquitted and we returned home to Japan together. Thank goodness. Ah yes, talking of Seishiro. I have a copy of a photograph we all took together here yesterday, please. Oh yeah. Oh, what a lovely picture. It certainly seems to show where we've arrived in Britain. None of us had any idea what was coming when we took that, did we? No, that's true. Alright, the favor. So you mentioned a favor that you'd like to ask me. Well, this fateful trial that you're fighting, one way or another it will be over before long. And when it is, I'd like you to accompany me back to Japan. You want me to do... What? Father? What's the meaning of this? Now, Susato, you should understand. You've seen how our courts work firsthand. Japan's judicial system is in its infancy, especially when it comes to defense. Oh, you mean the Supreme Court Judicature is in desperate need of a good defense lawyer. As soon as possible, really quite urgently, in fact. But I'm not even been in London a year yet. I've read all of Susato's reports. I'm well aware of your extraordinary talents. I'm having seen you in action with my own eyes earlier today. There's no question. You, Naruhodo, are precisely the man our country needs. Huh? So, you'd be leaving then, Bruno? But then, what am I supposed to do, Father? You came here to serve as Sasogi's judicial assistant. Oh yes, she's supposed to be with Kazuma's assistant. Our government is still in the process of deciding how best to deal with his situation, though. You've always chosen your own path, Susato. And I trust your judgment in this matter also. Father. Please, the pair of you, don't look so downcast. It's merely a suggestion you understand. I hope, if I'm honest, but I won't force you. All I ask is that you consider it and come to a decision by the time the trial concludes. Yes, alright. You won't leave, will you, Bruno? The thought hadn't even crossed my mind. Up until now, I've just been trying to do what I believe to be Kazuma's will. But it turns out that he's still alive, so where does that leave me? Alright. All of you excuse me now. I need to telegram government ministers and the Japanese police with the information about Asashin. Of course, Father. Thank you. I look forward to next month's installment, Miss Wilson. Okay, then please do come to Baker Street sometime, won't you? We'd love to entertain you. I would be delighted. Best of luck for tomorrow, Naruhodo. And give my suggestion your full consideration, won't you? Yes, I will. Going back home. You know, Kazuma-sama has always meant a great deal to my father. I'm sure he'd love the chance to meet with him and talk to him about all of this. Yes, no doubt. Asashin. Of course, it's so obvious. How could I have neglected to consider the possibility before now? Mr. Sholmes! Hurley, where have you been? Why, I've joined you all for tea, of course. What an extraordinary question. I didn't notice you at all. No matter, no matter. Anyway, two more pressing concerns, Mr. Nadaholo. Oh, yes? I must dispatch a telegram to your country at once. It is a matter of much urgency. To Japan, you mean? Tell me, to who can I entrust the task? Quickly now, who? Well, my father has just now left to send a telegram to the Imperial Police Bureau of Japan himself. I see. Well, he looked reliable enough for a bearded fellow. I don't think what father sports could be considered a beard, Mr. Sholmes. There's not a moment to lose. Kindly ask your trusty, unshaven father to see this is sent. I will, but what is it? No question at this time, if you please, Mr. Sato. All we can do is pray that for once, my deduction is awry. Doesn't that imply that you're... Now then! You may be surprised to learn that I am a very busy man. I certainly have no time to hide behind settees and eavesdrop on other people's conversations. That's what joining us for tea meant. I leave the sending of this in your hands then, my dear fellows. Wait a minute, Mr. Sholmes. He just sort of ran off, didn't he? And at quite a pace. And left the unpaid bill for his tea behind, too. I must catch up with father at the telegraph office at once. Now I'll run and call us a cab. Straight away. And there was me thinking everyone would be clamoring to pay Mr. Sholmes' bill. Alright. Next location we're going to is Prison Governor's office. But I cannot! Which is interesting. Oh! I went way too low, that's why. Mr. Vigil's hospital bed. I was like, what? Oh, right. Yeah, this is the right spot. Okay. St. Sinners. This is the ward where where Mr. Vigil was brought, apparently. To be frank, I'm a little worried about seeing him again. Delora, hello again. Are you feeling better now, Mr. Vigil? Yes, thank you. Somewhat better. I'm so sorry to have caused you to... I mean, it was because of me. If I hadn't exposed your secret and forced you to remember things you obviously tried to forget. The prosecutor was here until a few moments ago too, so you just missed him. Oh, Kazuma beat us to it. He said much the same as you. He was very apologetic. But the truth is, I brought all this upon myself. Please, don't think like that. Keeping it from Evie, my wife, all these years I've carried such a sense of guilt. But that's not the worst of it. Over time, I obviously came to deceive myself as well. You mean about your dismissal? Looking back now, I'm beginning to think that perhaps Inspector Gregson didn't stumble across me by accident at all. I mean, he compensated me so generously for acting as his stand-in. He was clearly concerned for my well-being and doing what he could to help. So perhaps Gregson knew exactly what had become of Mr. Vigil all along then. I'm sure this is just a search for 10 years of lies and deception, but... It wasn't me that helped the professor escape 10 years ago. It wasn't me. I swear it. I swear it's true. Oh, Mr. Vigil. I'm sure you'd rather not dredge up even more from your past at this time, but if possible, could you tell us exactly what really happened? I want to. I need to get all this off my chest. I just want someone to tell me what I should have done. I mean, I could try. Gregson requests. Inspector Gregson was obviously engaged in a special operation of some sort. He was investigating something that even Scotland Yard couldn't know about. Details of the Reaper's marks, yes. It was when he had to carry out those investigations that I would take his identification and impersonate him. Jesus. You'd pretend to be the inspector and carry out investigations on his behalf. Oh no, never! A common street peddler couldn't possibly carry out a proper police investigation. All I would do is go to a specified location, and make a little hoo-ha. Just something to leave an impression, so everyone there would think a detective called Gregson was here. So that's what you were doing on the day prior to the incident. Yes, he asked me to make an appearance at the park on Lime Street for the Red-Headed League event. So as usual, I flashed the inspector's identification around and was very vocal about my presence. But then you were taken prisoner by those red-headed fraudsters. Yes. So, you would always make a point of showing Gregson's identification and generally being loud. That's what the inspector asked me to do, yes. Well, that's one way of becoming a legendary detective, I suppose. Not a good one, though. And as you know, I suffered this bruising around my neck at their hands. But the following day, they kept their word and released me, without returning the inspector's identification to you, however. We had arranged to meet in the Fresno Street room at 5 that day so I could report back to the inspector. But at the agreed time, that's when I heard the gunshot. It was at midnight on 17 June 10 years ago. That was the time scheduled for the execution. But the professor's execution never actually took place, did it? Or rather, the execution itself must have been used to affect the plan of escape. I hardly dare to imagine what a chilling plan it was. Barclay was renowned for being the highest security prison in the country. Everything that went in and or out of the place was searched multiple times. But there was one notable exception, or rather, one notable loophole. Something that was never questioned. I have a feeling I know what that loophole was now. The coffins into which the bodies of the executed convicts were placed, correct? Yes. Once the coroner had confirmed the death of condemned convict, the body was taken in its coffin for immediate burial in Lowgate Cemetery just behind the prison. The chief warder first had to sign the necessary papers. Me. And after that, no member of the staff was permitted to touch the coffin containing the body again. When execution took place, only the executioner and the coroner were permitted inside the chamber. I would wait in the adjacent room for word that the condemned convict was dead. On that occasion, once I had the confirmation, I went into the mortuary to find a lone coffin as usual. The procedure was that I would sign the paperwork having checked the coffin, then nail it shut. But for some reason that day, the coffin was already nailed shut. No. I didn't think anything of it at the time. I assumed that my deputy must have checked the coffin and nailed it shut before I arrived. So you mean the coffin contained... Yes. I can only imagine that Asogi, having escaped his execution somehow, was alive inside the coffin. Coffin was then taken out through the main gates and deposited into Lowgate Cemetery. Presumably there wouldn't have been enough air inside to breathe for long. So in the early hours following the burial, somebody dug up the coffin again to set Genshin free. But in the end, he was fatally shot in the graveyard anyway. What on earth really happened in Lowgate Cemetery that night, I wonder? I'm afraid I really don't know. All I can say with certainty are two things. Sogi couldn't possibly have escaped that way without help from somebody working in the prison. And that somebody was not me. The convict Asogi. Obviously you knew the man then. The professor, I mean. Genshin Asogi. Yes, I remember him well, in fact. Would you mind telling us what you know? Well, having been condemned to death as he was, any contact I had with the man was short, obviously. After that trial, which was carried out behind closed doors, attended only by elite members of judiciary. They called for his execution to be carried out at the earliest possible opportunity. The outcome of the trial was set from the beginning, wasn't it? It was a time of delicate diplomacy when Britain and Japan were in the process of signing an important treaty. That meant that this potentially destabilizing case had to be dealt with swiftly and discreetly. The man had less than a week in total. As I was the chief warder, I oversaw his short stay in the cells until his final hour. I remember being struck deeply by his noble character and incredible resilience. What do you mean exactly? He was a killer of many men, but he was always quiet and polite. He was a gentleman and a man of intellect. In fact, I couldn't bring myself to believe what he'd done, so I asked him one day, "Those 5 members of the aristocracy whose lives were taken, were you really responsible?" "I'm guilty of the unforgivable crime of ending another human's life, yes." The following day, the closed trial took place, and the verdict was no surprise. Guilty. That night, when he was brought back to his cell, I saw something. Something unusual. Something unusual? What? The last will and testament of Genshin Asogi. Asogi's will. As I said, it was on the night following his trial after he'd been found guilty. I was doing the rounds of the cells, and when I looked into Asogi's, I noticed that he seemed to have a sheet of paper in his hand. Ah, his last will and testament then, presumably. As soon as he noticed me, he hurriedly shoved it behind his back. But why did you find that so unusual? Isn't it normal for a man to pen a will when he knows his death is nigh? Yes, that's true, but there were special conditions to Asogi's incarceration, you see. What sort of conditions? Well, even though he was held in a cell designed for condemned inmates, he was allowed to keep his personal effects with him, with one exception. Really, he was allowed his things. That is unusual, certainly. Of course, he'd been convicted of killing 5 members of the aristocracy, but at the same time, he was a guest in our country from the Empire of Japan. The powers that were determined that his final days shouldn't be needlessly uncomfortable. And what was the exception you mentioned to the personal effects he was allowed? That's the point. He wasn't permitted to have writing materials, specifically no pens or paper. So, he was prevented from leaving any written record of what had happened to him. Yes, that was the long and the short of it. I have no idea where he obtained that paper. Any writing materials would have been confiscated from him upon his incarceration. As I said, he hid the paper behind his back and then he pleaded with me. What did you just hide behind your back? Please, just turn a blind eye. This is my lifeline. But you know it's against the rules. You're the only person who's seen. If you just agree to keep quiet. All right then. But what's on that paper? A last will and testament. This will is the only weapon I have left now. How can a will be a weapon? So I decided to pretend I see nothing and I let him keep his will. But then later, it just seemed to vanish without a trace. What? What do you mean it vanished? It would seem that isn't the end of the story of this mysterious will. The will's disappearance. There are 5 things. I was like, what? I was the only person who saw Asogi's will, but somehow it disappeared. It was after Asogi's execution, which was actually an elaborate jailbreak. The warders gathered up Asogi's possessions that were in his cell. They were all to be sent back to his family home in Japan, you see. To poor Kazuma-sama. And you're saying that it wasn't anywhere to be found among his personal effects. The will, I mean. That's right. No, I didn't search through them myself. But Governor Caden was livid. He was screaming it cannot have disappeared completely. That doesn't quite make sense though, does it? In what way? Well, we understood that only Mr. Vigil was aware of the will's existence. In which case, how did the prison governor know to look for it? Oh yes, you're right. I really don't know how he knew. But it certainly seemed as though he knew of the will's existence from the outset. Only he didn't refer to it as a will. What he said was the Asogi Papers. The Asogi Papers. Really can't tell you anything of the subsequent events. Because, well, of what happened. Your dismissal and the way you blocked it all from your memory. I've forgotten all this until today. I don't suppose it's relevant to the case though. Well anyway, thank you very much for sharing it with us, Mr. Vigil. We're very grateful. I'm afraid there's really little more I can tell you. My wife Evie will be here shortly, so I do hope I don't appear rude, but... No, not at all. Thank you again. But what will become of you now? Well, impersonating a police officer is a criminal offense, of course. I imagine that once I'm fully recovered, I shall be arrested. I'm so sorry. Don't be, please. This was all my own doing. I always knew that this day would come. Well, I wish you well. Goodbye, Mr. Vigil. Hope for the best for you. Ah! Before you go, there's just one thing. Oh, yes. What is it? The Asogi Papers. I'd be very grateful if you'd make no mention of the things I told you about them. Presumably for some good reason. It's my understanding that their very existence is a closely guarded secret. If it became known that I'd remembered, well, it could be rather troublesome, I think. I understand. Some sort of will that Genshin Asogi penned just before his death, which the man himself claimed was his last weapon. I wonder, perhaps it had something to do with his plan to escape. There's anyone who might know more about a document that Cosmo's father left behind, it would be Mr. Vigil's governor. And we know precisely where we must go, back to Barclay Prison. Ah, he's just sitting there. Yep. Boom, 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 boom. Oh, back again, are you? Yes. Hello. I've heard all about your investigations. I read the report just now. You found him, eh? Vigil. Yes, luckily. Well, anywho. The laddie doesn't work here no more, so your case is not to do with Barclay. I wouldn't like you to get the wrong idea about that. Of course, yes, Mr. Vigil stopped working here 10 years ago now, so... Yes, we've seen his dismissal notice, haven't we? He was given the chop. Aye, Keemer, you keen very well. You can very well. So, how about we handcuff biscuits? Oh, they really are little handcuffs. And as hard as irons, too. So, what's brought you down here today? Well, there's something else we'd like to ask you about, actually. That's so. You believe there might have been a document that disappeared with Genshin Asogi's cell. I think it's been called the Asogi Papers or something. Did I know say Gregson's death is not to do with things that might have happened at Barclay? Leave the past in the past, laddie. This not footer about with irrelevant details. The expressions change completely. We're clearly onto something here. Converse. 10-year-old legacy. The murder's botched execution, the whole miserable escape. They were Barclay's darkest hour, aye. A shocking embarrassment. Because the convict had collaborated on the prison staff, you mean. Aye, for shame. Coroner who confirmed the death of the man after his execution, Courtney Sith. And my chief warder at the time, Vigil, who was in charge of the whole affair. But Mr. Vigil says he didn't know anything about it. The rascal wouldn't say otherwise, and more handcuffs. Oh, how could I say no? You can never have much iron in your diet. When Mr. Vigil has handed his dismissal notice as a result of what had happened, he was so despairing he jumped out of your office window, didn't he? I didn't like to say, but that's just Vigil trying to get out of it. Do you think he would have jumped from the shock of his crime being exposed, eh? I do. You wouldn't say otherwise, though, would you? Of course, I cannot shun all responsibility myself. I shouldn't have let him deceive me. Actually, there's barely anybody that kens what went on at the time now. Jesus Christ. With Gregson having been murdered and Dr. Sif forbidden from having any visitors. No visitors. Okay. No visitors. Someone obviously doesn't want her giving anything away. Well, we're not going home empty-handed. And I wouldn't dream of sending you packing with no kimmer. Here, take a handcuff or two. Oh, well, it would be rude to say no. Wouldn't want to become anemic. I suppose if there's anybody who might still keen about what happened back then, it'd be the last from the forensic division, Maria Gregory. Or Gore. Maria Gore. Aye, Sif's daughter. She didn't have no more, just the one. But the wee brains, Byron, I don't know how to pronounce this word, but Berens followed in her mam's footsteps. You did not have ever see her without a scalpel in her hand. I cannot deal with the way they wrote you. I get it, you're Scottish, but at the same time, fucking A. Mama, what is this? Oh, we get to finally... I hope we get to see her face. Where did she spring from? And did she just call the doctor Mama? Dr. Sif's daughter, Maria Gore. We could do with talking to her. Gore. So, she's Dr. Sif's daughter, but her surname is Gore. Aye, there's some familiar family history, I'm sure, but I did not keen the ins and outs of it. She grew up watching her ma'am working with the bodies of folk who died in strange circumstances, and decided to do the same with her own life. I cannot understand it myself. Perhaps she was driven by a deep respect for her mother. Perhaps. Anywho, she was in charge of Gregson's autopsy, I believe. Right, and the coroner responsible for this incomplete report. Dr. Gore? Like her? Okay. Someone told me once that the wee lassie always loved her ma'am's stories about cutting up bodies. There's even a rumor that she used to listen to the funeral march as a lullaby. Well, then perhaps her mother might have told her about the autopsy from the case 10 years ago. Aye, I say there's a fighting chance at least. After all, that was a life-changing case for all of us. We really need to speak to Miss Gore herself about this, I think. Well, thank you very much. I'm no happy about any part of this. It took years for Londoners to finally forget the whole professor business. Can you give on this laddie? Stop asking pointless questions. I'm sorry. I don't like dredging up I don't like dredging up these painful memories for everyone. Can you not just say, oh wait, no. Leave me alone and deny come back here, eh? Well, we still got the Asogi papers to talk about before anything. How do you come to keen about that laddie? There's no many folk even here in prison who've heard of those papers. Ah, well, I can't tell him Mr. Vigil told me. I'm afraid our sources must remain confidential, sir. We've been led to believe the papers are actually a last will and testament. Is that right? The professors are rather Genshin Asogis. Ah, that's right. You're well informed, Jimmy. Oh, is that the end of the silent treatment? But then after the convict's execution, it mysteriously vanished from his cell, didn't it? Heavers, no, you're off you're off a half cock there. Fucking what? I think you did not quite get your facts straight. I was there in the cell exactly where it should have been. Oh, not what we heard elsewhere. Let me just have a wee hook around in here. I'm sure I can find it. Aye, here you are. See? The last will and testament Genshin Asogi written in with the calligraphy brush. Of course, I cannot read a word of those Japanese squiggles. At least you know they're Japanese and you know that they're written like that. Okay. But in mind, it says he leaves all his worldly possessions to his son back into his homeland. Yes, that's correct. That's the gist of it. So these are Asogi's papers. Aye, of course they are. Papers written by Asogi, not a doubt about it. There's no mystery here, laddie. That's your lot. After all, the Darmash, the slaster of an execution. We sent the man's possessions back to his clan in Japan, and that was the end of it. I think we ought to make a record of this, Mr. Naruhodo, just in case. Okay. One thing before you go on your way, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, yes? Those papers are not to do with Gregson's death. I'd prefer if you did not make no mention of them outside this office, or rather, I wouldn't just prefer it. Consider it an order from the highest levels of our government. I understand. We have to do it later. We're definitely gonna fucking do it later. Prosecutor's office. Here. Kazuma-sama. Oh. So this is the office of Prosecutor Asogi now, is it? Kazuma-sama is doing so well for himself. Even though he's always forced to kneel on the floor, Japanese style, in the dark corner. It's his habit to sit Seiza style whenever he's working. Speaking of, Kazuma. Just like, oh, what? That wouldn't be long before you paid me a visit, Ryunosuke. I was right about what I said, wasn't I? Sorry? Now you have all the markings of a great defense lawyer. While I always believed that you'd fulfill your dream of advocating in the British courts, I just never imagined for 1 second that it would be as a prosecutor. Seeing you standing in a foreign courtroom so gallantly realizing your dream, Kazuma-sama, I'm truly happy for you. I am truly thankful to you, Judicial Assistant Mikotoba. Ryunosuke, I always thought it would be fun for you and I to shake up the British legal system a little together. It isn't quite how I envisaged, but I suppose it's just another twist of fate. I've learned a lot of things during my time in London, about how Susato-san's father was himself a visiting student here once, along with Judge Jigoku, and about what happened with your father. And you'll have no difficulty understanding why I had no choice, why I had to find a way to get to Britain as a visiting student myself. I want to hear from you, Kazuma. As you wish, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Reverse. Your disappearance. It's getting on for a year now since what happened on the SS Bureau. We were heading across the oceans from Japan to Great Britain when a bizarre series of coincidences led to those tragic events. I thought I lost my best friend forever. I must have been unconscious for a long time. When I awoke, I was lying on a bed. It was a narrow little room. There was a posy of flowers by the pillow. It took me a little while to realize that I was in the cabin of a ship. I stepped out of the room and headed up onto the deck. Whoops. Were you already suffering from amnesia at that point? Yes, I didn't know what had happened or where I was. It was just a voice in my head. You have something you have to do, something no one else can know about. Go to Great Britain, your task awaits you there. It was a calling I couldn't ignore. It compelled me relentlessly. Out on deck, I saw that I was on a huge steamship and we were docked in a large port. It must have been Hong Kong. Yes, it must have been. Presumably just before they were due to carry your body off the ship. I had no idea of the situation, but I did have the feeling that this was in some way my last chance. So I concealed myself among the disembarking passengers and went ashore. Then I disappeared in the crowded streets of that foreign port city, so I could plan my onward journey to Great Britain. Your journey to Britain. Just under a year ago, with all my past memories lost, to me, I was left behind in Hong Kong. Everything was foreign to me. The sights, the sounds, the smells. My head reeled. It was truly at a loss. I realize now that I'd escaped as a dead man with nothing but the clothes on my back. No money, of course. Oh, how terrifying for you. Luckily, though, I had 2 feathers in my cap. One being your knowledge of English, I suppose. That's right. And on the back of that, I was able to pick up some work on as a deckhand on a cargo ship. Eventually, after calling at countless ports, I finally arrived at Dover. That must have been some 3 months ago now. Your formidable tenacity of purpose showing itself again. I mean, the man had lost his memory, had literally nothing but to his name, but he still managed to make his way to London on the opposite side of the world. Of course, I had no idea why I'd moved heaven and earth to get here at that point. So how did you end up becoming Lord Van Zeke's apprentice then? That can only be called an extraordinary stroke of luck, really. You see, I was stopped at the border because I had no papers. They took me straight to Scotland Yard, and by sheer coincidence, Lord Strongheart was there to attend a meeting. That's when the second feather in my cap came into play. That had been your knowledge of the law. Yes, exactly. Lord Strongheart was curious about an Easterner with intimate knowledge of British law. He took me back with him to the Supreme Court and assigned me to the prosecutor's office. And then 9 days ago, you finally got your memory back after the trial involving Drebber. Yes, I did. Your father Genshin. Ever since I first met you at Yume, you talked about your dream. Mark my words, Ryunosuke, I'll be chosen as a visiting student and make my way to Great Britain someday. Did you know the entire time about what happened to your father here? 16 years ago. When my father left on that exciting trip to Great Britain, I was just a boy. We took a photograph together the day before his departure. It's my last memory of him. What I remember most about my father is his unswerving sense of justice. 6 years after he left, a gentleman called at our family home. He told me that Genshin, my father, had been taken ill in England and passed away. It was Professor Mikotoba, your father, Sato-san. Oh, oh my. Ever since then, the professor was very good to me. He even helped to fund my university education at Yume. I'll be forever in his debt. But nevertheless, I just couldn't bring myself to believe what he told me. Oh? Then one day, a letter arrived at our house from Britain. There was no indication of the sender, so I opened it, assuming it was from an old acquaintance of my father. What I read in the letter changed my entire life. What did it say? It said that my father had been a mass murderer and the writer cursed the Asogi name. Oh no. As a result of that letter, I found out what had been hidden from me all those years. Letter from Britain. Presumably, the letter was sent from a relative of one of the victims. If whoever it was had been a member of the judiciary, he could have been present at the closed trial. The letter revealed that my father had been sentenced to death, executed for being a killer. I'm so sorry you had to find out that way. I imagine the British government did its very best to silence whoever sent that letter. But someone who knew the truth and couldn't bear the resentment was always going to be a problem. But still, it could have been written by anyone. Why would you believe such a thing? Oh. There was a newspaper cutting included with the letter. It was the first I ever heard of the professor and his terrible killing spree. Well, what did my father have to say about the letter? I couldn't bring myself to show it to him. What? Why not? Because he deliberately concealed the truth from me, and by telling me my father was taken by fatal illness. That couldn't have been easy for him, and he'd done it out of consideration for my feelings. So instead, I showed the letter to Judge Jigoku. To the other visiting student. He faltered for the briefest of moments, but then he just laughed the letter off. But in that moment, I saw it on his face. He was undeniably shocked, shaken momentarily before recovering his poise. A year later, my bereaved mother succumbed to the strain of grief, and she too passed away. That's when I made up my mind that one day, without fail, I would cross the seas to Britain and see the truth for myself. The truth about my father, Genshin Osogi. And I wouldn't let anyone stand in my way. Oh, Kazuma-sama. The Reaper's Trial. What we learned today in court turned things completely on their head. It was an impressive piece of lore, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Lord Van Zieks isn't the Reaper, you know. I almost don't want to believe it myself, but it turns out that Inspector Gregson himself, the victim, was... It's clear that the Inspector was behind the Reaper's activity all along. What? You mean you knew? The real question is, who's been giving orders to the Inspector? Yes, Baruch Van Zieks is the real Reaper. And I know that 10 years ago it was him who decided my father must be the mass murderer and sent him to his grave. No, he was merely seeing that justice was done as the law dictates. He's not to blame. Ultimately, it's people who condemn people. The law is just a tool that they use to do it. And when a man condemns another, he must take responsibility for his actions. Of course he must. But I know for certain that my father would never have taken another man's life. Kazuma. On the contrary, my father's life was taken by the Reaper. So we got everything, right? This is your disappearance, your journey, yeah. Oh, present the autopsy report. This came in up on the trial, didn't it? As something as a little dubious, I mean. Yo, the fact that no time of death was recorded on Inspector Gregson's autopsy report. Yes, there were some unexpected turns in the courtroom earlier. The suggestion you came up with certainty took everyone by surprise. The idea that the victim died the previous day at some other location is quite something. Well, considering when the pocket watch had stopped and the scorch marks on the candle, it's certainly a distinct possibility the evidence and the scene both point to it. To be honest, it bothered me too. So I paid a visit to the autopsy room earlier. The coroner responsible wasn't there, but I got a name. It's Dr. Gory. If it wouldn't trouble you, Kazuma-sama, we'd very much like to speak with the coroner too. Of course. The last thing I want is for anything to be brushed under the carpet. Scotland Yard's autopsy laboratory is behind Lowgate Cemetery. By Barclay Prison, you mean? Ah, you know it, do you? The prison where my father was incarcerated and robbed of his life. Kazuma-sama. Well, thank you. We'll pay a visit to the laboratory later today. Alright. Moving on to the forensic laboratory. Ryunosuke, I want to thank you. What for? For this. You safeguarded the soul of the Asogi clan. Well, it is a famous sword that's been in your family for generations. My only slight regret is that I never got the chance to draw it before I returned it to you. Kuruma is said to have been forged by a master swordsman during the Sengoku Warring States period. I come from a long lineage of warriors, many of whom were expert swordsmen. Well then, you're a chip off the old block, I'd say. This blade, Kuruma, is a symbol of the Asogi clan's honor and might. Apparently, one of my father's apprentices even took the blade's name for a surname. Really, Kuruma. Does sound formidable, that's for sure. 16 years ago, when my father was visiting a student here in London, he had the sword forever at his side, which is why it means so much to me that I have it by my side again now too. And that is all thanks to you. It was an honor. How long have I been streaming for? About an hour and a half. Now I have preparations to make for tomorrow. Perhaps I said a little too much. Kazuma, you've changed. No, Ryunosuke, I haven't changed at all. It's you who's changed. I can completely understand your resentment of Lord Van Zieks given what happened. But the fact is, those events and this case are, well, unrelated. Is that what you want to say? How can you be so sure? What do you mean? Never mind. The man is the Reaper, and it's for the reason that the inspector was killed. I'm going to prove as much in the court tomorrow, by whatever means necessary. I can't let you do that, Kazuma. I know you'll do what you have to as a lawyer, but I'm sure I don't need to tell you that I won't be taking any prisoners in the courtroom. I'd expect nothing less. Until tomorrow, then, in the Old Bailey. Forensic Laboratory, which is the next location. I see she redesigned the place a bit. This place is really is creepy, isn't it? Well, being a dead room is probably full of spirits of the dissected. But actually, there's a rather pleasant scent of roses in the air. Well, being a dead room, the coroner probably needs a bold scent like that to mask the odor of death. Odor. Iris, do you think we could change the subject? What was that? That? Oh, she's here. I didn't even realize she was sitting there. I think they just showed her right now. Dr. Gory? Hi. What? That noise before. I was sharpening my tools. I'd be dead meat if I didn't keep a perfectly keen edge on them. Right. When following the collagen fibers in the dermis and expertly sharpened scalpel, cuts like cheese. Would you like a demonstration? She's gonna have big words. Oh, yes, please. I'd love to see. Then, I think you'll do nicely. Huh? No. No, I wouldn't do nicely at all. I mean, maybe some other time. You know, when I'm not alive. Was that a tut? Well, we came here to ask questions, so. Converse. Time of death. We have actually met before. I'm a lawyer, if you remember. You're not dead yet. What? So Mama said I wasn't to cut you open. She's so strict about things like that. Well, good. Dr. Sif has some scruples at least. Oh dear. It looks like she's not interested in talking to us for the time being anyway. Oh, I forgot to... Give me a second. Sorry, but I wasn't planning on dying anytime soon. Surely there's some less drastic way of making her listen. Give me a second. Presents. Dr. Gory, we actually came here to ask you about this. He was very good. Good, sorry. His skin didn't snag my blade once, and very little mess. His joints dislocated easily, and his muscle tissue was a pleasure to work with. We could skip those details. But there is one thing about the report that's caught my attention. You don't seem to have recorded a time of death. Oh my god, face reveal! That's not my fault. Oh? That made me jump. And please, tell us what happened. You're pretty. So, why does this autopsy report include the victim's time of death then? Or doesn't include the time of death? It's really the most crucial detail. I was told not to write it. What? By whom? Mayo Strongheart, the Lord Chief Justice, he came here. Lord Strongheart came. He said that from the witness statements about the gunshot and the other evidence, it was obvious. The man clearly died at 5 p.m. on 1st November when the gunshot was heard. But that's not the time of death you wrote on the report. You didn't write anything. Was there some reason you didn't include it? Dr. Gory, if you're hiding something under Lord Strongheart's instructions, then sooner or later you're going to go the same way as your mother. Give it here then. What's she scribbling so furiously? There. You've written... What? She's written... What's she written? Tell us. What? I don't know how to say this word. Indeterminate. Indeterminate. What? Indeterminate. What do you mean by that? Why was the time of death indeterminate? When the specimen was brought in, it was still fresh. So the time of death could easily have conceded when the gunshot was heard. But there was one small discrepancy. What discrepancy? There was some fried fish in the pocket of the specimen's overcoat. And that fish had started to rot. What? If the victim liked fried fish, he presumably liked to eat it before it went off. Well, yes. What are you really trying to say? It's possible that someone tried to manipulate the apparent time of death. Manipulate the... And that even possible to do? Theoretically, if you were to chill the body in ice, you could delay the onset of putrefaction. And if the overcoat wasn't on the body at the time, then only the fish would have started to rot. With today's science, it's not yet possible to determine if the body was chilled or not. But today's science is advanced enough to let you freeze a corpse, it seems. But surely, to chill a corpse like that would require an enormous electrical refrigerator, Jesus. And I don't imagine many households in London are equipped with such a device. No, definitely not. But maybe in a factory or some other special places. I don't recall seeing any factories or such like on Pleasant Street, though. I wonder, if the inspector's body had been chilled somehow, what might the actual time of death have been? I couldn't say for sure. But at the most, it might have been a day earlier. No. In other words, it would corroborate your previous deduction, Mr. Naruhodo. The Inspector Gregson was killed a day before his body was discovered at a different location. Do you inform Lord Strongheart of this possibility? He simply said that there were no electrical refrigerators of that size in the vicinity. Oh yes, one other thing. It's something the governor of Barclay Prison told us. He said that your mother, Dr. Sith, was responsible for confirming the death of the professor after his execution. The professor. Apparently, you always enjoyed listening to your mother's stories about her work, so we were wondering if you might know something about what happened 10 years ago. That's not all Mama did. Sorry? My mama carried out the autopsy of Clint Van Zeeks as well. What? Really? The brother of Lord Van Zeeks, the professor's final victim. The idea of carrying out an autopsy on the member of the aristocracy was completely unthinkable back then. But the detective in charge of the investigation insisted, and it was miraculously authorized. That detective being Inspector Gregson, of course. Quite an accomplishment for one man. An autopsy provided the vital clue needed to arrest the killer. And Mama was there for the historic event. What does this all mean? You know, that amazing autopsy happened right here in this very room. The professor and Clint Van Deeks. They both spent their final moments before their burial on the dissection table there. So, this lab, Mama's lab, was instrumental in some of the country's most important events. She really is proud of her mother. I wonder if you tell us more about exactly what happened back then, Dr. Gory. Whoops. Confirmation of death. The professor's execution was Mama's first big case. She had to be in attendance at Barclays prison execution chamber and signed a certificate to confirm the convict's death. Mama is the best coroner in the world, you know. I was so proud of her. But the execution didn't actually take place. No, and worse still, Mama actually helped with the jailbreak. I didn't want to know. Oh dear, you found out recently, you mean? I believed in her and Mama, but now I wonder if I'm starting down the same path as her. You mean because you omitted the time of death on this autopsy report? But that's because Lord Strongheart forbade you from including it. Just like Mama, I'm sure she was coerced by somebody too. Yes, that's my feeling as well. There's no doubt that there were powerful forces at play 10 years ago. The execution couldn't have been staged without a lot of people at the prison knowing about it. Obviously, the prison governor must have been in on it as well. The big man with the little handcuffs, according to what he told us. He was tricked by the chief warder. He says he knew nothing about it. Of course he said that. I'd say the same thing. Just who was behind that jailbreak all those years ago? Clint's autopsy. You mentioned the autopsy of Clint Van Deeks. It was at the time when carrying out autopsy of murder victims was very unusual. It's still not a practice that's observed in our country even now. It turned out that he was a professor's final victim, and when the autopsy was performed, Mama was present, although only as a secondary assistant. The person leading the procedure was called Dr. John H. Wilson. That's right, my daddy. And there was one other person present, the primary assistant. He was a visiting student from the Far East. Wait, a visiting student? It must have been my father, Eugene Mikotoba. I had no idea Professor Mikotoba had been involved in something so important. But the outcome of that historic autopsy was the discovery of the vital piece of evidence that led to the capture of the professor. So that's how they came to identify Genshin Osogi as the infamous mass murderer. Do you happen to know anything about the piece of evidence? Can you tell us any more? You got a cute smile. Would you like to see the records for yourself? What? Would that be alright? What's the point of keeping records if people can't look at them? They're filed under V at the back of those cupboards, yeah. With the other records from the last decade. Thank you. Let's see. Van Deeks. That's strange. What, Mr. Naruto? They aren't here. There's nothing under Van Deeks. There must be. Perhaps somebody took them away. No one's allowed to take documents related to the professor case out of this room. But you're right. They're gone. Well, when was the last time somebody looked at them? Do you remember? It was... Oh yes, I remember now. It was 2 years ago. A consulting detective came one day saying that he'd like to see the records. No. You don't mean... Sherlock Sholmes was his name. Deep down, I knew that was coming. Do you think he stole the records? Oh no, surely not. Iris, that can't be right, can it? Iris? Runo. I hope you don't mind, but... What is it, Iris? I've just remembered something very important I have to do. I'm going to have to leave you now. Oh, this is very sudden, Iris. Well, we'll come with you then. We'll come with you then. Oh, no. There's no need. You and Runo can take your time here. Bye for now, then. Good luck. Wait a minute. Little girl. Me? I remember now. You've been here before, haven't you? Have you, Iris? Yes, 2 years ago, when the detective came. You were with him, weren't you? You were a living specimen then, too. That's the way it usually works, yes? Was I? I really don't remember. Anyway, sorry, but I must dash. Wait, Iris. I'll brew up a pot for you when you get home. And there she goes. What's the matter with her? She's behaving really strange all of a sudden. Well, in that case, we won't keep you any longer either. It's been quite a while since I had any visitors. This was really fun. But next time you come, I prefer if you were ready for dissection. I can't make any promises, sorry. It's a bit strange that the records of Clint Van Zeek's autopsy have disappeared, but I think we've asked all we came to ask now. There she goes, back to her little desk. She made a lot of arrangements for this office. Fresno Street, right here. Alright, what we got? Please, sir, still busily investigating here then. But Gina's nowhere to be seen. Where is she? Yes, it has been blissfully quiet, hasn't it? Perhaps she's out investigating on her own, practicing with her boss, what her boss taught her. Well, I expect she'll be back before too long. Shall we wait? Actually, there's something different about this room since the last time we were here, isn't there? We could always use the time to investigate more thoroughly. Examine. Whoop. Forgot my D-pad is for moving the screen, like panning it. The little trunk wasn't here before, was it? Oh, it appears to be made of metal. It must be very heavy. Wonder to whom it belongs. There are some initials on the outside. Look, TG. Let's ask one of the policemen if they know how it came to be here. Boy, what do you think you're doing? That's my trunk. That's my trunk, that is. Hands off. Gina. Where were you hiding? I don't know. You leave something unattended for a few seconds and every Tom, Dick, and... and every Tom, Dick, and Aries got his greedy eyes on it. Just a wild guess, Gina, but... What? Spit it out, Odo. Is it fair to say that you've only owned the trunk since this morning's trial? What are you trying to say? Come on, the trunk goes with me everywhere. Always has. We've been the last year. Try not to incur your wrath, mainly. Alright. Converse. Your boss. You should hear them talking at the yard now. They should be ashamed of themselves. They're saying that it was the boss who killed all of them bludgers. Ah, you mean the whole Reaper thing? Yeah. Apparently, the boss was investigating stuff that no one else at the yard knew nothing about. Stuff to do with all them criminals what got off scot-free. Yes, the ones prosecuted by Lord Van Zeeks who used bribery and corruption to evade conviction. Well, then obviously it was a bloomin' Reaper given the orders, weren't it? But why would people be suspecting Inspector Gregson of being involved in the killings? There was a notebook hidden in his office. Oh no, this doesn't sound good. It had details of about all the crimes that have been pegged as the Reaper's work. What? No. Did you see it, Gina? Did you see that notebook? They wouldn't flaming let me, cause I'm just an apprentice apparently. But it was me who found it, and it was my boss. That's right. I was pretty miffed about it, so I sneaked a peek at what I said anyway. Oh? That's Argina. The secret notebook. So, you managed to see what was written in Gregson's secret notebook, anyway, did you? Way I see it, it's my right to read what he wrote. And what had he written, Gina? Dates, time, places, names, an whole long list of them. All details about the bludgeons supposed to have been done in by the Reaper. But there could be an explanation for that. Perhaps it was a record of the expected investigation into the Reaper's activities. Exactly. That's what I said. Nope. That's the first thing you'd think, right? As it happens, it was full of names I recognize anyways. Well, the Reaper's targets were almost exclusively known leaders of London's criminal underworld. Oh yeah, but there was one name right at the end that was a bit odd. The end of the list, you mean? I'm pretty sure the date against it I'm pretty sure the date against it was the 31st October. Oh, the day before the inspector was found dead. So what was the odd name? It weren't like a name I've ever seen before. It was something like, Nah, it's no good. I can't remember it. I don't think it was an English name, but put it that way. Oh dear. What a pity. There was something else too. I don't know if it matters, but the same name kept coming up over and over. Shin. It was... Don't suppose it means anything but... Did you say Shin? What? It does mean something? Lord Van Zeeks knew the name too. He mentioned her as well, the woman who actually did the deeds. And now we find out her name appeared in Gregson's secret notebook. Your investigations. We haven't seen you for a little while, have we, Gina? Well, of course not. I've been busy, ain't I? Investigating and that. The lads at the yard are trying to trace the boss's movements the day before it happened. Day before? That would be the undercover investigation into the Red-Headed League, then. Only that the boss didn't go, did he? Well, you found some cove with what was pretending to be him, didn't you, Odo? Sorry, finishing the rest of my coffee that I had here for like an hour. Yes, it was Mr. Vigil who actually went to the park on the Lime Street that day, posing as Gregson. Well, anyway, you ain't the only one turning stuff up. I've got my me own ways of getting results. When me and my partner are here getting together, there's nothing we can track down. Oh, little Toby. Oh, he's such a faithful friend. So have you tracked anything anything down then? What do you think, eh? Of course we have. Can't tell you though. Police business, isn't it? Anyway, the point is, if you ever need any help, you know who to turn to, right? Me and the Hellhound here. Right, because he looks oh so hellish honest. You'll get bigger. Gina, about the Hellhound here. Chief Inspector Toby, you mean? He's the pride of the force, he is. In Japanese, police dog means something quite different and not altogether nice to those involved in crime. But here in Britain, it's a wonderful compliment, it seems, for a canine at least. It should be, after all the great exhibition case the other day. It was Toby here who managed to locate Drebber's workshop. Maybe it's time for another demonstration of what this super dog can do, eh? We have something the chief inspector could catch the scent of, I wonder. Well, Chief Inspector Toby, if you wouldn't mind having a sniff of this. He might be a little too keen, don't you think? No. Chief Inspector made short work of Gina there. Oh, it could be any of the items that he held. Okay, that makes sense. Oh, look what he's gone to. Oh my, the trunk clearly still has a very strong scent. Inspector Gregson. In other words, it must have belonged to him. Alright, it's fair. It's a fair cop, I suppose. And you nearly got away with it, too. We always talk so proudly of Chief Inspector Toby's nose and what it can achieve. Did it not cross your mind that he might identify something that was right next to us? Yeah, that was a bit of a bloomer, weren't it? That's enough now then, Gina. I think it's time you told us the truth about that trunk. The metal trunk. It weren't like that. It just weren't. What are you talking about? I know what's going through that head of yours, but that ain't what happened. Alright then, what did happen? Well, like I said before, we were trying to trace the boss's movements. So I let Toby have a whiff of the boss's overcoat. And as soon as I had done that, he went off like a shot. Straight to that sandwich. To a sandwich. Not to the bag of chips? Mr. Naruhodo, I believe Gina means the witness. Oh, I forgot about that sandwich. Yeah, he had it hidden between them wooden boards of his, the boss's trunk. You mean when they heard the sound like a gunshot and all piled in here? Exactly, he nabbed it from the scene. Goodness. Me and the chief inspector gave the sandwich a good grilling, and you know what he said? I thought I might fetch a good price, and the chap wouldn't be needing it anymore, but that's all I did, nothing more. Would you Adam and Eve the check of it? Stealing the dead boss stuff to flog. The Miss Venus wasn't the only one to meddle with the scene of the crime then. A good day. But anyway, that's how it happened. And it's a pretty decent trunk, so I figured I might as well make use of it. Is there something wrong with that, eh? Well, maybe you and Mr. Sandwich should try to find the answer to that question together. Sorry. I think perhaps the trunk should be turned over to the police, don't you think? What are you on about? I am the police. Gina, if you wouldn't mind, could we maybe examine it? Yeah, alright then. Do what you want with it. Thank you. We shall make a detailed record of our examination of the evidence. There you go. What's the matter with Toby? Why is he acting so aggressively towards me all of a sudden? There's not all. Be careful. It must be the trunk. Ah! Toby, oi! What are you doing? You're gonna lick his face off. Mr. Naruhodo! Gina, quickly, hail a carriage! Just a dog attack out of nowhere. Legal consultory. Oh, Mr. Naruhodo, are you alright? Mr. Sato. Ah, conscious again at last. A blessed relief, my dear fellow. After all, the drop dead after the moderate licking by a small terrier most unseemly. What is or isn't seemly is relevant here, Mr. Sholmes. Okay. I'm so glad there's no lasting damage. How are you feeling? I'm fine, thank you. Did you bring me back here? Ah, what's with this on my head? Ah, bandage. Sadly, we had no ice. So that's a Sadly, we had no ice. So that's a compress of sugar water. Sugar water. Don't worry, Mr. Nettle. It's a first aid treatment that my father taught me. Ah, thank you. So let us take tea when you're feeling up to it. But of course, no sugar in the patient's cup. Ugh, the bump on my head is throbbing sweetly enough, don't worry. Whenever you feel ready, then. Alright, so let's see what's happening. Himself in the new location. When given the choice, move back to the Fresno Street. Okay, so let's go back to Fresno Street real quick. There she is. Gina, I'm really sorry. It's Dapton. If you asked me a year ago, the cops could go hang for all I care. But we gotta have police, ain't we? The cats are blungers. So us divers can go about our business in peace. Wait, sorry, I don't think I can have heard that properly. He said he was gonna teach me everything I need to know to be a detective. All he got around to showing me is where the best flaming fish and chip shops are. Actually, that reminds me. Gregson said he was supposed to be going to Paris in the near future, didn't he? Is something wrong? Oh, no. I'm sure I'm reading too much into things. It's just that the timing seems very coincidental. Hmm? You know, the boss was acting a bit strange recently. Like he was always in a rush. Oh, for talking with Gina after... Okay, best chips in town. Interesting. So, yeah, I only did this because it gets you an achievement. Move to show him Sweetback, okay. Alright, here we have it, another fucking tidbit. What the fuck is happening here? What on earth is going on in here? Am I having a bad dream? Oh no, it's an old German folk song. Rather a fine rendition, I think. That's the least of my concerns. Iris? Iris, what's the matter? Oh, she knows. Who's that sprawling? I mean, that relaxed gentleman over there. Iris? Is she even listening? Excuse me, sir! I do apologize for troubling you whilst you're singing so merely, but would you be kind enough to explain the situation? Well, that worked. A crooning gentleman and a mute young girl. A rather tantalizingly juxtaposition. And one that appears to have incited the gods of deduction within me to find their voices too. Mr. Sholmes, I love that she's also shocked. Do you mean... The strains of reasoning within me are playing now as a delightful duet. One melody sings of a union full of nostalgia, whilst the other is a morose theme about the great detective you're trying to desperately conceal, Iris. She's turned as white as a sheet. So as usual, you've instantly seen the very heart of the matter. And by the time my own brief performance is over, I feel sure the gentleman's song will reach its finale. So then, to Musicland, where all the sweetness and delicacy and harmony. Pray, do enjoy Herlock Sholmes' latest, her logic and reasoning spectacular. The Great Deduction. The game is afoot. Man's identity. Firstly, we consider the gentleman's nationality. Clearly, he's a German with no grasp of the English language. As evidenced by the Germanic song he sings and his apparent inability to understand when asked to detest or deist. So why is the man here at all? And it's such an apparently high spirits, the song that plays with him. The answer, of course, Iris, is clearly known to you. Indeed, we need only follow your gaze of those bright young eyes to unravel the particular part of this mystery. The reason for the man's mildly irritating warbling is revealed by the herbal tea. Her mouth looks a bit different, like she's like, oh, she's pouting. I'm like, I just realized the cheek puff. You obviously offered the German guest a cup of your latest herbal blend. The tea's delectable flavor has made the man's spirit soar, and resulted in this joyful ditty tumbling ancestrally from his lips. I eagerly await sampling the flavor myself, that I may join the fellow in his state of elation. Now to the next question. Who exactly is the gentleman availing himself so thoroughly of the settee? As it happens, a number of years ago now, a certain gentleman of German origin engaged by services in solving a particular delicate case. He required a retrieval of lettuce once sent to an aqueduct that might have proved problematic. In order to conceal his noble identity, he also arrived at my office in a mask. The gentleman's name was Wilhelm Gorstrich Sigismund von Ormstein. Fucking what? Where did you come up with that name? The King of Germany. I would be like, what are you talking about? Like from across the room. And my memory serves, the mask worn by the gentleman is identical. Yes, there can be no question. The mask belongs to the King of Germany. Even I was just like, what the fuck are you talking about? It would appear that His Majesty remembers the fine service I afford him, and he's decided to show his face again, mask and all, in order to express his gratitude. A well-mannered monarch indeed. Wouldn't you agree, my dear fellow? So, the identity of the masked visitor is in fact my former client, the King of Germany. Indeed, his son is currently in London as well, enjoying the wonders of the great exhibition. So he says. Conclusion. The King of Germany. Alright, what's your second thing, man? Girl, silence. Which leaves us with one remaining imponderable. Yes. Imponderable, whatever. Yes, you, young Iris. But your apparently inexplicably silence is unable to hide the truth. Yes, the reason for your muteness is concealed inside the knapsack. A £5 note, I believe. I must say, as your compatriot, I'm deeply saddened. It would appear that you've allowed yourself to be bribed into silence by His Royal Highness, earning yourself some spending money in exchange for keeping quiet about the king's secret. And now the final piece of the puzzle. What is the secret you strive to hide with your silence, Iris? Ah, yes. We need only follow the brief involuntary twitch of your eyes to follow your answer. You were attempting to abscond with the coffee cup. My favorite coffee cup, in fact. Or should I say, the handle of my favorite coffee cup. It appears his high-spirited highness broken in the midst of the hijinks. Which leads us to the sad truth. My favorite coffee cup has been broken by the King of Germany, and Iris, you tried to conceal it from me. I shall have a bill sent via governmental channels to the German royal family for his replacement. Sad, Sholmes. Thus concludes Herlock Sholmes' great deductions and the end of this painful puzzle, yada yada yada. You already know the rest. So I'm not the only one who thinks she's fucking insane right now, right? Like, I'm just like there, like looking at her. With your silence as well, the fellow's jovial warbling rather rings in the ears, does it not? Mr. Sholmes, I must say something does rather trouble me. Pray, Mr. Sutter, do tell! His Royal Highness doesn't appear to have moved a muscle since we arrived. And you haven't said a word either, Iris. Mr. Sholmes has it all right. You might as well own up to it now. Your reasoning isn't entirely without substance, I must admit. And one other thing, Mr. Sholmes. Yet another grievance, Mr. Naruhodo. Surely not. Well, I actually read the story of that case recently, the one you just describing. According to that at least, it wasn't the King of Germany, it was the King of Bohemia. Goodness, was it? Yes, that's quite true. Master Gotz, the prince, testified to that in court. In his words, I have come to see the great exhibition all the way from my home in Bohemia. I would ask you keep that minor error to yourselves. It could easily become quite a scandal. I believe, Mr. Naruhodo, that it's our turn now to make some corrections to the number of minor errors that may have slipped in. Yes, even Mr. Sholmes is willing to admit he might be slightly wide of a mark this time. Although it's clear that Iris is definitely hiding something, we need to find out the truth behind the mysterious scene. One truth is incontrovertible. My favorite coffee cup is no more. So, shall we embark again? On the joint presentation of Herlock Sholmes' Logic and Reasoning Spectacular. Course correction. Hold it, Mr. Sholmes. This one we could start skipping now. We just have to get to the statement. 5, and then this is 6, right? This one's 6. The disappointment look she has. So what, it's some mix of herbs that gives you the urge to sing? Goodness, I should like to try some. I like to hear your singing, but this man, just how long does he intend to keep up that tune, do you suppose? As I said, he's been stock still the entire time, and if you look closely, his lips aren't moving either. So I'm not sure what's actually responsible for the spirited singing, but I suspect the answer lies at the end of Iris's gaze. Okay, I was like, how you turn again? Gramophone. Wait, this? It's a gramophone, still rarely seen in our own country. The sound certainly appears to be coming from the horn. But machines singing? That can't be right! Science and technology are changing the world rapidly, Mr. Naruhodo. What's right is changing, too. It's too much for my brain. Well, at least we found our answer. Good. The reason for the man's mildly irritating warbling is revealed by the gramophone. Indeed, for no well-bred gentleman would break into an obscure folk song when making a social call. In other words, this gentleman isn't singing at all, in fact. It would appear that the fellow is unconscious. The music seems to have stopped now. I ask you, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes. Why would I have purchased a recording of that gibberish? How should I know? Good little bit. Well, never mind. On with the deduction. Who exactly is the gentleman? Alright, this is where we can skip a lot. Although we've already established that it was actually the King of Bohemia, it seems that Sholmes intends to persist with his Germany theory for some reason. Come to think of it, the young prince was wearing a mask as well, wasn't he? Master Gotz, the boy whom you had in tears. Don't remind me, or anyone else. You suppose all members of the aristocracy are mainland Europe wear masks? I'm sure they do. Well, probably anyway. The point is, the mask doesn't belong to any king. No, that's right, as we well know. Because we can identify the true owner of the mask. The owner of the mask is Kazuma Shogi. He's 24? Damn. I thought he was a lot younger then. I guess they are college students, per se. Yes, there could be no question the mask belongs to Kazuma Sogi. In other words, my memory is sublimely unreliable. Only you could try to make that sound positive. Kazuma mask has been languishing on the metal chest for several days. Though that doesn't explain why the gentleman is wearing it now. But it is now a simple matter of determining our guest's true identity. After all, the gentleman is unconscious. We need only excuse ourselves in advance, generally lift the mask and peer beneath it. I don't believe it. Ah! Father! I'm afraid, Mr. Sato, you may— No! I think not, Mr. Sholmes. And it would appear our logic and reasoning has once again revealed the truth. Wow, you just went out! he's like shocked that she just like was determined. The mysterious visitor is my unconscious father, Yujin Mikotoba. I love that she's the final ending. Logic and reasoning, or just looking and saying. Yujin Mikotoba. Alright, now for the next part. Which leaves us with one remaining oh yeah, this is where we return back. Statement 3. I always forget she does have a little knapsack. That's a 5-pound note poking out of Iris's knapsack, is it? Oh dear, I can't be sure. Most money that we encounter is in coin form. I know. I'm not even sure if we've seen any banknotes here in Britain at all, have we? But anyway, Father would never have paid money for Iris' silence. He certainly seems like the silent type myself, though. Judging by his present state. There must be some other reason for Iris' silence, I suppose. Perhaps what Iris is trying to so hard to not give away with is her eyes. Something entirely different. Okay. So, going to the metal chest. Metal chest. Ah. Yes, the reason for your muteness is concealed inside the metal chest. An excellent observation, for upon closer inspection, there is something different about the chest's appearance. It's kept locked at all times, yet now, the catch is open. Evidently, this has something to do with your refusal to speak, Iris. It's a simple enough matter to incite you to speak, I'm sure. I merely need to open the chest. Little animation. Here we go. No! Hurley, don't! Oh. Oh my god! Mr. Sholmes! Hurley! What? He's dead. Never! Oh, Hurley, I told you not to open it. Ah, so you found your voice now, Iris. Ah! In other words, what just happened clearly reveals the truth here. Yes, the real reason for your silence until now is somewhat different to the usual dance of deduction you perform with Mr. Sholmes, isn't it? Well, he's left me alone on the ballroom floor, so I'm going to have to dance this next part solo. And anyway, I need to get to the bottom of this for my own peace of mind. Now then. Iris isn't usually the silent type, so it means you don't actually know the answer yet, despite that knowing point of the finger before. This is subtle. Sometimes a man needs to point his finger first and think later. Oh well, if you say so. I think we'd better examine Iris more closely and try to rescue the situation then. All right. Point to the key. Oh, duh. Then we have something about a case file. Yes, the real reason for your silence until now is that key behind your back. Mr. Jones was thrown into the air before. That shit knocked him fucking straight up. Just before you called out to try to stop him, you slipped something out of your mouth. You had that in your mouth? That's something is the key now in your hand. No doubt the key to the chest. You're so clever, Runa. So now it becomes clear. Thanks to Mr. Shome's graphic demonstration, we can well imagine what happened here. But Professor Mikotobo also opened the metal chest only to be punched into the air and land sprawled onto the CT or CD, whatever. But wait, that doesn't explain all the facts. What about the stylish scarf and the cup of tea? Why would he be wearing Kazuma-sama's mask? Well, for those curious details, I cannot think of only one explanation. Clearly, an unbelievable miracle took place in this room. Isn't that right, Iris? Because everything was on the table, yeah. Consider how the room was arranged before this whole painful experience took place. When Professor Mikotobo opened the chest completely unaware that what awaited him inside, the mask was flung into the air just as he was, only to land neatly on his face when he fell back down. The teacup journey through the air ended with when it caught on the unconscious fingers. Whatever. You mean to say the stylish scarf? It's actually just a tablecloth. This is the great detective's office, after all, a place of miraculous deductions. No. Yeah, she joined me! Would you expect anything less? Yes, you're right. It happened exactly as you said. Brilliant, Runa. Thus concludes Ryunosuke Naruhodo's great deduction of the punchy puzzle. So then, why don't I make a fresh pot of tea for us all? Ooh, he has an objection. An admirable performance, Mr. Naruhodo. But in the final act of the show there, you rather miss everything of importance. Mr. Sholmes, if you would cast your mind back to my earlier deduction. Iris, clearly you're hiding a great secret. She is, from the look on her face. Mrs. Sholmes must be right. Whatever that great secret is, the cat isn't out of the bag yet. So I put it to you again. You were attempting to abscond with my coffee cup. It really is a shame about Mr. Sholmes' cup. It must have been smashed when Professor Mikotobo opened the chest. Oh dear, so many things seem to have been broken here. And now the deduction has taken a different direction, Iris doesn't seem to be trying to hide the broken cup anymore. In other words, her great secret is something else. Let's put the observational skills to work here one final time then. Whoop. Where is it? Ah! She had it under the pan. You were attempting to abscond with that case file. Iris, as you know very well, nothing escapes the attention of a great detective. Oh no. We visited Scotland Yard's autopsy laboratory earlier today, and Dr. Gorey informed us that the autopsy report of Clint Van Zeeks had gone missing. Clint Van Zeeks, yes, I do seem to recall that some years ago I asked to see the report in question. You were with me, weren't you, Iris? You mean, it was you, Iris? So those papers you have there are... I'm sorry. Forgive me. Aw. I think this is like the first time we ever seen her truly cry. Deduction complete. Elementary. Could be our second to last one, or, you know, last one. In truth, I would like to have thought I could have predicted the booby-trapped chest. But it caught me completely off guard. I was very nearly the late consulting detective Herlock Sholmes. I'm sorry, Hurley. So you mean this autopsy report really is? Yes, I took it from the lab, even though I knew it was very important. Was there something in it that troubled you, Iris? Not exactly something that troubled me. Something I've been looking for. When I saw this report, when I saw the writing in it, I knew it was Daddy's. The writing. Your father's writing. What do you really mean? Iris, it must be something that's hard for her to talk about. Forgive me for interrupting, my dear fellows. Mr. Sholmes, what is it? I feel as though the poor unconscious gentleman on the CT has been somewhat forgotten. Ah, father! Perhaps we should find our guest somewhere more peaceful to rest. Mr. Naruhodo, yes. Would you be so kind as to lend him your bed? We must do our very best to make him comfortable, I feel. Oh, yes, of course. I'll help you to carry him. So will I. No, I can manage alone, thank you. You have tea to enjoy. We wouldn't want Iris's brood to stew. Because there's no better way to make the professor comfortable than dragging him upstairs with like a trunk. I wonder, perhaps that was deliberate. Maybe Mr. Sholmes is making himself scarce to give Iris the chance to talk more freely. We must use this opportunity to talk with Iris. And find out what's going on. Reverse. Your daddy. Dr. Iris about both topics, okay. Would you like to tell us about it, Iris, about your father? I'm sure I told you before, didn't I? That Daddy used to be Hurley's partner. Yes, and that notes about all the cases they solved together were kept inside the metal chest. That's right. Hurley told me, you see. He said that Daddy's somewhere far away now, so we can't meet. That's one way of describing it. Then, when I secretly unlocked the chest and read through the papers inside, I started to build up a picture in my head of what Daddy must be like. Well, that's only natural. You're just like any other girl of your age. I heard that Daddy was a professor of medical science, so I studied and took my degree too. Well, that's only natural, I suppose. In that respect, you're not quite like any other girl of your age, though. But there was one thing that I could never find out. Daddy's name. Huh? His name wasn't anywhere on any of the notes that he'd made about his work with Hurley. But then one day, that's what happened. That's what happened, isn't it? Is it? When you saw the autopsy report, you finally managed to work it out. Is that right? Yes. So it was the handwriting in the report that caught her eye. The autopsy report. When I saw the writing on the report, I could hardly believe it. I know that handwriting, I thought to myself. Because it was the same as the writing you'd seen on your father's case notes. Exactly. I was desperate to compare the two properly. I need to see them side by side. I asked the doctor in the laboratory, but I was told I couldn't take the report away. Even worse, I was told that was the first and last time we'd be allowed even to look at it there. So you decided to steal it. When I compared the autopsy report with the case notes I had here, there was no doubt. The handwriting was exactly the same. It was Daddy's. And the signature of the coroner at the bottom of the autopsy report read Dr. John H. Wilson. So that's how I finally found out. I learned Daddy's name at last. I see. Ever since then, I've called myself Iris Wilson. And that's also when I had the brilliant idea of writing stories about all about Daddy's exciting times with Hurley. I decided there and then I'd write the Adventures of Herlock Sholmes. Oh, Iris, I had no idea the stories had quite such a deep personal significance for you. I could see why the autopsy report was so important to her now, and why she was prepared to break the law to get her hands on it. It's okay, you're a child. You didn't know better, and you had your reasons. And pretty good reasons. Must apologize, Iris. Oh. This is really all my fault. Hurley, I made a promise, you see, and until the time was right, I'd keep the details about your father a secret. I know. I've been very naughty. I'll take the OPSI report back to Dr. Gori and apologize, I promise. Yes, we'll go together, I think. Then, let me look after it for you until we get there. I must go and water my herbs, I think. I'll see you later. I'll see you all later. Poor Iris, she must be feeling awful. I know Mr. Stromes is here for her, but still. Ah! What? What? How? What's the meaning of this, Mr. Stromes? Mr. Stromes? Oh dear me. So, you've noticed, I see. But, that would mean... What on earth is the matter, Mr. Sato? You've turned out as white as a sheet. It's this autopsy report, Mr. Naruhodo, the one from 10 years ago. The writing. Isn't Dr. Wilson at all. Huh? What do you mean? How could you possibly know that? Because I know this writing very well. This writing is my father's. What? Professor Mikotoba's! Indeed, it's true. And, now you know. My dear fellows. No! I don't know anything! What on earth does it all mean, Mr. Sholmes? Because the idea that's slowly forming in my head is just too extraordinary to believe. Please, you have to explain. The autopsy report writing. So the autopsy report was actually penned by Professor Mikotoba then. But that makes no sense. It's not possible, surely. Not possible, my dear fellow. Pray, take a deep breath and think again. Yes, you're right. In some ways, it actually makes a great deal of sense. It does? 10 years ago is when Father returned to Japan after his extended study tour in Britain. And prior to his return, where was Dr. Mikotoba engaged? Of course, he was an assistant in Dr. Wilson's laboratory learning about forensic science. And as an assistant, he would have aided with the dissection work, making detailed notes, which would be assembled into the full autopsy report. Once the work was complete, the head coroner would check the contents and put his signature on the document. In other words, the only writing of Dr. Wilson's in the report would be his signature at the end. I see. So Iris got the wrong end of the stick, you mean? She saw that and assumed the whole report had been written by John H. Wilson. Which is very understandable, of course. What a complicated situation. Detailed autopsy report has been updated. Your partner. Thinking about it, most of what we know about you, Mr. Sholmes, comes from the published stories of your exploits. Yes, the adventures of Herlock Sholmes written by Iris. And we really have no way of knowing what's fact and what's fact and what's fiction. Most troubling for you, my dear fellow, I'm sure. So what about this supposed partner of yours? Did he really exist or not? Ah, you've come straight to the point, I see. And please come straight to the answer. I believe I've explained it in one of her installments. He was a trusted comrade and the only person I could truly have called a friend. And did this partner of yours truly make a record of all your cases? Are his notes really stored inside the metal chest? Absolutely, my dear madame, absolutely. So, where's your partner now? We merely met. You see, he lives on the other side of the world. We rarely meet, my bad. But if this autopsy report and the records of all your old cases were penned by the same hand, and if the autopsy report was written though not signed by your famous partner, there would be only one logical conclusion. Right, impress me. your partner would have been Yuji Mikotoba. In other words, Mr. Sato's father. Upon my word, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes? You are coming along wonderfully. You have hit upon the method at last. You finally grasped the art of deduction. You mean to say... Allow me to introduce you to my great friend and partner, Mikotoba. What? That's insane! Professor Mikotoba! Sholmes and Mikotoba. Does this mean that you're the real Dr. Wilson? No, my dear. I'm still my old self, Yuji Mikotoba, your father. Oh, of course. This is obviously too much for Sato-san to take in. I must say, though, how my old friend has attained worldwide celebrity as greatest mystery solver is the greatest mystery of all. I still remember the first time we met. Pray remind me, when was it again, Mikotoba? 16 years ago, Sholmes. Yes, quite. 16 years ago. I just arrived from Japan with Shishiro and Genshin. It was in search of lodgings close to the hospital, some comfortable rooms at a reasonable price. But rents are devilishly high in the particular area. That's right. So I decided I needed someone to share lodging and the expense, and was fortunate enough to be introduced to Sholmes, who found himself in a similar situation. Excuse me. I was a callow fellow back then, a mere shadow of the great detective you see before you now. I was working at the hospital's chemical laboratory at the time, indulging my curiosity for a little gain. And a situation of cohabitation led to us pursuing cases together, you see. Hard to believe it was a mere 6 years we had a great many adventures. But in the last year of Mikotoba's stay in Britain, that most infamous of cases presented itself. The case with which you've become rather familiar yourselves, the Professor Killings. After the trial, Shishiro and I were summoned back home. Hardly surprising given the circumstances. But there you have it. And as you know, all the details recorded by my trusty chronically remain in the metal chest. It's just amazing. Professor Mikotoba really is Mr. Sholmes' famous partner. Father. Goodness, my dear. What a cutting look. As your daughter, I'm very proud to learn that you were the great detective's great partner. But nevertheless, there's another mystery that I really must ask you to explain now. And that is? You know very well what it is. The unsolved matter of Iris' father. Ah, of course, I almost forgot about that one. I should have seen this coming, I suppose. Iris' father. Iris told us that all the notes about the great detective's adventures that are in the metal chest were written by her father. Isn't that correct, Mr. Sholmes? That is indeed what I told young Iris. But if you're Mr. Sholmes' partner, father, and you wrote all those case notes, then Iris' father must be you. Upon my word, Mr. Sato. You are coming along wonderfully as well. You too have hit upon the method at last. There's no shot he's the father. You finally grasped the art of deduction. What you've always told me, father, is that my mother died when I was born 16 years ago. And you left me in grandmother's care whilst you embarked on your study tour of Britain. And I've always accepted that, but all this about Iris. Oh, there it is. Sato-san's ice-cold stare. No, now hold on a minute. It was very complicated. I mean, it's really not what you think. Then perhaps you would like to explain exactly what it is. There it is. Now the eyes go from ice-cold to red-hot. Just before she... No, really, you've got the wrong end of the stick. Sholmes, you say something, man. That's quite enough, my fiery fellows. Mr. Sholmes, why did he get all dressed up? As I don't... I guess he's dressed up in quotes. As I don't like to interrupt this exciting exploration of the past. Mikotoba and I have an urgent matter that requires a short excursion. But it's very late, Mr. Sholmes. Where must you go? Why, my dear madame, is that not obvious? My partner and I must pursue our natural enemies. So, get your coat, Mikotoba. The game is afoot. But Sholmes, I really must give Susato a full explanation, I think. Later, my dear fellow, later. Our carriage awaits downstairs already. You haven't changed one iota, have you? I mean, really, I visit our home after 10 long years. When I open the chest in a fit of nostalgia, I quite inexplicably pass out. And as if that wasn't enough, when I eventually regain consciousness, I am plunged straight into all this. Father, please, go with Mr. Sholmes now. What? I've no doubt that whatever happened, you were acting in everyone's best interest. I trust you completely. Sato. And sending the great detective and his great partner off on renewed adventures together is more than I could have hoped for in my wildest dreams. Very well then, we'll speak again later. So, I believe your own work is done for the day. I wish you the best of luck for tomorrow. Yes, Naruhodo, good luck in battle and in reaching a decision. Decision? About whether to go back to Japan, I suppose. Alright, that's the end of fucking episode 4. That's insane.
あまりにもいろいろなことが起こりすぎた。しかし後になって僕たちは知ることになる。その混乱の中にこそ全ての真実を知るために必要な手がかりがあったのだと。そして僕自身が覚悟を決めるためにもそれは必要なことだったのかもしれない。
Okay, I was about to say, like, what's happening? I got N behind me. Wow. The legendary pair. That's... wow. The final. There you go. Final chapter. The Resolve of Ryunosuke Naruhodo, which will be done on Thursday. At least the first half of it. And then the last half should be next week after that. Ooh boy, yes please. What an ending to an episode. That shit had a lot, and the music really gave me goosebumps at the end there. But hey, episode 4 complete. All I have to do now is put all the parts together, then I'll upload it to YouTube. So YouTube, you'll have the whole episode 4 together in one sitting. And I'm on the last chapter of the entire series. The only game I haven't played for the Phoenix Wright series would be Phoenix Wright and Professor Layton. I don't think I'm gonna personally play that. Only do the... I don't know. I just don't think it wasn't like... I forgot what they said, if it was canon or not, if, like in the events of like in between and stuff. But I think I read that it wasn't, so I was like, okay, I won't play it. But I have played the original trilogy of Phoenix Wright. I played both fucking games of Miles Edgeworth, and I've done the Apollo trilogy as well. And now the Great Ace Attorney as where we're at. We finished the first game, we're about to finish the second game. It has been a long journey at this point, where I'm just like, damn, lots happened. And I've only played the original trilogy, I never went beyond that, and just playing the later games really gave so much. There are some trials which I'm like, this shit is too long. Like, they really could have minimized like parts and made this less tedious than it had to be. But it's a visual novel game, so obviously they want the story to go a little bit longer. But I can't wait to see how this is gonna end. We're gonna see the first half, and then next week we'll see the later half, and ooh, I can't wait for that. But I'm gonna call it here for anyone here on Twitch, lurking, vibing, chilling, dropping by, all that stuff. I appreciate any type of support you guys give me on Twitch. YouTube, if you watch to the end of this whole entire VOD of episode 4, I appreciate it. I know these VODs are more of the longer thing because it's the whole thing. But if you do watch everything, I I'm happy that you do. Thank you. But I'm gonna call it here. I'll see you guys on Thursday for the first half of episode 5 for The Great Ace Attorney. The finale to Marimon on Friday. And Saturday, it's a bit iffy of what's happening. But if not that Saturday I play Hack, it'll be Sunday I'll play Hack. That's pretty much the whole basis of what's going to happen. But I'm going to call it here. I'll talk to you guys Thursday. I hope to see you guys then. Bye. Jenna.